sheep units no Bahint on Hodina do Corona sto Nasco adol netigate ocean and ahit ocean yan sick hesto Yanaha Adole a co Kehe con Nahano Yahagido Ada that show Gizo Dyson Agi Kache Yaha. Mr. Tahi, could you do the roll call, please, for the record?
Chair, members of RDC, this is roll call for Resource Development Committee work session with the Division of Natural Resources, Department of Agriculture, Navajo Nation Land Department, Department of Fish and Wildlife, NPL District Grazing Committee, Navajo Land Commission, and the Bureau of Indian Affairs for Monday, February 28th, 2022 at 9 a.m. Roll call. Honorable Rick Inez.
Delegate Rick Nez is present.
Rick Nez is present. Honorable Thomas Walker Jr. Honorable Key Allen Begay Jr.
Good morning, Chairman Kell is present.
Honorable Herman M. Daniels.
Good morning, Mr. Chair, colleagues. This is Delegate Daniels. I'm on the line, present.
Herman M. Daniels is present. Key Allen Begay Jr. is present. Mark A. Freeland. Honorable Mark A. Freeland. Honorable Wilson C. Stewart Jr.
Present.
Wilson C. Stewart Jr. is present. Chair, you have 4 members available, but you don't need a quorum for this work session. Back to you.
Freeland's present, sorry.
Mark A. Freeland's present. Chair, back to you.
Okay, thank you. And Honorable Vice Chair Walker is excused till about noon time, and he'll join us at that time. On the agenda, we have invocation. At all our meetings, we have invocation. It's always good to start meetings with a prayer. Asahaligo. Chodozen becha atziho. Ako. Beyate bechase. Akoshik akro. Nehinant sabarit ot asto nachatsiradol zin. Honorable Herman Daniels, nachatsiradolzen ashwada.
Mr. Chair, Arin Bequeto Resources and Development Committee members, staff, RDC staff, Shama, Arin Bequeto Sheshkaha, Nishkoto, Shananta, Shenagi, Atawis Arin. Dainos Agido Nana Are, Shinshan Dakre, Washing Yadi, Nishkodo. Ozondo let home, Sumana Plan. Ozondo let home, Jona A. The Tra Adonanaque, so Laque. He try on it Lohona. He has an eatle, he had 2 needle. He nadi, Nahodo, he gets a 9 canhodo. Kado di benibi hona. So the Zunigi kitchenani nato let hona. Adonana ho, a hat nana ho. Jona a sitra. Neden din be. Then now you're in a rego. A pendan long ho, something Zunigi bed he cannot and slat. AIC hat. Ah, which are we pen and lay not archonati. Adonana. As case also ho. John, Elna A. Edo hot eight other bed and Debe, a way out either. Do not stay, play not stay. Hard as he meant out this star. Adonana Hona. Not splash Mahona. Ah, wheat home, the car. It's Kai home, Nana Ila. Adonana, ah, wheat lay had nailing a slow haggy. Shares than an Frago Hona. I don't want should get on a stain Hona. The Hona saw the Hon. I could say at the end, the Hallo. I'll try to, if a band for her case Hona. I don't want that الجيدة هون خاد الجيدة هوت بين تهوديس أصلا أدولة زيتوت ليدا بين خاد هون نودا هون استويل لنجي فانين لنت هون أن بيجي هدا هون يعل مثلا أدونان هون قد هذا اللي زنقو إن هالك هذا أديش جيدة زنقو هون بس نازمل زنقو هون تخدن هنية أدونان هون زنقو هون شل ناز كادونان إحنا لنجي الآن إحنا لهون شو إحنا قد أدونان هون دشتيد عداد شود عداد دخل هون أدونان هون زيد دخله مشي زيد عن لون ليدن كده يشكا يشتيد تحت أهود أشرب بسنا بينيكا مشي زيد عن لهون أدونان هون خد هون تهنيون هون توي دخل لونكي هون أجنال تيجي دهون هو بس خد هذا شادن لهون أدونان هون يحيي دخل لونكي هون أجنال رهكي هون أتصعدات كنيدات كاجدات إيه هون بس خد هذا شادن هون خاد شيء دهون إيه هون هاد إيه جنو إيه كده إيه ميل خاطر إن لهون هون نجى ياد إيه هنا بينيك هون ليدة هون نانتين كده هداليا هون هستوي دخلنا دخل زيز فاني دخلنا دخل زيز يما فاني كده شيء ينالده دخلنا دخل زيز إيه بنانتين كده بس لا بينيك هون نجى بس لا بينيك كده نخاف شنو بين نادا نيتينه هون بس كده يشكا هي أيسي كده هون شو تيجينا نصيني هون أدونان هون بيتش زنقو هون نكسته هون نصودولش هون ياد إيكو ياد كي صار يادات إيجي بيلش إيلتكي دولش إيه بنكسته هون نصودولش شو تيجينا نصيني هون ياد إيكو صهو كوف ياد إيكو نصها كي بنكسته هون نصودولش هون شو تيجينا نصيني هون أدونان ياد إيكو هون نانش ديل نيش هون زود خاغو شين أدولة بين تحزتي هون نجدني تين دولش هون قد زبان هيستا هون نصون دولش هون ياد إيكو ديل نيشو هون كده نه هيك إيه هون بياد إيجي دابا أدولة بابان جيل تي دولش بيتش هون وهتاي هون نجد نايني كادي بيني بيجنا هون أدونان كوجلو هون عشان سو أدولة هيك هون لهون هون هيتخنا شنين لهون بود لا ده بيفعلوا نيران ده إستي هون كده يجي نزياد ناسان ديني كاتو لهون خايني الميدو لهنا هون لاشين كده هو ده هو هون خدا النون خادي نصن هون جيدا بتصير خادي نصن هون هون زي الإيد ده هذا خني ده هون إيه ده هون هذه جن خان ده هيدوكا هذه كده هون فضل به نيجي به هون بعد هذه الدولش هون خاجي شيء الناس كي دودات إيه دولش خان ده هيدوكا نجيب لنا بعدين نيكا دولش هون أدونان هون كيف لاش صوت هون إيه خبر تهان مرسو وهون عند بس بنان شديش هون غاشن إيه ده هون خبر تخشي هون شدينا نسيني هون خبر جهن تحت خبر جهن تحت خبر جهن تحت نسني هون بعد هجوب باي هون ودوي هون أما دو زيدان له الشيء النلدان له هون يعني تكيس هون إيه ده هون بتجي دو بنت ده بتصير الخادي نصن هون وتاني كيس لاش صوغي ييغو نخبر جهن تحت هون شدينا نسيني هون هذا كيس اللعد هون إيه ده هون آخويت هذا شيء يشكاش ده بتجهن إيدون خبأ هالشيء في اللون لنجي هذا أنت فون هيك إين لهون غاشن سويدو ثاني ليكون يدات إيده ده هذا خنجي هون إيدون خبأ هالشيء هون كده بي كأن لنجي بين خانة هالجش نخه هون أكأن له Adonana Niheja, Jet down that I want city that down nature Adosh, Ado Ake, a dingo horn bebe, Naha bebe, bebe, Nahanda has just one of a quaggy, Hagi horn, Habada Hiahona, Habaketan Hona, Sweet of Fan in Linigi Hona. Her cousin lineage a house non Hardino, the Egypt Zealand Hardino, and Hona. Jayana that, Hon that, the Latanel on Hardino, and Hona. Adonana Hon Hashenda Hona. The Nana Sudesh Hona. The English is so good at the Jonas Ego. Ocean old Kraus Nada, Cassin Win, Zudra. The English of the Hon, Abi that, Adole, Yos, Adole, and Yohadil, Ahon, hard yet, Edole. Even ye are which hold Kraus Nadaka. The Hashin Ho, ye kay up a cargi, the Ashkagi, the Hashin at order the Ashkagi Hona. Hard seen that double Zando hard seen. The Ashka, the Habastan of Sonso E. Ajo. Bahan Leniki, a Chapon Hotston Hona, I don't give it high on it, Lonnie the Hona. Zunaway Hon measure. Now start a knee cut or let on Hashin about nada seed, Saint or let. The Dash Hona, Sonat after Leniki Hona, 24th Navajo Nation Council, but the basement has an Leniki Anna Dean Egg Hona. On Shabsahan of Sahona. Bash Chinna the Halahona, the Troket the Halo, another cat at the Halo. The K the Halahona, Bell chained at the Halahona, Nahabasahan of Sahona. Arabuzan has Jehovah bedded and Lengi Hon and Zunoi Hona, but nada gladoles, on never had a dead order the home bed had Enigi bed. Zunoba nada gladoles. Zunoba caught nada del clitoles, Zunoba taught nada cardoles. Baby in Zuno Nasta date Edoles Hona. Adonana in Nish Tagahot Sunday, executive branch. Legislative branch, judicial branch, last Hona, not Ani, a solicitor state and has Haniki Hona, Adopan Nadas Nasiki Hona, directors than Adoban Yados Nadas managers, department managers, the Dash Kon Habasta, the Hana Sohona, Adonan Hona. The Kay of a cargo horn, Nez not Dino and Nez na Hata Ot and Halo Eta, Nel Equador. Kanad nervous hatas so hona ajit hona after halona hona kanad lazda a kero tahsta nal tos ya haliani the hona betterment the hona khabsan so adonana plapsi as the planning and zoning the hona adonana as hashin so subcommittees the halona not ani dan deni azula hona shabsan so hona khabada hashi hona ba shana al hona adonana hona Measure Nasta de me Catholic Adonan Hona, a Dan and Longona, Hashins for Oyeta, Hones, Greggy Hall, Jet Hall, Aniki Hona, Ada Hona, at the president, the Hona, but Finland, but non long a Hona, but I Hona. Dundee, Dungeon, Ada Homba, for the Baha, Sito, the Hon, for the Benashnate or Leslie Benibi Hona. My brothers, the Hona, Asado ye cut and the Hona. Nije madan lenigi asado da itchegi that aron hinale nije chedon hinale da asado hada zegi that hona edo for the bebe national dollars hada no sa de no dollars hona el heitze dan hona sunna to the keda ado se be shadet dan la ajel to hona hada no sa de no hona so I hada for the bebe ha $3 hona mo al hona Nas Neziat Ade ni Cato let hona. Adonan Hodo asked for the image of Hozondo let hon. Lahashim Ode Slant the hon, Lahashim Lahade Slant the hona, Zach on the Cabe, who was made of that sitting in the Masini hona, like Honel, Nahata of State hona. Nahade not send all let hona, Nezo hona, Hozondo let hon, Hozona has cleaned all let hona. Hayosh Kat now there, please. Now to charge get image of Hozondo let, Hozona has cleaned all that. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Honorable Daniels, Aaron Hutchison Zenigi, Koroshi, Ben. Certainly appreciate your prayer, Honorable Daniels. with your prayer. It prepares us with our participation in this meeting today to be careful what we say and to make sure that what is before us is a good discussion that we all understand, and to show respect. Ishin koroban nashin sorazenigi hotero leto hiha. Do Arnold Scotian and Osleni Queen Hano Yahagi. Dishi on soke so she Hansa Augustin hold G's and hit is out or DJ Compa hold G or Shimpeniga. Nzada and hit J. Aroshan and Lenigi Ado. NPL has Ado. Honorable Jimmy Yellow Hair Shana. Ekehe Nahani Yahagi. So you're here in person. That means a lot that you care about your community. Ekehe Shana. Kashe Koro introduction Giba Hodol Jish. Shanant Notlenigi and Hishing Settle, the Resources and Development Committee. Honorable Daniels, introduce yourself.
Mr. Chair, thank you very much again. Herman Daniels Jr. Aces Don Lenegate Petani. As a sana Kilotsin Edasze. Askat Boho, Edasinala. Ado Tohe Plany, now Kataneda Edasitse. What Adnan Slow, Nagada, Natif An, Colzeto, Santo, Arenda Traffic in Ebanas. What I'm hitting a Delta made all left go. Mr. Chair, thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Daniels. Honorable Key Allen Begay Jr. Sutsilla.
Chairman, good morning. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. Yate, Skados na Kuro Sedaj. Hanagan Eden and Slonky on Edas Epit on Edas out of the Shinedas Nala. 5 chapters, Kodo, but Hadashaki, a low mountain, Tachibu Gap, Salani Canwood, Noslin, and mini farms with I Kodoshan on this instance. So I do apologize, Chairman, for not being there. I wanted to be there, obviously, but I couldn't make it out there today. But I'll participate in this meeting throughout the day, Chairman. I appreciate the understanding.
Sutsilla. Honorable Mark Freeland.
Chairman, good morning. Thank you for that prayer. Shije Mark Freeland is here. Dosanigi Tutsoni is not Kia Ani Asia. Sanju Canada should chair up 10 up as an Adish another. It's also called the and I have 8 chapters out of Eastern Agency. Crown Point, though, Nahadishki, though, Vicente, White Rock, Lake Valley, Herpno, though, Nayas, on the Eastern Agency representative on RDC. Good morning to one and all, and thank you, Chairman.
Thank you, Honorable Freeland. Honorable Stewart.
Oh, good morning, Shania, Chairman. Naz, Vice Chair, Shania, Ms. Woody, Ms. Khan, I thought today for this meeting via Zoom and also in person. I thought and this morning, including everybody, including our soldiers back here. And Chairman Neslo. I'm sorry, I'm not there today. I did have another meeting that needed to cancel the Yilala, so I'm just going to participate by Zoom today, Shania. Akunda but Hadashagi so like health sheet when Silani Jid run the fortified agency representation for the resource development committee. Go out of what saw the age land nanish as touching a bashing touching the shade up between the another. Consultation, thank you.
Akiha Sutsala. Aron Hinand. Honorable Vice Chair Thomas Walker Jr.
Yes, Chairman, can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay. Okay, thank you, Chairman, though, committee members, everyone that's there at Twin Arrows for this important meeting. I don't just staff, though, then other offices that are there in attendance, as well as our relatives from different areas. Oh, yeah, Thomas Walker, I represent Loop, Talani Lake, Bird Springs, Cameron, and Coal Mine chapters out here in Western Agency. Don the Ensinigi Shinhinsta be Petoni, Shajada, what's of me, Che, Dandle, Nana, the Tadish, me, Dashanale, Costa, Oyat, Deans and the Gisha Che, Mr. Daniels, Honorable Daniels, Cat, and Sago. But echo by Henson, she says, I don't that chairman, though, committee members. She Hadina at Nasado, I that Indosnan, Hadinago. So, but I am planning to be there in attendance this afternoon. Chair, thank you.
Okay, Honorable Vice Chair Walker. She yaha Rick Nez Yinishia, Owen Flannan Nishla, O Zay Tachini, Bashish Chain, Tanaha Betindashi Che Do, Kia Ani E Dashanala, but I the Nenshlido Hastago, chapters Banash Nishige Yaha, Hogbat, San Juan, Nina Nizad, Upper Fruitland, Burnham, I don't Newcomb chapter though. So I hear Kashe Kuro Nihipesh Mahasa Ansan Khani Yahagi Baratot Ash Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair.
Good morning. RDC Kwale Bandi Badata Itle Shea Jimmy Yellowhair and Shia Nre Jilchi Barade Nebana Shai Adebanat Ani Shlinig Black Mesa chapter do Force Lake chapter Pinion Whipplewell and Heart
And hard here.
Auto Kwe the Nebana Shai Quantly Glege Content Sheep Unit. Auto here once away in Hijay. But that was thank you very much, each one of you. What color? Yes, Chairman Nance, thank you very much.
Akushilo Kashe Krosta Bahadol Jish, Mr. Tahi.
Good morning, chair members of RDC and those in attendance and online. My name is Rodney Tahi. I'm the legislative advisor for Resource and Development Committee. I'm Kiani and Senja Kine, and I'm originally from Steamboat, Arizona. Back to you, Chair.
Thank you. Ms. Woody.
Oh, yeah, Mr. Chair, RDC members, Nihiro Arnold Soyat, Ado, Mr. Daniels and Don John Hatzalins and here, Ado Shido Koto Nijeda, the Sincere Zone in Chiedo, Kabanshlo, the pathogen, Bashin, Kia, Ane, the Chedo, and Janeda, another. I don't the steamboat, they go in a shot or ya legislative assistance from Argent RDC, but that's here, Mr. Chair.
I hear Ms. Woody. Ado Twitches Ada Nikegat eat Ms. Mariana Khan.
Yeah, Chairman Nez, do Resources and Development Committee members, do Beshmangas Anigi. Good morning, one and all. Yat to the members of the Navajo Nation Council's employees and to those who are going to present today regarding the topic, members of the Environmental Protection Agency and those who are listening today. Thank you so much for listening to our conversation today. Ado Yat Shiyash, Jonago, so does in Benishich and Hensi, Aba, Henitz, and thank you very much. Very, very important. She Mariana Khan, Dashajane. Donna and Shinigi a toy here, dreaming, but Anhi Bashish Chin, Lash Chit, Dasha Sanjikin, Dashanala. Good morning, one and all. Mr. Chair, I'll be going on mute now and listening. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ms. Khan. We also have from Speaker's Office, Ms. Melinda Arviso Siaco.
Hi, good morning. Ayate, Chairman Nez, Ado, members of the Resources and Development Committee. Sheya Melinda Arviso Siaco, Yenshiedo, Senajanin Shlon, Kiani Bashishin, Twidichini Dashishedo, Dashchini Dashanele. Donana Eya, Legislative Staff Assistant, A Shanan Nishnati, here at the Office of the Speaker in Window Rock, Arizona. And thank you for having us on the call. Ado Nana Shiyaj, Hiat and Skago to the Zenigi Behinzi. Thank you, Chairman.
Akoshila Akeha Kache Korir Naha Istegi to presenter Shimba Hadoljish. We'll start with BIA, Mr. Greg Mahoja, Regional Director.
Thank you, Chairman. Good morning. Thank you for having us here today. My name is Greg Mahoja. I'm the Regional Director for Navajo Region BIA. I have with me also in the room Cheryl Curley, who is our Tribal Operations Officer, and Dr. Curley, who's our head of our Division of Natural Resources. That Dr. Curley is going to be handling our presentation today. I'd also like to say good morning and welcome to Chairman Nez, Honorable Delegate Yellowhair, Honorable Delegate Daniels, Honorable Delegate Freeland, Honorable Delegate Kialan Begay, and Honorable Delegate Stewart. And I see that we have some of my team on, also my Deputy for Trust Services, Ms. Angela Arviso is also on the call. So welcome everybody, welcome honorable delegates and members of the RDC.
Thank you, Mr. Mahoja. Dr. Curley.
Yate Bene, although she had not quite she needed to do it, although Calvert Curley in Shia, although she had quite a high sea kind of leco, but also in case another who is not only.
Okay, Dr. Curley, got a horon has twishing up in hitching at the horolzing.
Yate Bene, Shay Jerome Williams here. For the Defense Agencies and Natural Resource Manager and tot son in Slinto by Bashin. It's not in the Shinaldo, that's in the Shay. I don't hear it on so not a hill Sunday.
Okay, Ms. Curley.
I Chairman Nez, Yate Bene Arnold, Shay Cheryl Curley and Shado. BIA Navajo Region Banashnish Shadaji Anidago, though RDC members Yat Ehipene, though Dr. Shabala, though that nice old Kanigi, Mr. Halona, everyone in this room. Yeah.
Goshila, Mr. Mike Halona, Land Department.
Yeah, they've been Chair, honorable delegates, BIA staff, colleagues, guests. So yeah, Mike Halona this is but an slow chain, but it's chain to on the Chanel Kiani, that's a chain. But I then can't call the never care about a yard we get that's the edition on this not here. Yeah.
Okay, Mr. Halona, Kashay, Dr. Rudy Shabala.
Yate Shanantai, Chairman Ricky Nez, Shachain Leela, Adon Data, RDC, Atratano Senegi, Yate, Delegate Mark Freeland, though, Delegate Thomas Walker Jr., Adoshna Ash Herman Daniels Jr., Otto Wilson Stewart Jr., Otto Shanala, Key Allen Begay, Arnold Soyate, Otto and the this morning. I want to say greetings to Greg Mahoja. Good morning, sir. Otto Dr. Calvert Curley, Nadoyate. Otto Jerome Willie, Yate, not Hilsa. Otto Shadeja, Cheryl Curley, Yate. Sheya Rudy Arshabala, Ishij. Nazlinde e Shia Hazli Ade Nasha. Ado Tsitna Jini Chisha Dish Chini Edon na Enshle. Shijende e Nash Ejen Linde Jene Akunde. Await and Slido Todichini. A she sit. I don't know, she is taught though. The net sheila. She chained a touchini linda. Ado Shamaha be chained a Kia Anit and linda jin. A called Arnold Soyat a Ado Kodo the Quishi Bilinshkai. Division of Natural Resources, the Navajo Nation. Bandelish. Eish. I am the Executive Director for the Navajo Nation Division of Natural Resources. Thank you.
We also have on the call with us Honorable Paul Begay.
Yet I have been Chair, Honorable Delegate Rick Ness, Vice Chair Chanella Thomas Walker, members of Resource and Development Committee. Need a data so directors and the sending division directors, and also our representatives from the BIA, BIE. Our staff, Masengi, J. Paul Begay, in Inishga, Farishkiz in the Enshla, Arabic, the Tony Bashin, the Chay to the Chini, that Edo Kia Anid Nation Naldabatishin, or cut out the Nenshla. Ateo, not Apanasta, Salau, Thunder. Yes, a cheat or Bishop Gates and up on Sabbaty. Punaheli, Ado Creepy, to a slapper. Wishing you all a good day. Good morning. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Begay. Now we'll go around the table and have everybody introduce themselves.
Yadesh, Nedoshanat Anidon, Sago. RDC do Besmas Andais Angito Shidnedais Ayat Yat She Dortiazi in Shiedo Maidishki in Slansk answer Basishindo Todijini Dashit Chedo to Kappa Panaga Dashanalida Coco Sijinda not lost by Ina organization a large date. Thank you.
Yat Ehabene, Shea Caroline Johnson, Bashijane, Adonan, Schlinge, Sheen, Lizafane, Bashin, Ashkahatzo, Eda Shiche, Honahane, Eda Shanale, Ado Inda, Toduk Orange, Do Inda Tonjono, Naus Ade, Eya, Nashado, Eya, He, not Ani, Dan Liniki, Edan hit the Joe, ya DJ illa noch lido in der quae ya dadel kallen ha ullai quae ya zado quae isnils hala de en hidet I do in der ya nina hashin so bayati aro tzedzenjno nebilt obi hautsi a jahat sago so
Ja, ben som en A. Det tidole ni den hol aro det tiden hol A. Ko ya hitsahagi. Ja. Hina se sa tole santi tati no tati kai benya ta ko. Se di the kit ha do tradition that I pass no do ke here. Ado in she hege Rosalie in she. Gets the na shanning hands out of Holly Ado Don and Slinny Zahon Slido Kilichini Bashes chain Ado Totit in a dashin malado Tohan a dashit she some a call.
Good morning. My name is Robert Allen. I'm the principal attorney at the Division of Natural Resources of the Navajo Nation. Nanasht ejitachi nishle do bilagana shaje.
Ja, nou net even binnen. Arnold tro. Ik gewoon niet lonig do en daar jij. Wees bij hen hebben daar is nog zaken. Na reden aan nog eens aan. Na reden zit het zien maar uit or precinct 1, 2 en 3. Addition daar is nog zaken. Kokos. She ja die chishit na. Liajen eda niet les het nog maar sana. Aronda shma ja bel. Nadat als bashen change na. Aronda ja zult aki aan dat het shedab nadat als dat national around the غي hard rock وجه قدي أحداني لأتو توتالي تسدل تون ده هذا حجين لين أرويد بابنال صوص بقى حشيان لين له أرو كاي شنال بحط وتزيتو صدو ده تخحت تزين صو ده خامية هو قادي نزنا بابنال صوص لينجي هنا التبقات ولا نو إنسان لينجي لنهجي شدونان صنعانية كوجا دم.
Good morning, Roxy June Yanishia Sitna Jenny Nishle Izatlana Bashishchin Tobaha A Dashiche Yaidene Kachini A Dashanala Jehotso Dishawan. I am a principal planner with the Navajo Nation Department of Agriculture. Thank you.
Good morning, Mr. Chair, also members of the Resource Committee, also folks in the room here, as well as on whatever media is out there. Thank you for the opportunity. Leo Watchman, Daiskinishla, Tohana, Wasishchin. Work with the Department of Agriculture as the department manager. Thank you for the opportunity.
Yeah, David. She Ray Castillo, Navajo Nation Department of Agriculture. Ale Banashin Del. Toy Linina Kidne, Nanisht Eja Tachini, A Bashichin. Good morning, everybody.
Yate, Chair, Chairman Nez, Don, the members of the Resource Development Committee. Do Arokage Honitloni, Do Arotaisnotsangi, Shay, Robert Black Jr. That's Janido, Ado, Sandra Kenneth, Don the Enchlan, Twitter, Jenny Bashchin, Ado Kilchini Shichedo, Don the Legislation, Ado Shinanishiniga Navajo Land Commission Office Executive Director. Shinanishia. I work for President Nez. Ado Shantwari Nasha. Hatai Hijay Sasina.
Hello, yat Asia, Marsha Gray, Izinashia. Kila training slingo Twitch ini Vashichin, look at the name the Shachado, Shin the Chanela. I'm here on behalf of Toronto Community Governance and also for the Black Mesa Review Board. So I'm just listening in. And hello, Nat Amis. Thank you for everything you do.
Ja, ich bin she beke ba hot zanda honaga ninchte mai deskish bashin kia ani dashnal ado thodchini dasche ado Juan TVG Jr. Gut ego it net aso ada pinya da babinand jo shle ho ado.
Good morning, everybody. My name is Leanna Bigay. I am the Natural Heritage Program Manager joining you today, representing on behalf of the Department of Fish and Wildlife. So good morning to the RDC members here presently at Twin Arrows and all of those who are around the table here. Good morning to you all, and also for individuals listening on over Skype or Zoom.
Good morning, everybody. My name is Irvin Chi. I'm a legal advocate with the Department of Justice. I'm here on behalf of the Monica Black Hat. For the Chini in Geneva, Chin, that is in a that's Chado, Honey, that's another. Thank you.
Good morning. Shay Carolyn Begay share Loga Danan Shlin Naked and Bushti Twittergini Dashche Taban Dashanella. I am a wildlife biologist with the Navajo Nation Department of Fish and Wildlife. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Kachen Rede the Hodnegi, Miss Gloria Tom, Fish and Wildlife.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman, members of the Resource and Development Committee, and those in attendance there at Twin Arrows. This is Gloria Tom. I'm the Department Director for the Fish and Wildlife Department. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Tom. Anybody that wishes to introduce themselves, you're more than welcome to do so.
Oh, yeah, hey. That's a dot slash.
Oh,
yeah, here. Say, yeah. Leland grass, that's a gym. It's a gene. The last shot for Holiena, and listen, what are she not? As you shall be Zakako, not in me. Ako haida le pa tahin ingo ila ya tahal net lanso aha wada ta antahal tito chapter house da the neto ta jota hinel ingo halit a hot e lanso da o di taga house zanda da ze e ya honzen halit ila ya ta hit lanso o a na hot igo ito a sabi say ya sto e Quacky not anin Lenny large and Lenny a base pass unin base pass unin the Ahado assessment or temperature has on his charges then hadlo called on his social had net and hadlen for had it urban that the land so craggy side no hot to get job about the head or yash.
Sir? The introduction at the let's do the introduction first. Thank you. Ms. Shirley.
Mr. Chairman, this is Percy Deal. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Yeah, it's Mr. Nez. That Resources and Development Committee, the Northern Based Bahasa in and the Northern could Navajo Aki cause the chamber also the Huisago, Navajo partition land or Ligo. After the Babanat Thousand and the Hiki as in the happy not around that BRA, doing that Division of Natural Resources, doing that grazing commitment and nothing doing that is not like say the chisel and Dana and she able to see as got the national Nana the Kia Ani say that could also isn't that all okay.
Hello.
Okay.
Hello,
Next.
this is Bessie Ellen from Pinion chapter there. Had long quite should look at and then slow my discussing buses chain. Thank you.
Next. Then yeah. Hakoshila Kashinos Kashinos Nana or Lestidic Ahoro.
Mr. Chair. My name is Rosita Kelly. I'm with the Navajo Election Administration. I'm the executive director here, and I'm listening in to your meeting. We were there last week doing our work session. Anyway, she yanat otanet hachin in she bashes chain ado she dash che do tedishkizny dashanale a kut a stanen shle she ha.
Mr. Chair, this is Willie Tracy Jr. from Ganado chapter listening in. My dishkizny shlintana bihi bashes chain nanesh educachin dash che do dish chain dashanale she ha.
Thank you, Mr. Tracy.
Good morning, Chair. Good morning, Chair and everyone. My name is Alicia Vicente. I'm listening in for the Navajo Nation here, Heritage and Historic Preservation Department. Good morning, everyone, again. It's great to be here. Thank you.
Good morning. This is Sharon Begay from Pinion Chapter. I'm listening in from Pinion Chapter as well. Thank you.
This is Donna House from Oak Springs Chapter, listening in because of concerns over natural resources. Main Clan Keane.
Thank you. Next. Then yeah, Hakoshila Kashi Krohadahadi last day agenda Shin Kerahalo Arnold. The purpose of the work session, because Benigas and Lenigi teaching for the Twin Arrows Navajo Casino Resort. Aro aren't Isenot Agish and Nenothenidosh and Arnothenigi, the Koro Resources and Development Committee, Yahadi work session Ador Leth, Asatit Leth, with Division of Natural Resources, Department of Agriculture, Navajo Nation Land Department, Department of Fish and Wildlife, District Grazing Committee, Navajo Hopi Land Commission, Ado Bureau of Indian Affairs, to discuss the limited 10 sheep unit in the Navajo partition lands area. Di koro nihitra iji beniget la nitlido lehiki di tepe Neznago hatnego behas aniki eshin abikiel tito leto dishi koro nihichenka itzito lelikishe koro betra ijeki kota eti benigas lahnitle akoti lahnitle nigishi hans sagotide aje has aje Navajo partition lands hat no but oche di aje shi di te behege te bebenal so shin labach en honda lia sa shin atovach en honda neta akorsa din znago e hada bakaki ben yeshin holongo e hot ada bakaki shi ben yes kedit itkins arosa e ha di no kerige te hodo lenlesh la tinge ta donna akoti koroshi Dishin a big eel tit or less, though ben his nahanet or less. Aroshan or Senador Shik or Senegi. I would encourage everyone today to be very careful. Nihizad be bahosya. We're not here for personal attacks. Khayda hunt at a hunt ahead of Nisedo ben Yahona hate hada. Die job en het na hadon dood geit oorsin lan na win sinnige oorsin na begia deel het oorsin and lenige leadership shin koroyen tido lesto geit out od nesegate ben het na hasnege oorsin koro aron daidos kitchen do les as ke hol just go shin edition and I night kit do les aron le beket ha din go neisto ha questions, recommendations, because the Shinkhan, Sagoshinha, Nihich Ado, Nith Esto, a large or Lesige, Kodo, Washington, Baon, Nation, Lenny Bureau of Indian Affairs, Navajo Regional Office, but no, ACD Kodo, Integrated Management Plan, Environmental Assessment, or Ligego, NPL grazing permits, and the justification for limited 10 sheep units for NPL. Asian Quad Net or less. Bekegon had Division of Natural Resources. Dr. Shabala because audit Leo Watchman, Department of Agriculture. Had grazing permits for NPL and possibility of sheep limit increase. Bohonet Zanigate outs at the Hodod, Nasty the Bahan Ninigishin Quaye, Nicketon the Hadnet or less. I don't tragon Hati fish and wildlife within. So Donald Losh has Archer, Hans Sagoshin Bananish at the Yosiniki, Dide, the bet the Holiago Nesnada, but Laco Holiago, hate, ha, Dide. Ben Edo Lesto had on Natigishin Yen Kissen the Hadnet or less. I don't care the Hadi Coron here got it. I have it has Archer. Did got it. I hate Chopati Native Department of Justice there. Asian be has Anik Echo Aden Hitchy Yaskit on Hitna Hadol Netid the bet the Hodol Nate Neniki NPL has Archer. I don't Aden that so Gizigi Besh Behana. Everybody that's on the call, please put your phones on mute. Nehebesh behane aronas chizachit arati de khatation besedor chilakodon da chiz da doles. At this time, we will give some time over to BIA Koroshi, Mr. Greg Mahoja, Regional Director Shinhich Hatotz. Arabakekon anhidene. Dr. Calvert Curley, Korobanan, your Sinigishin, so at this time, we'll give the floor over to the Bureau of Indian Affairs. Mr. Mahoja.
Good morning again, and thank you. Thank you, Chairman Nez. And I'd like to apologize to Vice Chair Thomas Walker Jr. I didn't realize that you were on yet. I thought you were going to be on later today, so I didn't want to. Sorry about that. Thank you. My microphone apparently doesn't work, so I appreciate this. Good morning, everybody. Again, I was apologizing for my dereliction and not welcoming Vice Chair Thomas Walker Jr. Also, I didn't notice that he was on the call yet this morning. I thought he was going to be on later. As Chairman Nez noted, this is a pretty charged topic. I've only been on this job since September, and I spend most of my time on this issue. It's a science-based issue, it's a litigation-based issue, it's a cultural issue, it's a food security issue, and we take it very seriously. I think what I'll do now is turn the microphone over to Dr. Curley to present our presentation on the NPL 10 sheep unit issue. Thank you very much, and I appreciate your time.
Thank you very much. Ado ya nanat ko agi on the Navajo Nation Resources Development Committee work session. Ko agi branch of natural resources ado in the Navajo partition lands. Kodo vegetative inventory and livestock carrying capacity. On the agenda, it says that the Bureau of Indian Affairs Regional Office will present on the integrated management plan. The integrated resource management plan. Navajo Nation Department of Agriculture. The integrated resource management plan. Agriculture resource management plan. Next slide, please. Okodishi nikitmahas and kodo nil enigi kwa egi Navajo partition land. Ajahas anje niche nal kit kodo. Kodonish the land base in Sogi 912,000 acres. Although in the 51 range units. Although in the 14 chapters on SNL. Although agencies that are adjacent to NPL. Chinle agency, Western agency, although Fort Defiance agency. Although two range units are within two range units are within the Peabody Coal Company. Although precinct 1, 2, and 3. Next, please. NPL. The last time that we did our inventory, it was 2017. Every 10 years, Precinct 1, D 1997, 3,000 pounds per acre. 1997, Auto 2004, 2,500 pounds. Auto 2016, 2017. This is just for precinct 1. It continues to go down. Since 1972, there's no mechanism of grazing permits on NPL. There's no mechanism to control the livestock on NPL. This is part of it. Has anigi do edo tadi nida hala han lenigi hajo hade do nilti no ban ba yelti Sha akhut zenik in the ohot ela. Le in zeil eno da aslada alta ado the physical in the hotel ito kwa hot nile. Kojido hot rangeland health. She kekonda the yada iltra. Hashin so laho so kaya handa hat nesta. Okodi hodina abayada dilki hol just kondi onos nidoles. Oko ani o agriculture resource management plan when we were doing the environmental assessment. Oh, hayut and nebeshyat asho nasto yat eho gitlahast ado lista no ya yadashki. Ekrashit o yunta kheshit o yunta khe ilakhat ado nish no bayati. A konihikodo ya hat ahada. Because nadi luwasti no bayelti. A ko ede shabahan no sendolis. Ado di lichki igi achel ten skata. Ado ko egi no survey because quite ado survey ilia that the reason why is that Peabody Black Mesa ede hota on his bahas and dollars. Next slide. Although any by yet 10 ship units, Okobe has ani no the Bebenal sourced aho not niho is that aho the in dos kahalsa. The quick is ke hona the Bebenal sourced kodot or nato neta. It's say kaya et kaya sa angi. Hane large el beka holno. So that ebik hot the Bebenal sauce nado nihito need be has ani hot abaka 25 CFR 161.204 hot carrying capacity or stocking rate hot aya has net ebenashni be has ani debik ehonel nishkodo bia has ado hat ahoda the latil shilto dil nilgito ben ha hot the hala Iko agi behaz ani yego ebik ehonil nish. Ado sto di behaz ani khadil ya ta ita nikiten ne atel ne da ya public hearing da as the quigo shin khada dot behaz ani hadil neho. Ako ita behaz ani khadil ne da ita hodo need. Di behaz ani khadil nehgi to bia de ya khede to lista na be ho bitet ito des ako na ya concurrence isne bia with the concurrence of the Navajo Nation will establish a stocking rate hot ya adol da acho hot abande enigi hot sa iliado Resource and Development Committee hot sabe tan hadit hatis Ado ebik ete nil nish A kodikwa agi bia will review carrying capacity of grazing units on a continual basis agi. Juk adiki et on nato nehelsa. A kod adats 25 in nasni ahto ad and not nita. It arts can ton nasni or heshi permit should it niniki banda hasnilo ad indita. Nada nol ish. Chilhit edolish. Hadit ashi bohnetza, the hanal neho. Jokka agi silket bandit. Even big agi on an annual basis, range utilization endali. Kaya hat agi hashita halit an the hastra shida. Jahajon Kishbahas and to I seen the Hastra the Shida. Chelchindo that no safe the I seen the Anhida Zanslaho. A condo jo ebelchit na nil Ado Todat at the hollow. Edo Honanat a co Eda Egilchit na nil leho. A co eben natchet con Ado that Chilnas Kagi, Nel E, Ado E Ya E, Halit Anado, Nelahodo need. A co E Ya E equal Nia, as that hilt, eight in Nebetana Hitone. What E Ya E Jo, but ins and Alscotane, E Ya E equally distribute among the Navajo permittees that yok hedigi, Johota E Ya E, Bayati. Okay, next slide. Ako anidia pa na hasus na agi e ya ejo 2017 ya da e ya e 10 sheep units ako e ya e bohonet za la hodo need. Ako this 10 sheep units was approved by the NPL Navajo Partition Land District Grazing Committee. Then hit the development an linigi ye la asli Kale e ya e bit akwiche anagado bashbahas and chilit ahagi. Although in the Navajo Nation Department of Agriculture, Edo ye la asli it abiga, bohonetza, 10 sheep units go. E all yet concurrence. We got concurrence through the appropriate process. Although in the e ya e Resource and Development Committee, ye nan la asli e ya e sabi itana hadit ahi hananat RDC CMA 2718 to accept the recommendation of the 10 sheep units. March 21st, 2018, yeah, da based on the available range inventory information combined with grazing permit data for all 3 precincts, the team recommended that all NPR grazing permits at a carrying capacity of 10 sheep units was concurred by the Navajo Nation entities that are involved. So District Grazing Committee, Resource Development Committee, Navajo Nation Department of Agriculture. Approve it. 2004, yeah, 1972 carrying capacity. For historical reference, back in 1972, there was 65,116 sheep units year long out of 1147 grazing permits. And that was back in 1972. So for the average number of sheep units back then in 1972, 57 was the average. 50 day no kid. Back in 1972, yeah, it was 57. That was the average. So next slide, please. Ado ko agi eya etit ot obehan now. Di eya ikoin da ska di tatal jenigi. Yes, there's transects, there's study plots throughout the whole precinct 1, 2, 3, and the total range units was 49. Next slide, please. Ado ya el ke khona enal sos khadatelia. El ke khona enal sos khadatelia ko ya concurrence ado fish and wildlife sto biological resource compliance form that was issued see back in May 8 of 2007 2017. So ita a fish and wildlife a biological resource compliance form okay, what this compliance form is agido khat ishin ado la ana shoji to cheledat ahagiko endangered species de lenigi niska ako anno hajo implement a grazing grazing regulation, eradicate and control noxious weed, ensure range inventories, tally count, eliminate open grazing, control feral horses, limit grazing in woodland, eliminate grazing in riparian areas, wetlands, and communities, commercial development, water development to benefit livestock and wildlife, fences be friendly, wildlife friendly, and whole grazing and land use, land steward workshops, educational outreach, Navajo Nation Fish and Wildlife. The BRCF is required under the NEPA approval process for reissuing grazing permits. Although in addition to the BRCF, BIA, because of 25 CFR 161, we had to complete an agriculture resource rangeland resource management plan. In that plan, according to 25 CFR 161, this is a requirement of the American Indian Agriculture Resource Management Plan, ARMA. It's an agriculture resource management plan and range management plan required. This is required. So in each of the range units on MPL, we refer back to the agriculture resource management plan. Although there's some goals and objectives that were identified in the agriculture resource management plan. Erosion control under the agriculture resource management plan. Although Resource Development Committee, RDC CMA 2718, a Resource Development Committee approved the 10 sheep units. That was also required under 25 CFR 161.204. Before we even reissue a permit, we need concurrence from the Navajo Nation Resource Development Committee. The programmatic environmental assessment, agriculture resource and rangeland management plan for MPL. Number 5 in the cultural compliance form CRCF. Number 6 a finding of no significant impact on the programmatic environmental assessment resource rangeland management plan. The grazing permits again not need. Although in the nasni do kaya need John according to this finding of no significant impact. The proposed ARRMP will have no significant impact on the quality of human environment. That's very important because this is a NEPA process. We can't just reissue a permit. We've got to go through this process. Next slide. The presentation at Elia. Do I see a the data, this is raw data that came off the vegetative study. This is for precinct 1. Called DA range units equivalent. range units and these are the numbers that are identified. Although, like for example, range unit 409, the acres is 21,000 acres. Although in the how many transit, there was 28 transit. The question out of this 21,000 acres, what is grazable? 19,000. Although this bare ground, 53% lah, quite a percent. What is bare ground? Although foyer cover, 47%. Okay, bare ground, oh til koho. Etten, although leto to non sell. How has argues this, it's got the house dish con here at the better bigashina kago. Was a lot of all bare ground. Okay, if you look at this 21,000 acres, it's way past 50%. This tells you from a land management standpoint that your land needs to recover. Okay, 47% is the 47%. What's the average forage pounds per acre? 4 pounds, 4 pounds per acre. Out of the 19,000 acres, you're only producing 4 pounds of vegetation, good forage per acre. Although in the carrying capacity for this area is 93. The reason, okay, on this side, A106, but there's adjustments that are made, which is 93 because distance to water, although slope with that, distance to water down. The pedal ones on got only toy now they not shush. A con labor got the hard sheet or that children the other 8 hot then. A co added or yona rada. So even now, there's adjustments here. So 18 on an average, the quagikas anigi and in that precinct 1. You're only producing 12.47 pounds per acre. So the carrying capacity for this whole 177,000 acres, you're only going to produce 984 sheep units year long. Based on science, based on the data that we collected. So the average available forage for NPL inventory is 12 pounds, 0.47 per acre. The potential, this is important right here. See, it's not quite, it's very important. The potential for this site, this range unit, this whole precinct 1 can produce 200 to 2,500 pounds per acre. If everything is okay, manage this is gonna help us down the road. I think this is very important. Stocking rate was calculated using 790 pounds AUM. The current science says that 950 pounds is what's being used. No, 8,000. When we did our calculation, when we did our determination as far as determining the stocking rate and the carrying capacity, we use 790 pounds per acre. Next slide, please. Precinct 2, Precinct 2, if you look at the overall pounds per acre, it's doing a lot better, 136.59 pounds per acre. But considering how many acres we're looking at 465,000 acres for precinct 2. So the other thing is, the available forage right now is 136.59 pounds per acre. If this site was properly managed with good precipitation, this area could be producing 75 to 850 pounds per acre. So that's the big difference. But another thing I want to bring up is bare ground is 51% on top range unit. But if you look at all of it, it's at least it's greater than 50%. So bare ground is 56.24. So vegetation 44.94. So still in this situation, about over 50% is gone. You only have 44.994% that has vegetation. So that really needs to be considered in analyzing the data here. For this range unit, you have 3,482 sheep units for this area adjusted for distance to water and slope. Next slide. Precinct 3. Data the background is 62%. 35% A4. If you look at the pounds per acre, this is only producing 5.38 pounds per acre, this whole range unit. The carrying capacity for this area is 816 for the 64,000 acres. But if you look at this here, didn't know a 5.3 pounds per acre for this precinct is not suitable for grazing. Available forage is approximately 5.38 pounds per acre. The potential is 200 to 1,200 pounds per acre. Feral horses the pedo big you start managing 200 to 1,200 pounds per acre. Next slide. DA is just basically a summary. We went through these numbers. In 2004, it was 5.79 per acre. 2017, this is the most recent study. You can tell that it cut it in half already. It's down to 2.23 pounds per acre. Back in 2004, Precinct 3 was producing 10.74 pounds per acre. 2017, the most recent, that's more than half, 2.88 pounds per acre. So that tells us from a land management standpoint, Ni beka shita ita hon ni kubi nada ita cheli ya hon ni donda hal tinda ida tsipan na ya hon ni johda teonel ado ya the aunt in that Jojo 1972, yeah, that is 65,117 sheep units. Ita honela kadedo hoteda. Akoti akon kojenti de kahano dobe gata cho ita ya 50. The average number of permits that people had was 50 back then, 56. So next slide. Ako enidia banahasisne. Ado kodo benachit net nadi kahagi ya de quigoshi kwa shane dalia. Ako asha has anigi ya a critical task force. Ya endod nish. Ako ya a phase 2 el sodod nish johot aba ba ya del ki. Kodoni hit abia 8 and hit il now to benha hot the Navajo Nation Department of Agriculture, do District Grazing Committee, ya in hika anacha, ihota nasconado nish. Ado in the ya tally count, dot they indicate for NPL District Grazing Committee. O youth at the beka shito shito the benda kindly has ado ya isha the queen halane latna khilacho that's very good information. Ado in the number 3 that nahas the NPL District Grazing Committee in coordination with Navajo Department of Agriculture and BIA provide public outreach education on phase 1. 10 sheep units. That permit we have to continue to work with them and make sure that they stay within 10 sheep units. Outreach. The phase 2 airship application. Grazing Committee dan Linigi nalsos sabanda has nilne enalsos hajo be kick ada do listo Department of Agriculture ba nada hito nis ado Navajo Nation according to Resource Development Committee resolution. There's a process that was identified under the phase 2 committee established. So that's some of the things that we need to work on. Assist Navajo Department of Agriculture initiate and complete review all application, verification of applications, send out public information, published in the public notices, newspaper, and this is very important right here. Establish a review committee from Department of Agriculture, Division of Natural Resource, Forestry, Fish and Wildlife, Department of our District Grazing Committee, and BIA to review phase 2 application process. Johot aba yel kodobia edo. What I think it now is net or lift. For now.
Shitsilla, Dr. Curley, I begin at a time. Bilagonic etchidod, neck etchaben hitnahasan, let the old PowerPoint presentation he gave the kekeho, Nihitnahasne, Shnant I no Senegi, Resources and Development Committee, De Koro presentation gish on Naidos kit. Ahatzi, does it? Dr. Curley, it's Chairman
Kellen,
Hakoshila, Honorable Key Allen Begay Jr., you have the floor.
Chairman, Nando Lishkudo, Hisnaznaki, Ado BIA, Ado Kodo, Mr. Curley, Mr. Mahoja, good morning. The time when I'm not at the room with you, all this time since you got into office, I've been wanting to meet you, but we missed the, I guess, an opportunity again. But what the first and foremost is that we will and I will continue to push for the 50 sheep unit legislation. That's one thing that I just want to make it clear and continue to. And I understand the BIA making the effort to just follow the policy that's in place by the DC level, which to some extent, I know that they probably don't even have an understanding about the Navajo Nation and even the culture and traditions of our Navajo people. I mean, that's the bottom line. I mean, even myself being Navajo, I mean, I sometimes include that in how is it that we really need to address and hear the concerns of our Navajo people rather than pushing a lot of these policies, which are to some extent not are done by non-Navajo, and we're really just pushing a lot of these policies to make our Navajo people's livelihood complicated. So again, that's one thing I'll continue to stand on. RDC member. Ado Kodo BIA. Ado, I believe Livestock, Mr. Shabala is over there. And I believe some other people from the Tsitlajin region are just Koko Asaki Kodo be Nahabases in it at the AJ Koja Slatin go adord Lis Hatniki 8 I ben Hitchahas Zito chapter resolution sheet I dance Ada Betasi Yosni a ko Kodo in Hitcha will indicate 8 or Kojako legislative council in Latinal House had the Nakishint attached to that list. So I believe it will come down to the Resource Development Committee to make that decision on behalf of our Navajo people. And it is good to have a lot of these documentation information that is being provided to us today. Mr. Curley, every 10 years, the last one, 2016, slide 3, specifically for my area, the two chapters that I represent, Kachi Blue Gap and Low Mountain area. But of course, the other thing is that I represent the Chinle Agency to the Resource and Development Committee. Ado brother started Mr. Yellow Hair. Ko Asian Sato, hit Ashin Kodod Nandinigi, Yatadaga, Godit I Kodoshin, the other Quigoshin, be Baba Casey, the Quack. A coco Dina at Kahatna, not Ka, Dan Sahatniki, Joe hit Egg the Kodo Bahanas, Halit Al Kodod. I mean, what has the Navajo Nation doing in helping? I mean, I guess that's a question to myself as a legislature as well. I mean, and even the BIA being the trustee, being the position to help our Navajo people. O couldn't science the in the oti nigo o nan liniki o biketani ni nahalent o akoko. What more are we doing to help in terms of maybe some area in producing and I guess revitalize these area. Akoko Kodo Department of Agriculture, the Quidashin Satadasha Aebaha Seatnet.
Lego kayat o yut onas nel sto. Ako halit arch da ad halit arch o now Navajo is o yut da yot and o Navajo Nation bits adon hipeso o central office na yi la no the bayata especially the big bow. Adon ni Colorado jita la kaya nada has ni ako hit ehota ad kota ni hit nan diniki but the better ad ni yinish ad da kaya old zingo gosh hashet akot aid the nepe baka ije gosh bohne zata shnoda la yigo bahanas ada kodo tan dahani ko age end ad il for kodo agriculture funds in Liniki hatanshi be lansi loan atin that are based on Liniki only the osnel accord that shows us as Navajo government that we're not really helping our Navajo people. Akon hit nan Liniki oti abdi no other kote based on Liniki op and I see ako halet ala 8 IC yego the true meaning of how our Navajo people truly is part of their life. Kodo the nan liniki be in satoye ellos seniki ut ego go hit ala ba kodeni zila ako halet ego go kodo di outside liniki big at the dot hingle baby chahatits. And I brought this up to the information as part of an area for us to talk about it. Last Monday, Department of the Interior, large Sunny down Lat Washington, the DDG Sato, Nahabanat Ido, the Schneego in our source, Linigi Ebe Ishla. Other Kodor, Mr. Mahoja, E Kodor, Sato. Not so spelia go kodo not so skill to hushla out of the Navajo Nations Council sato did kwaki sato papa hasi di kwaki be na hot di grazing permit niniki the sneaker go to aje baby hasi. And I did bring this up to our congressional delegation to akhoje aje Handa Kregi Congressman because Ajo Senate office because Ajo ego go to add the could ego could Bahas see the Quidashi a coco to Ajo Bebe the Hoslito Bebe up be has on in Liniki ben here on Nishikito be Kodo Cheta Hakitri Ajo Sato in Dadnish. Ako kwagi hata nato hatalia ako dik like 17 years ago ita no not 17 2006 is the last time that this forage study niniki inventory is not alia ako kadishi. You were talking about almost about 7 years now. Now the other thing too, the Navajo Nation slide 4 the Navajo Nation concurrence bakaki ki again this is the last RDC. The last RDC with the input and recommendation, and I was looking through the last RDC member that they had a legal review by Department of Justice of the Navajo Nation. Navajo Nation Liniki akoko ajik atlatandit recommend Elia ni dikiki ako kwaki lat ash nidik at ape bonet zano shinjo be benashikodo. The last RDC member at that time, Mr. Pete Leonard Pete Oliaja in leader response in Leon RDCG down there Jot Ecuador Yolanda is clean la Aja Akoko Benago Edi the concurrence Niniki Amid ash need aslahte belans lint ego go ik ador lahonal na ita. De shein sendo aban ban sis case go ejo ko do the nanindi shit ador job hon that do ador shin job chitast ada. It does say that the consultation with the permittees baka elahit ita shindats the nep yahtaha seat that's in ego that at job bandil yad dan so dan such case ita drita shalas termeta a law and order committee ajit ha sadande according ita and they be la aslit hat khodo need na the consultation is one thing I believe that needs to be brought to surface of if any of this have any documentation of any public hearing. Chairman, that's my request to the BIA, the District Grazing, and then the Department of Agriculture, what specific has and how they have been making the consultation with all the affected individuals during the time of this development. That's one area. And then on the slide 6, that's it. It says 2016-2017 NPL vegetation inventory study. To some areas, load that. If you're so the average of each of these precincts are very different. How do we specifically determine? I believe that's on the slide numbers. After 5, Vicky. But there's a spreadsheet. Precinct 1, precinct 2, precinct 3, beat the acreage for each area. Ajit ego kodo jo ebe national carbonadit jo ilia jo hatne. Overall, the vegetation to some extent update the key information do we have and going back, that's one thing I really like to get exact information. Mr. Mahoja, Mr. Shabala, out of the Department of Agriculture, could you provide who these individual, maybe I like to hear their background in what area IC made that determination in authoring this particular report. I guess those are some factors that I would really make, I guess, a justification on these documents that are being presented to us. So that's one area that I really like to know, to be more specific. I guess some of our own internal Navajo Nation programs contributed to some of these development. And then the let me go ahead and Chairman, I believe I posed about 4 or 5 questions. Maybe if I could be able to get a response and do a follow-up, Chairman, unless other committee members have some other question.
Akushila Aronaiden Kirigi, Honorable K. Allen Begay Jr., Kuroshe, Dr. Curley, but Johannes Leitolel. So Dr. Curley.
Agushi, Shahalanka, Nighton, Kidigi, Delegate Key Allen Begay. Jodi a ya a need o being Hitlands net. Halit a the Nebetlahon netla, Jot Anna identikit. A call a ya a during the vegetative inventory survey that had a how that had a the Bebanon Taibelhon net. Ya a conda al cato list in his bahas and all this no. A call hot abeltahon ado ya a big kitchen vegetative survey edalia do big kitchen ya a the results jo halit and aska ile ya had netla jo hot ya a present nanalia to grazing officials chapter house na ago a call ya a hot zasli ko ke hona study that na into hot esto ado le hot na kaya na al kaho do na los do chilnelt agi at nanel jo hot ya it nebich shan enal ko it onkel bahas and all hot ya be has ani sto hot aba ka be has ani khader yagi ya John Lee had she hold just a grazing permit and not need the ya it's not ni ho ya is that ke is that sahagi ya is that khane la chil hollo bik ho ya the bebenal so sanado ne hot aba ka be has ani بالله نضه نهجي إن خدونه بين خاء ita ناس تخد شيء تشين خاط جوهت يا نيري يعني كلتا حصيلنا ناس تخد شيء جلنا ده حصلينه ده شيء يا كيا يا vegetation inventory إننا اليا ده شيء خاط أكون كدوهل جشو يا التسه Anis Nanigo Alceto Lishut Kodago Ebe Honiz be Hot ya he has ani ebik hauda in it zenako. Ado ani o the acres of a kagi ya total acres of a ka is a hashine la a total acres is a hane la han sogo has a conde has aniki ya han so ya the bahidol so big gashidol choshi banahas ado han so hanahas aniki ya sohotil kon ado ya el bahaten jo na nel eben na acres igi jo nel idolil ot nasti idolil. Thank you.
Goshila Keha, Dr. Curley, for your response. Ado, Honorable Begay, were your questions answered?
Shanta ado job that beha otzi the kodon na dash kitigi job consultation. Maybe this will be part of the chairman request kodon also hichodas do list shinigi the khane land laid and then linigi kodo besnahon to beslata to sling a grazing official. I mean, maybe that's another part of the component that could be part of this meeting overall of all these precincts. Webinar that there's in get you see what our sheet what needy paper nacho what I could on as naba go ben ilte a coco jo satoshi that's at us sato kodo the nap and nas. Shohin lot did our sassy tledo did a ben hitch or zigo go ebe nachgated up in Nick Pototo Nistats because it down maybe it don't grazing official done lina kita to grazing official done linda. I mean, what is the new grazing official's position? What happened the no washinda to ishinda so aja hajo be hich hadas dot shida to the nebe bich hadas dot. I know there were some chapter officials so I think those are some areas, like for example, I mean the totally new Resource and Development Committee, I believe we have a different position of the previous RDC position. Say that it's not all the dikat not in ta baby dojo bishbans and then has hanet dajo ita ikoto bishbans anas elodit a kai. Other Katin Kanatin Din Yanane Kagi Katika Tahot Nadi Nistronati a coco a quacky gi be test case. Itan other even division mina bia a director and that Akunan Itan the Jake at any Aja Shananish Inson his Niniki Mr. Mahoja at on the Nahata to Aja Honanish no wata. The Queen, Mr. Miss Pinto, Sharon Pinto, the Sata, Jaya the Nan Ling, go go Sato, Kodo Sato Shingi Nashla, a coco, Ado Kona A, Sna, Nache Daya, the Queen, she temporarily, Quishin that has been Ita dosle, or Ajita temporary than Linigi, that's been Nashiko, that's dot Okoja, to Ajit Oye, Ken the Has Kedosle. That ego sato jo behdos in son shisazido ban test case if there was one individual, one director, the time of this particular situation had started anlenet asaki yesizido asata bishbans ani ye kunzat ye yadas ke go anishin sahot di nada ayol tato ni di hanha ka ko ego ko maybe it was because it was going towards the end of the year, since we're leaving. What that's it. Stop and now. What's going to be lands linky? That's it. That and so that's legal. Driving now. Then also the chronological the sneak and latter case in the hot the case in the lot ego could dojo. Nihilishan Elia that's a bohnet zando listen centrochit a could What's things to Allah Arnico Gunlatchet and then Linigito Jo Alabe, but Ishan Olsen Goko, Otum Belanda is Lindok at Tionsnal, Datok at Adench, to the Hanik Hata Latro to the Hatot, the Doshlen, Sonia Bena, the Schnitty that arts, what you could do, also Linigi Jo, Ken Nassit, Nelo 8 baby, Nachi Kodo did. But it does come down to the vegetation. That's what it comes down to. Yes, we are in a drought at the Navajo Nation. Kodo in the Adjournment emergency, Ninigate in the the precipitation that the and then of course the other area that we're dealing with is the great the feral horses dikatsin that bekashi that you'd on that Ninigiki a coco ben nachiko Kodo a diki that's a hajo kwaki. Kodo, I believe, Mr. Curley, we've met this, and I want to put you on the spot, but I know one time you made a comment to me at Farmington or Shiprat at NECA, saying that the Navajo Nation overall doesn't have a specific plan in regarding this particular issue. Kodon hit Department of Agriculture, do Division of Natural Resource, like it out and then Linigi Sato Ye Kai Chela. To Ope, but Dodge Kodo, Department of Agriculture, Ninigi. I mean, oh, Shizazine, the Ape Nash, do Ye good, the Nan Linigi need age, baby kite, or what the Giot Ahas Anda, or the Inisto, or Ajot Aid, or Kodori Bebnal Soski, that there's Ingit, it started, or Aj the Opanish, Arankoji, you see the ne, Bat on the store, Bant on the Shikito Joban Saha Kesta. I mean, again, the prime example is the allocation of this agriculture fund. I mean, it's taken this long, and now the local chapters asking permittees to fill out application again, and I'm not sure how long that's going to take. So that's the prime example of the situation overall. No wonder our Navajo people are continuing to suffer. Navajo Nation. I mean, I think that the final decision lies with the Resource and Development Committee, although that is, I appreciate all the information being brought to us, but nonetheless, I think the final decision with what's out there, with the recommendation on the CFRs, but I believe the Navajo Nation Council Resource Development Committee, by Title II, has the final decision to make this move. But nonetheless, kodo dik at Mr. Curley, dik at the nepestishan olia hatniniki, hanedna the lay satot, ban behind zi la aj dik at in each precinct hatniniki to edigishin at so shin that's in hitch hodo ni, dik at the author of this particular document. Khela yenna di nsto khela yen dash nshla aj khela kihides de lo kodo that's been referenced kodo. Tadatol de do ad tadatol zahanindiki ko alehit eda ben jagago got da oda tsebike deskal do o kut ada tsio onel oda tso nlai kwage oda hal krai kwage ishibin nago go edit or determine do li tuta do ni diki that it and so the ban ses case so hajo alenal ka go ejo bestahwel jishko if we're at that level. I believe maybe some of these information were done in haste just so that we get this done and quickly reissue out these permits. So I'm assuming that, but that's the reason why I'm asking the author and the full documentation to be presented back to the Navajo Nation Resource Development Committee. Mr. Curley, speak, Chairman.
Honorable Keelan Begay, Aro, Naiden, Kidiki, Ade, Yego Yachos Tiko, Ayo, the Echo Ki, Ayo Betzil, Chehzora, Inils answer Sate, Yego Yachos Tiko, Ayo, as is ago, Obikinigo Yao Tiko, Ahodits. Ako kroshi dinal tos woke digi haila ben nacha asata azli nhidenela khait abe besnahaz neto akodat ehiginal tos documentation jokron hinant ayoke akodishi kro Dr. Curlin johana shleta leto khait arsenal tosigi nihchebet osne the Resources and Development Committee. Not only that, Tanigi, Dr. Curley.
Goshin Shahat Nacho, Kwan Naide Kit, Sahagi ya Halit in hidden, which is Shana Natla, Jota Naide Kit. Oko, it's Sankit Hashna, Egi ya na kid. Outreach, not in two separate times. Has ani had 25 CFR Part 161 when the regulation was being developed. There was many outreach that happened throughout MPL chapters. We have those documentation. So the Nahagi inno Navajo Nation sato ya yalkito le concurrence be so a public outreach that is li sa be tanahati tadatot concurrence dalia for the 25 CFR 161 ado and need the Agriculture Resource Management Plan, environmental assessment, outreach, detention units, the ya dalki. Njoni ya honne ya Niki kaya njino nahast ado lesta neniki the question o you hota ye hatas ako hota nal sos hota ketnas nil it's in the documentation and hota de no kedi kishi ne je hodol nil akon de ya I see la ya at the transto shit on kilpahas dolil ado Nihik kodobia ya jo not just sweet aja inventory idel ako Navajo Nation jo ni baha o zi it shin laton hika natcha o laton hika natcha hat da Shin da ho khanen kadon hito ka netcha kodo dat hidden snow ka netcha what ya fair horses baha o zi gijo hot ya be hiche Nichi hanasi dolil. Ado khela ya khana askha hodo need. Ya nihi kodobia ya contractor. Hire a del ya kuna akhi. Ako ya hashin so ya ant ina chilit ahki nakha khayila do ebik ya nal sos khahinez de Benaniki ya jo kuchen hibia an hinda silka ya it api la ni do listening and we don't want to be biased no inna ya ebna ya contractor or hire and they do the study although study they get they provide that back to BIA although the ya koni grazing official give it hande then hit the nabel ta hosna kwa hot So ya na adon net island this other has other NPL. So hot el kit on it leko the range inventory it does now that doesn't it doesn't go through public review. That's a study that was done by a contractor and that those are the results of the study of the net through the grazing official, through the joint NPL grazing, although through the grazing committee meetings. Although nalki bahanna at the neck at a cosaho ani Yegon the hotness Sahako job listen the wheel now. What and the haljish also has sit or listen.
I hear Dr. Curley, I do not on G dida, Kro, Bahnaide, Kidden Lenigi, Kro Hershon and Asa Nich Tex la a Konaides Kidiki Yaha. Are there satellite or aerial photos of the Navajo partition land range units? Computerized charts and graphs give us an idea. Dr. Curley, if you would respond.
Thank you very much for that question again. And yes, we do have the results of the study. We'll have an aerial photo of the range units. It will have the type of soil that is in there. And then it also has all the water resources. And then it also has the ecological site description. Different ways. Ecological site description. It's in the report, the vegetative report that are produced. It's available also. We provide that to the Navajo Nation, the grazing official, and we're also working on putting it on the website for the BIA so anybody can access those. And that's something that we've been working on.
Thank you, Dr. Curley. Mr. Mahoja.
Thank you, Chairman. As I just want to also reiterate the veracity of any aerial photographs are going to be based on the dates in which they were taken, and they may not be as recent as the data that we have on the ground, but we can provide that. And while I think that any aerial photographs are beneficial, we just want to be sure that we understand that the data is could possibly be outdated. And also to Honorable Delegate Kealan-Bege's question regarding his communication with the Assistant Secretary on this issue, we haven't received that from DC yet, and those things take a little bit of time to route down towards us. And as soon as we get it, we'll be able to work on our response. Thank you.
Thank you very much for the response as well, Mr. Mahoja. Honorable members of RDC, do you have any other comments or questions?
Mr. Chair.
Honorable Herman Daniels, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Yeah, kodo. Zunuko kodo asan le bi swat kodo. I say ba here hil kodo. Ado kodo BIA Adon kodo Department of Agriculture, Navajo Nation. Adon kodo shel kha kodo. Adon sinsa. Dahil so kaito nana kodo sa sita inos fag. Nagay within NPL. Kaya not iniki. Ako nagay ado kodo nagay Navajo Hopi Land Commission Office Director and Litigation Ad. And yes, that question nala Mr. Black. Ado nagay shot toro sa adan dal de so kodo. Nagay ni ko nagay Black Mesa Review Board as a labikatil ni ko. Miss Gray Eyes. She had to talk or yeah, London Prago. Ado nana kodo in regards to the grazing permits, reissuance of grazing permits within the NPL area. There's a lot of questions in regards to the reissuance of grazing permits to the NPL residents. The Queen actually permit the Kito or cancel the Dalia. It is a lot of our elders that had permits. They didn't see their grazing permits reissued to them. So it's been years, I don't know how many decades, this issue, the grazing permits within the NPL gave them the Kushina Heshinako. It is the chapter, one of the two chapters that I represent goes into NPL Santo Aronana Ken. Those two chapters there, service areas goes into NPL Aronana Kudo Ali Oshin La Na Wins and Aden Ola Na Shin Wins and the Ado Leve and Dajwog Oshin La Na Wins and the quite is this Papa Bashitis NPL residents in Lenigi. A cocoa job and Ako aya edin halobeya da hot eko nal glossy halogo. Twido fani halogo. So da edebe betaya hot edebe benayat Adonana heyat idolish. Heyan zakir dolish. Nal gloss la banas vego bekashi the beda. The husband of Alchiniyat. Alchiniyan. What I could a national vendor. A call the Senate Lada. The father and that is days with a funny than Lenigi. The permits not forced by the che. I don't die sad ho. I call quite go about passion echo. So this issue, we really need to resolve this issue. At the end of the day, let's have some kind of a direction, some kind of a solution for our Navajo people within an MPL. Idiota about this, other than the Quado, Chiche Quado, that delegate key element, not a doctor element, about Chiche. I go, yeah, yes, Peter, Annie. I go, has in so a Yahanatsi, grazing permits with an NPL, not forced by the Che. Nato ne. A cock at Kodo Yahanatsi, Kodo. Latin, double cargo. But you want that all, no, Yego, Yahanatsi, to Yego, yes, Zenko. Or I think that the only way that will move is if one of the delegates, one of the RDC drops a legislation. A coco inta died the narcissism. A coco inta. What Asha told us. Did Asha deal Nisha to the door. I know we've been having meetings on this. Or not, or not. I don't know legislation needs so Sabe done how did I need so inta. Kita schedule. The entire be deep decision. Ajushi be eat adu less so aju hold zero. The co that's the but also shape the delegate K.L. McGay Jr. Slatin the cow nato no coco John Abahazno a codo a the Nebaha Nakodo, Twitter Fani Baha, a ya and Nakodo. Of course, she says Naki Kodo and Ray. Sabeta now did I need for the Shinta. I see Kodo a Jabe has Aniko a this for dollars. For the Hashita, I Kodo Shinta said that Sada Shin Tabakai Shinta be high, sort of in a height, sort of that, or Ashe Beladi less. What Eshi or Lesaho. Tola Nagosin Hoton Nesaho. A coco. Edi hot echo over as a native go either don't need that, but because I see Sabe done how this I need so I saw hit the door not. Edi Papa Desi, Arunana Quado, the Kaya Haki Sokodo, the land status on the Navajo Nation Quado, but I he host and Hala. We're in this drought for decades now. The great at the Hoisago when you travel across the Navajo Nation. There's a less forage cut. Kabede do, Yeshiki Bekashi do, Yeshiki do Haloda. Call that out of Baba and Sahake to go Kadizata in PLJ Ibanate Ecuador. Aja to what education shut out the Halon Saji or yet the Halon cop. A coco Kodona great carrying capacity light Elan Soya. The great when you look at the NPL area, what is the carrying capacity like? I know that in my area, it's mainly says they are not that heavy disclosure. Settle the does carrying capacity. She does when the 100 acres of the one sheep they be out of an ego. What and so it is that could on a great at the same time, Kaya about the mesh either nana could the net could and then he could have job and then he ate up on this case ago. So could not for the done how did I need for the share so hit the door, navigate and for the Baba this case could I don't know could don't want it ego, don't want it editor in front of this case ago. Lada nache the net a nego. Accord. Oh, yeah, what is Ashago? Yeah. Oh, yeah, Allah could say had no letter. Go, yeah, Papa, this case goes to the funny. A Rahna and a hot Senator. Not the nada is dead or let go not for Satan, not for the cheaper highness there. She, Zunoina, not a way, this or less Niger. So, what other Papa, this case go, I don't know, not can give us the doll taco. So, idiot about hospital, let's go, Mr. Chair. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Daniels. Kuroshi Naide Kiriki, Dr. Curley, would you respond, please? Thank you.
Chairman.
Yes, Honorable Freeland.
I can proceed on if you need to take a quick break.
Go ahead and I'll be right back. Thank you. Dr. Curley.
Okay. Delegate Herman Daniels, not the kid. It says Anigi Anio Taho Clays Day. John need Bahas snap the PowerPoint presentation. For precinct 2, pounds per acre average, according to what we looked at, is 136 pounds per acre, 136.59 pounds per acre. Akonde, the potential for this area goes all the way up to 850 pounds per acre. The majority of the average pounds per acre was 136.59 pounds per acre. Although the carrying capacity for that whole precinct is 3,482. The initial carrying capacity for that area was 6,392. Although Johnny Banahas Kitani Nahoto Tota Halongo, Epic Ahonana, a co 3,482. Oh, yeah, Nalkit. Thank you, Chair.
Dr. Curley. And are there any additional comments or questions for the Bureau of Indian Affairs or Dr. Curley?
Chairman Kealan, if there's no other committee members are wishing to ask questions, I just want to allow them to make the questions before you come back to me.
Honorable Herman Daniels, was your question answered, brother? Mr. Yeah, brother. Later on. All right. Honorable Kealan Begay Jr. Shana, go right ahead.
Chairman, other RDC member, Nando Leshkodo. Again, Mr. Curley, I would like to continue to ask Mr. Mahoja to continue to ask, I guess, the validity and the document that's being presented to the Resource Development Committee, because it's more questionable now that this particular study was contracted out. Jodik at shik no stengi ada da isnot aki jo isiki ben itish kitiki be ben nache koto be ne itza hat niki jo isiki koto nal sos na aska jo hatne akoko jo isi ben itish kitiki kaila isi na aska so hit ala ibenanish eta yossen go agent da aska ashten eta da sa to da eta ne da ingon da aska do the qui na khila na alka koko akoko joni go ines nan khaten da na da alkhana akoko benna koko hajo ban sete case koko tikat odat esnada ayol tahasto aj asaki to shindat des inkunas katon da alka because it does indicate that there needs to be a monitoring because within this particular progress monitor as ila stock at na kato na sos hateliaki at dibe kodon hiche honalia koko ato ebeta hati zago who continues to monitor our own Navajo Nation program that if that's the case, I would see a problem there. Why would someone just produce a document and not continue to monitor the situation and the area that they've monitored or made an assessment, a study on a particular area? So again, while we're on this document, I like to zero in specific. I mean, I don't know if this is the correct way, a correct word for it. For me, the legitimacy of this document. Ash and ni na sosan lenigi Diego need age it ahit aust and ni hikaya liniki be bahanet go bebe nachi istit the babinal sosan linigis kodo bebe be hot in as na hot need. O that what on hito need to be now o bikaje DJ go good o golane shashi to put nas kaiki baby nasko o do need to o nikat. That's the way I see it. I hate to say it, but that's the way it is. Go on here internally. We're just allowing, I guess, off reservation. If the individual is not going to be identified or a firm is not going to be identified, because it's what I'm trying to fish around for. To contractor, who were the contractors and how many people were involved, and I mean, what capacity are they in? Are they more overall being recognized by the state, the federal, or other tribes? So let me stop there again. Chairman, I don't know if we're going to be able to get a response on this one. Chairman, I'd like to have a follow-up after.
Kushila, Satsala Aron Iden, Kadishi, Kro, Dr. Curley, but it ought Dr. Curley.
Oh, thank you. Ado, Kwan Naide, Kidigi, Eya, Hey, Nahana Skado, Hey, contractor, and Lejo Anaide Kit. Do Kwagi A, in your range, natural resource manager, do range management specialist, do Aji Eya, Yego Yanal Listo, Etra. Contractor hire a contractor geek it is a banda anishla kohadat a contracting officer representative dal yata kohata given del nishikonde handi kodo onaganj buttons atole Mr. Jerome Willie a kodo ni shanenani dot list the naide kidigi.
Yeah, they say Jerome Williams here South Southern Danish chain as a manager and so. I could do it al Krato about tragation and the Isla. What I as degree Hollorain science. I could Chiliki as other busy at neck as you get out of Ghana as a common name, Dobeo star question. Other scientific name gives I see. Get the double satin and had not other Yojiko. I could eat our using that igi, Dorchel, Heggy, but spouses are not a chiligi as aunt out the creed had that law. The crown has 1 acre hat ningi. So 80 the creasing. This is what the crown's art as your home site is what out the hat, 1 acre the hat, 1 acre is beyond naturally and in the jail. Zande the bait of Shaspiga, that's the Halizen Biga, that's it. I jail that did law. I call £8 per acre. Ako dit ligi as adat so that nek etche na had launch on us tasi that hegi do ado be as adat out of chi could ant any spade husband. Ako di anihi na be honi klingi ni kaya dogi digi kaya gi you dan so to one district that is precinct gi kwa precinct one because the question has asked of course has anigide yes only 177,000 that's a lot has that's a lot ako it's ligi hona anki dan it no is hat ni ho late di tapin sakhi sat ningi computer abdi ni here lady kaya sa anigi 177,000 acres I couldn't that algeno in the gas tabdi ni ko ado that algeno is it as ako adigi that algengi only dina apin sakhi bis it siho zanle yo aste that the satellite is na digi ade the question yes halne zakano san makai sin zila is no pasni ako a GPS station GPS reading ako a GPS the contractor gi hard a contractor it up zasia da istra so a doctorate degree da halno rain science that head ochilda botany that hagida ako ade gi to question say b nes nada slaat dat bandadnis ade ya hade iskano sab kay ni kaya bakai ado di lede GPS edan any business ako da as that aben date ja for GPS gi ako ik leda ta al zinago adi gaso ado chilgi the count de ahata the question about foot by foot that's about 9.6 square feet yeah hot on in the ado connect li de nas in that that the lo da yi kesho the lo ado dit li sondal sa oven that is oven dry that is in 2 days 3 days I call Eliza Hanel that lo had a pounds determined the I could on lady at odegi so yato to a headache is native. So that a question is like and a reason nations out our yet a gitchelgi what our is lago. She had us edit or die is in his leader. His agent no even not such Yahwinla. That's a long shot in that cow that a question is even nine late or the question contractor edit your spin. As that we auction na halong. That with that we got na ahgi what out a yat digit para the ato na kato which you del tin review del na hadish insta I start to spouse and the noda what I don't know nisgi ba that ahogo zanle nakis not dinoma slatin the 250,000 that's with Dasha Algenigi average about $350 that's I couldn't 700 dagi data algeno quick tadak ukdita algenda that's GPS ringi in Nentahosto we usually go out there Adanil Hada Halsen GPS they what beyond that data algenibis that see how they had GPS ring which Ajik had lost ya Lahans del Tarot that's the other because this is on that what that and data algeni Sahon late human dahin data Sahon lay ho but soon than dahin tagi 8 Sajwana del Sahoda see Tobas out Aji da agent needs your joke okay the was so that shows it the better because she does need Toyin de car in the now the shoe they still with so then he so that ego yet dot this give the not but not actually they should do ya shoulder. Okay, even now I did that car I didn't hate car. I don't about another need car. Ada kwyd sy'n sian sy'n islaw o coll at ada. They nas and late Lizard quid that lot the quid grams hat no. I don't that they look, I don't know sauce card deal. It and in it field sheets they sneak high. I don't the computer you think you need. I don't suppose that's what I guess not sauce hard they are. They don't need the cow, GPS the cow. I don't live house in Tadok Kaya. A hot akashin so go hot so go beyond negi. Zant a little nations. Liquidated lots and on the it she was on a shinsa. I don't let say yodo that I get Hashinza, Sejiki, Edo de Nas is that other busy. Sejiki is I see a non seki, Kate out the no selo hate, busy, Edo dash another, Edo ecological site description, they sneak ESD, they sneak store. Edo has so meba dalia. The question the numbers are that, and the next is that has sausage that are that Ebenashi. A quick is that at Ebenash, lots a lot that at Asia. I don't let the Hudson Traho commercial force station, a conon Hadalia, Edoch that are not that, and Lake Hashin Zashi. No some heights or gardens, no del Coda. It's a thought. I don't they will get us the Rahat and Leo Hashin Zad. Yanal Kido has a rat, Sana Sahona that so I could I see the state of house and doya that is high a interview days Nado in ha, what actually in this ha. I could out on I can lingo Yashidani about Bakun Sandos and nation big Hadea, to those nego the ya, or I seen this carrot that they did low. That they did low, but not a Hanel Dodge Hollow. So the South Condini. 5 pounds per acre, but car, slide I had that low. The better side was unless hard I had that low, that's it, yeah. I put the better and still. The last slide I had that low, there's nice cars, 10 acres, that's each through doing. The penny is not dangerous in the low, yeah. There's nice cars, that's 100 acres, that's at least through doing. So you have a carrying capacity, yes, stock and radiation. Hanel the bendo and sequado lido trido lista segi nal plosadas and else shows. So the better ya. I don't think it on he will be on das cadeo that it ya tedo. We have taken the board that and bake a shit out as sneeded out. What that you have been it for one ascre. I could eat baggy, chilligi, big cat oligi. That insasata, Nijoli is to be a of cat olly the bot. I could the better eyes that you got at Sohesla. So his loudage, a ligi, with Sando, Zoli in the north, Sessi, you or yeasty. I could all you could have hot a bear spot, bear that bear hunts looks at 51% the Lahoda, Kaya Haginal, although I used Bahadat then. 80 hot echo, hot condank soldiers. Even not I, you see, say they, it's a house, say they nahia. I call Nana hot it on the Lahonal flush it on Nashi didn't Kaya had or say dollars. I don't have Shinban seek case, ni question man seek case. Now so the non Shinban seek case at Chiligi at $10. Say they yet or so. Late for the fashions has as had the shaggy see, and Nash eat like which say they naturally than Benna. Other as now calls at the this says you with your high yacht. What are they carrying capacity? It's a as on it is in Hanel and Atlas within Dot and so. I don't know, Sanch at least he haven't been yet. So what are the items in here? I don't hear that I could only.
Akushila ke koro Nikitnason, Mr. Willie. Aroshan Honorable Kiel and Begay. Do you have a follow-up question?
Chairman, yes, I do. I'm not sure if I'm missing I'm missing the response of the author, the Shiniki Okoko Kodonal sauce. I mean, yeah, the content of it. Kododo Sato and Hitnan Dinigi, Yidanish, to a Hehan Chago. Sato Kayan Dinigi, Das Kato, that is big, that's not inky quack. Jojo kodo the contractor. So the who is officially the contractor. That management of the monitoring the key behold to show the documentation of it. I mean, I'm sure if it's monitored in 2022, any monitoring report on this particular area, every 10 years, not quite and then what up be on the stone as car niki maybe it's outlined in the document. Usually the document does say that it was prepared by because maybe not so done I'll find who were the contractors and who are the monitoring programs on this particular progress. I guess I'll rest my case. That's all on this particular issue. So since I'm not really being given the direct response on my request, so maybe put it in writing will be more clearly. Maybe my question, both in Navajo and English, is complicating a lot of the direct questions, Chairman. So maybe that's a quite a night. This kitty that's a bit cut deal with a bit on odd. If everybody has understood what I'm asking for, Chairman.
Hakushila Setsala Aron Iden Kidiki Di Kodo Na Aska Hait Ala Na Aska Haila Na Aska BIA de and nego in the head on that seal cut and hin that seal cut go eben he hit ato lately given in na eha na rate order yet and nehiki experts than lenigati arch chill hand so go shige go bata house and doti sage has agin dan segi a other bitch elia bids a hot eben nacha arch chose go in the skachano e kron nikeln da hasna hot ended the koroyin at the kirgish selection yaha dinal source gishin adan hm bet osna bia ado Dr. Curley, I'll give you the floor.
Yeah, Nana, Delegate Key Ellen, I think the contractor, the Nito contractor report that the Yagido send that old Nil. A contractor, a Albuquerque. Nado a Farmington, a Colorado, environmental ecosphere desne. Ado a environmental survey ecosphere do ecosystem desne. The quigo shins that a yego da iltra. Ajibendan nishiki that's what they do. That information we could provide we can provide that information. All the reports will be available on the website. There'll be a website. Thank you.
Okay, Dr. Curley, Aro di Koroset Sili, United Kitiginal Source Negation Sto. Behozinago, Benachi Ehozando Latiki, D Ndaskahagi, the credentials itna, Hait Ale Ani, Ndachaskahagi, Behozandige, about the Chist Hagishin Stone H. Hosto Late, Johot Aedo, Do Yego Hait Ar, Benachana, the Kita E Yaha, Benachin Ehozanigi that Dr. Curley.
When a contractor is hired, it goes through a review each of the resumes are part of our review. Although it goes through the acquisition process with the BIA. Although from that area, like if it's going to be within the Navajo partition land, we have a range management specialist. The range degree, the for NPL, we have Mr. Fritz Ronhorst, who's the range management specialist for NPL, but he will also help receive assistance from Navajo Regional Office. We have a soil scientist, and then we have other range management specialists that will help out in cases like this.
Kushila ke Dr. Curley Coronot Hanen G a Koti Hut Ego Benachin Zeniki evidence Jodi Nisa. Di ne Hut Egon das Kahito Yego Yeda and Nehikishi al Sourcing Hitch and Hudi Lit a coin hit Kodao the Nebenant Ani Tliniki. Benachin Hitspehos and Hait in al Kahiki el Ido Hait de Lago 18 al Sorsiki assessment or Ligehegi Children set ben Yehad Liagi in Hitchin Holnet or Les or Ehet or Les Aro, Dr. Curley. Addison and Anno Senegi, honorable members of the Resources and Development Committee, Koroshlap Bahnai dos Kit Baha Zihish.
Chairman Keelan, if no one else is asking.
Okay. Honorable Begay, you have the floor.
Chairman, I apologize for dragging out this particular session here. The other purpose, koto bahna itish kitikijo the nan liniki lata is to the shinti that a paper na itikit that abna. Pana itish kit lato to ape lato date to in a yisiki pita hodniki to dig up Banyadil Kijopia a Department of Agriculture do Division of Natural Resource do Hibishbans Anni Linigi 8 and then Linigi Baby Nalhajo based Yale Kito Papa Nightish Kitoko in Latte Shohe did all at the hot a letter Tahuin Zenikito Bena edit Alcoton Nightish Kit Okoko the contractor I guess it's allowable through the BIA to utilize some form of a document that's been established or produced by an outside company. Yes, I mean I'm not questioning the legitimacy of an individual's education. So it seems to me that I mean, I lay yeg about just hashing a lab or not, not quite to the barcoins and the key to eat at the shnash called I see conductor scientists need, but quite hidden and lingy to barcoins and go. It's very useless in a way. Oh, he had that just cut and the oak. But baby not it nepita hostil it obe bita hodit ehkicho ediki kwake babitana ilra that's all yeah a corpen go kunk at contractor nindiki or then to cut cargo the quick she tana hot Albuquerque do Farmington do Colorado then the quick she so I guess within the report the monitoring is another area, which of the specific of the company in the contract or not so sigit a hatelia gosh on hitch hulia to other a kodosh and Navajo Nation gish as and he monitor BIA monitor as a coco and he could Navajo Nation a yego a kodo and hot it to do a coco a just the John Head and Division of Natural Resource. What I be getting it throughout some of the discussion, the budget about the wheel G show, We never hear or heard of any tuk adinda sato dit up at the initial no. Ko edat eight asati base upon us the aja that's up at the English on so the ban chess case because there's always an issue about shortage of programs or individuals doing certain jobs on behalf of our Navajo people within each of the programs that we overlook. Ko edat epia eight apesato iketes into inad nisha kwa geso ebna additional monitor niniki ila hatala khela isiki kede dit anal sosen niniki la nayi a hot etan kisha khela lo nayi a eot ego kododik at ben nachit kwa gepe zito dit a kodonal kediki de quick shin ken hicholyaki. I mean, what's the difference? Because the latest year that I've seen on the slides is 2019's continents, and that's almost 3 years ago. Ad hostan elachit a kodo nalsosen dinigi that's aja stock kodojo nahab kehta hasto little so a kwagi the monitoring progress gishin stock kodo akut nalsosen dinigi yikedo little chairman.
Mr. Chair, this is Daniel Cook in the queue.
Akushila Arosachil Nadens Kididi monitored no Kuroshi Dr. Curley Banadadesh Dr. Curley.
Agushi Hadla Delegate Key Alan McGee Nidens Kidigi monitoring the no Nidens Kid BIA on an annual basis utilization studies Tobe Hashna fortifieds Jojo Aja manager and Shlinet Hadina Ada ita as a manager the agency because there's you have your vegetative inventory jo kayanal khagi inal ado anna hatazid bikaho monitor ne khalahot asha childat nadat nissa khalane launch el chose eat jo khagi utilization study nadal ko hota media hadin nada nid khagi hinas self kit ko kaya has aniki khagi khas ay khashne la el chose eat jo khagi utilization study ne Zachashine la el chose in Taho el chose each el Sahot ashot does a course kit honet hot ndenel nihe range management specialist and linigido range tech and linigi hota denel a call for MPL aja hota monitoring stations set up with that no hot abayat ko in need at 25 grazing permits and nasni 50 ebe las lean at 25 in nasni khala just there's some of the permittees I think they're getting back into compliance with the 10 sheep units Obenal kahonle permits and das ni monitor is idole a conde quaki bahano sendole ashode quaki grazing permits kone lot 25 and nas ni a monitor il beka she dot the bella do permit bigetas ki aja da choj ado clean dot da hayu aja da choj Oko kodo monitor il ya si laho tent ota hotil ko halit jo monitor idol nila jo back in 1972 ya grazing permit ita ni cancel italia ita cancel italia ya ita nal tlosh so na hato nesdala even na ya itishi de kad hungila ko hot za alskoch ela alskoch chose id alskotil ko even na ya ik Halita edol nihla jo ya koto ya igel tio ya 10 sheep units it's ado ha hatol just ado jo monter il idol a condit o grazing permit nas ni do ado monter na any hit that no do jo I see ya shon the khala I ta adet u yube kashin da khe hitan da khe jo chitna nilo nas the jo grazing permit again nas ni o ado in that ya on an annual basis a journal ka e biga a koto monter every year monter il no in the ya selkit chelat o ya hon a quite ya iba no sen jo e ati ne that's our monitoring mechanism in the ya selkit eding hit bahazen doli
a goshila ke Dr. Curley koro not on NG kache koro Honorable Herman Daniels, you have the floor.
Mr. Chair, what do you say? Hello.
Oh, what do you
Okay, thank you, Mr. Chair. To BIA, thank you for your presentation. One area that we need to look at is the fencing. NPL. Who's monitoring the fence or who's maintaining the fence? From the trust land side down, it goes into NPL. That's why the vegetation, there's no vegetation in a lot of these areas within the NPL. So fencing not Zomico and Ego, but not Ego, the great NPL. I'm pretty sure a lot of these the fencing are down. And the question is what are they saying? I can't. What's wrong? So big as it does. She needs to say I can't. So what are the banners and Cocodo? A Coconzuno, not Ego say, and Nicodo. The great Chilishi down that, don't they? About that's case. So I don't know what grazing officials. A year ago, I the house in a call. From Chanto, the former grazing official, a year ago, I seen to yet a hotel, bananas, a yosin or Nahashi, Mr. Small Canyon. I don't know what other grazing officials, other areas. So that I don't, I not like on the NPL grazing committee meeting. I say not I get gotten from the band this case so it kid on the fence Nikki. Is BIA maintaining the fence for Navajo Nation NPL be had any day the later shows so what I great from trust land down. I don't you can't go to the Yana had the cake. So what I call so Elahate Anil eat or lunch on yes about this case was that did Mr. Chair, thank you.
Goshila Honorable Daniels for your question. Dr. Curley, your response.
Delegate Herman Daniels fencing the Ninigi. The BIA NPL office maintains all of the fence line that are within the NPL area, except for the fence line that is around Hopi, which is the Hopi partition land. So outside of the Hopi partition land, the Navajo partition program does maintain all the fence line. But the important thing that I want to mention here is every time we fix a fence line, the following day or the following week, the same area is cut again. And we have documentation for that, and that continues on almost a weekly basis. And windmills and the water tanks, we maintain those water wells, the windmills, but there's a lot of vandalism also. Windmill, the water tanks, they cost a lot of money. So we have to continue to go back out and maintain the fence line and maintain the windmills.
Dr. Curley, not on NG, Shannon, no Senegal Resource and Development Committee. We would like to take a break for lunch. Do you have any other comments or questions?
Chairman Kealan.
Okay. Honorable Gay, you have the floor.
Maybe while during lunch they can think about it and make a response, Chairman. There's also a commission, Navajo Hopi Land Commission, that has case. So I think even though there's a commission, but the overall responsibility of the decision of this legislation calls for the RDC. So Asian Ecuador response regarding the involvement of the Navajo Land Commission's chairman after lunch.
Honorable Begay, could you clarify your question?
Chairman, Kodo Bahnaite Kitiki, Dukoje Navajo Hopi Land Commission, probably for this area, I wear two hats, being probably three, being on RDC, being on the Navajo Hopi Land Commission, and representing two chapters to the NPL. Ako just sato ohodni chota jno bahta zizi jo in Navajo Hopi Land Commission sato hot ani go jo beni itsa hakida tsanal sosla hodalia sto dide for bahna idel chairman on this progress of the 10 sheep unit recommendation niki. Like I said, maybe they can respond back after lunch.
Dr. Curley.
Thank you for that again, Delegate Key Allen Begay. Nibana has 24 that's a grazing permit, but Tanda has ni. Although on a continual basis, we have meetings with them. Mr. Fritz Ronhorst, Joe Ajay, range management specialist in Mexico. Anytime we reissue a permit to the individuals, we continue to have outreach with these individuals. Although in our effort in reissuing grazing permits, Navajo Hopi Land Commission I hope it's present on the NPL issues as far as the grazing permits. RDC though district grazing committee there.
We have three colleagues on the call with us. I would like for them to introduce themselves before we go for a lunch break. Honorable Chairman Aroso. Honorable Otto So. Honorable Carl Slater. Vanilla. Honorable Slater. Okay, Sitsila. Honorable Nate Brown. You may have to press *6.
I have nothing to add at this time, but thank you.
Thank you. Honorable Brown. Honorable So. None. Hakushila. We're going to go ahead and take a lunch break, and please don't run off. Koron khara hedol jish. So here, koron hitting the hanegido onada huila la goti arche NPL hit a neck hit inigiti nezna got the behegi the bebanal toast the bakagishi the beshbahasa unbits anat nelga RDC but nenigishin a reda 2018 yeda yedla sling arjishi hot Kare hakoden hidden nesa nahatte hodo sistan ako beni tido kodoti hota behas ani hodat no beni hitcha haisti ako hodina daitado bekerenshi naide kit anado length ado bekerenshi Division of Natural Resources then hitten the hannet late Dr. Shabala ado Mr. Leo Watchman so kachi that eat this and here lunch is on your own. Let's come back at 1 o'clock. Thank you.
ilteetele. Anybody back? Chicken. Hello, are you all in session yet? Session.
We haven't started yet. We're waiting on some people to come back in. We'll get started shortly. Corina, go sin Canada hadid lal.
Okay, go ahead.
Mr. Chair, this is Daniel. I'm back online.
Thank you, Honorable Daniels.
Chairman Callan's online.
Yat Arnoldsko. Janand Arnold Resources and Development Committee, as well as Navajo Nation staff, BIA, Adoshitna Ada, Nahaso Kregi, Kuro, Banachesani Tlenigi, 10 sheep units, Nego Kuro, Ben Hitnahan Do, Behas Anigi, Hans Sagoshi Beta Egi. Abenda do kucha BIA do nikhil dahasna. Ako hodina she kuro Division of Natural Resources has ado Dr. Shabala ado ndita Mr. Robert Allen ado Mr. Leo Watchman ado Mr. Mike Halona Eshi nikhil dahadodna ahot ende ato nas Huil neta did Atlantic Lenigi Koro Nage MPL has other chapters done Neligi Beshbahas Anashi Koro Nihich Hadodze. So we'll give the floor to Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair.
It's on. Biga. On. Biga. It's on. Dole Nana, Shay Jimmy L here and she. The way to the gene holier, our holier, Nasha. Rough holier, card it's not argue. Arishia has late just let Jean Bagat. Kudo Penia Taya Nashlini Kudo 8 other on Hilkushner. She at 200 Schlido Torch in Bash Aaron Dashin Shi Ashkat the Hotashanala. What I need at the bed house single. I don't hear Yaho Kai Que and Nahot you Yagi Con the pen is Navajo any Kodoye Yaho Kagi did 1972 to stand 1974. He's 72 be old 50 years now. 74 the die canceled Dalia. It's 48 years now. We eat that the Bebenal sauce canceled Dalia. A kokodo and a hot kodo a 24 councilman. A kodoba $18. Kodo ye 25 CF or port 161. Navajo petition land grazing permit. Waliego Behazani under Public Law 3531. The Navajo and Hopi Land Settlement Act Itatalia. D. Kon Hiyas Sozi Behazani. District Court Order Number Civil 579-PTC, October 14, 1972. Order RDC, Navajo Nation MA 2718. RDC legislation 10 sheet unit. A what are Bakaista. Order on the Hunna A CAP-2616, Navajo Nation Council, a legislation boundary. Order RDC F-217, RDC legislation eligibility. D Sheikh Sazino, I say Hajo Nanashatol Ni. So that I know go el negate or what era. But James Nido Bahonits and let so Coroni Chedish are. Dide Bahas an Italia, Codo Elia Gake Lanache, a coco Codoba Hunt Ingo. The Kushi case of Bahas Ani. Deep Bahas an Italia, Codo Washington, out of PIA, out on Hitton. Bahas Ani, Codo Italia, Shadow Navajo Nation Agricultures, RDC. Italiaki Shetish Agi Serio Shetish Adi Behas an Italia Kodo under federals BIA Ako Doet an A Behas Anin Nicheliada. This resolution by Yale Behas Ani policy, federal policy, that resolution that needs to be bring forth to use the law up front. Behas Ani Beiliad so that Dohajo be sota. Dohajo the Nepalhon neta Diga Kutahol Shedi Bensas case Hajo Doe Heda Hut Hatiti Shilniki Ashepashan Sakisi Beyashti Ako Hajobiki test in the year. Halad Skehona. Nagare relocated Italia, Nagare na Kilkeas Antibi, Heart Roger NPL Holiego, Arjad Netaya has na HPL, Tlaita Houston, Ajda Pagani Nada Asli, Le 1974, the Nantanil card, 10,000 to 11,000 Navajo relocated Ilia, Behas Ani Bikeho, E Asia has Naniki. Kodoba Behas Ani, Dido Shatapi Yatan, Tabo Okoko Shitish, Divini Natana. We like to struggle, BIA Hajo, not Sosi Behas Ani, Hajo Bihoso, Hota Ehozan, Divini Na, and Kodo Behas Ani. The relocated Italia, and they could MPLB, ABE Behas Ani, hello. No, Ecuador,
Eligibility. Eligibility snodin hitas ni na kit na kheda ya I kapesas anana tin ya I kaikudon hit ni sauce. Am I eligible to receive a grazing permit? Nakash be hot itide kadon derece nani do kuch NPL ya he nanigish nal sausage the pepper nal sausage la bella. Di nila regardless of relocatees have a JAL home, parents permit, etc. According to PL 93 531 section 14. Those that receive benefit as relocates are not eligible for grazing permit. Diba has on Ilya what are Dido by a tita at onalso not no what are by a tea. Ot skillet or this not on Drake Hayati. Ajo be diligently. We must have a trust in your heart. Ajo nalne. Hotel by a tea. A cotio, a behas on his case, so got the MPL grazing permit was probated after 1972. It is a valid. No, the BIA Navajo region did not issue any PL grazing permit under 25 CF or 161. However, if a grazing permit has been probated, it will fall under the MPL airship process. A written will that not notarized. Is it good? No, please follow the eligibility airship process. Airship, it is approved. Yes, approved by RDCF-2017. Next is living permittee. Can he, she sign it over to me? Yes, please follow the eligibility airship process. Is land set aside for MPL access livestock? Questions. There is no land available for those with access livestock on MPL. Will MPL range unit be fenced? Questions. Yes, all range units on MPL will be fenced. When will you get the MPL vegetation results? All land inventory vegetation studies have been completed. Utilization study will follow to monitor the available forage. The study were contracted to and completed by a private company called Ecosystem Corporation and Fred Philly Incorporations. www.fredphillipconsultant.com. Die ehutабahas ani tahanot. Dibas ani to that is so that then I have this 25 CFR part 161. Did nash did anila kwabi section 14 need to be so that then to be his so that ebony nahajo councilman need lineage to a yatish need to Hajo oti ta ilia koyat keston neo behas an on she ekodo e she besaz kotego ako hota ekron kishane te shlin soshnat arnalteni akonde deep has an elalia hatta she italia 1974 yeta italia ye in the tahajot the nepal ishchan ilne to the yego ni wata Shesla Shilaj, Pesas, Andan, Linde, Aquegi, Ita, the net landa, 1974, Rosten, not Sabbat Anda has la, Italaya, Haj, Landa State, Ita, the Nahalongo, not Sabbat Honda, Nilde, Shita, I was in high school. Yes, that time it was very beautiful. I see a lot of greens, vegetation, summertime. The best 600 sheep, 300 goats that we heard back then, because there's a lot of vegetation. And the vegetation, livestock, there must be management livestock, and also equal to vegetation should also be management. that equal to 100% control your livestock. Halin is kahanjun, she hutaban sas kiziko. Kodin hash nahal jido, kwenat anin, nebanat anin, shlino, elten nato nige, nes not itaban sas kiz. Din is nani iltse eligibility which a hund that all ni. Akoti fitted no ni kagi, height en his bells and not sauce. Kashan also permitted height in his bells. Arashan heilt so doshan, Johutan sas kiz. Ako ohun so distance and aro here. I'm Samson though one begay here for Black Mesa. Ajo the great one in the greater yana opinion earn a heart right there. Ajo Francis Honito Irene begay they are not here. The two chapter official in District 4. Akut Kodo Hajo that the nation song. Sa a haida not sauce. Sa like all sauce out of that egi jodi XPL relocated and then get trade or done. Nikis Behosen the do not the kwacha a heart raja na kiko is art na sa yahata has na said a kweta pungante a conal sausage di payati aron the takon in nal yahaki yeshigeta kudot in the heart rato nal sosla nal sos sanshi latanznikat section 13 no ya the nan le kwate yahata has none ibthaho papangaja at the yacht listen there din the betatet igot to the bebenal sos yata the kotila koto the nasabacha hasti or near Mr. Lawrence Roser that he used to be a attorney in Navajo Nation. Khaled this section 13 to a halon de bihal sos that Tanitana 88 or Pohonet not a shlon 88 as a ochodo. Ochodo peso, Bahni dole. No, Edo Hatani Takodo, Naban Hopi Land Commission, section 13. I'd like to see those facts and evidence to be seen that documents. Share Kodoti, section 14. Kodoniria, Silla, Armo Ki Elmike, Behas Ani, is it all you to Hajo, be Sotato, the net of Chehest, I don't know. I would, Yaltiki. Should I could eon just kissy, be as on his job in that also. BIA. But thank you, Mr. Curley, for helping the newcomers of the regional BIA director, Ms. Mahoja. Yeah, because Mr. Curley, we work together, and also Jerome Nasun again. Big is Fritz Run Horse. So yeah, Konaiso Kai, Kodi, Kodo, the Bebenal sauce behind any Hajota Dilni, Shade or Tadishnida Isha. Because on a Jostan hitch not all that obitas sogi over on it not open the jail. Toya shoda Jordan and Larry Yasa Dorse Sape Kyoto Ego Be Kyon was Ata Hota Nahot Ada Artis Ne Dita Kodo XPL that Yatas Na one pata Yasa permit of a chahul Nata no AIST. Shirobasa hadishli not sosan ken this social shitlnila a kondayayalti e died or spazanda a kondat oba bahonson jobi has on in no 88 dota a ko in PLB the bed a ahon keda hat initiated the bed in the card balia Joe what on the we like to have a wireless dispute land that which may cause problems. These creates a lot of unnecessary, I guess, a human unhidden account. Any coco Honsabaha Stido, the Kundabahas on Italia, Erosliat 800, Benash Italia, Hajodan, Bisnight all Trahenson, Bia Mr. Curley, Koro, the Nabanan Nani are the BIA officials, though Kodoto. Timesheet union, as though even not the Skidisha, is it under federal policy? What Ashatalia added or Judge Elena's card or Dinas Saze, Chilnas Khan, a coco be or Tlang Ebe, Kwa Ini Chiltra, a cock, a years at Sille, Honorable Rick Naz, here RDC Chairman, Don Hesht Eji, my colleagues, RDC Councilman here, Honsador, around the Navajo agriculture, is some of these are policies or relate to you because you make these decisions without a cohort to go area. Could not just chamber, what is that? No, has cut. He's share one sabaha street or the Ajot or Nithi Bahonits and let Shanat Ani. Thank you very much, the Chairman Naz. Couldn't you on the slot or the go back now, back to you.
Hakoshila Kehe Araba Hain Zeke Nantai Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair Shana Hanedla District Grazing Official Committee Member Kota Sota. Can you raise your hand? 1, 2. Na kidding Australia Hakoshila Kehe Koroshe Dr. Curley Bernard Eshar Arabakira Honorable Paul Begay. Dr. Curley.
Juyate, Delegate Yellowhair, Naidun Shikidigi. Ani o Jo Adolnish needs an Obansi case, Eltot Nishikodobia Oko eligibility criteria, a develop Ilia with the Navajo Nation. A resource development committee, a eligibility criteria sa yila. Ako the grazing permit not nihiki. Chagos at first phase. It's a bindashil nish. A 50 nasni. Ako a 50 we put it into the media. A Navajo Times though. Navajo Hopi Observe it though independent though Khashinalsos that's public notice Khashi grazing permit banaki hiki e kunna biji das sosali under phase 1 under phase 1 with the 161 process ako hotzasali ako adnahol jishiki a phase 2 Phase 2, the process was developed by the Navajo Nation. A process, it's in the Resource Development Resolution, Resources Committee Resolution. There's a process that is identified within the resolution in itself. Is a application review. A grazing official under airship. The eligibility criteria. Relocatees the enumeration listing that process, that whole process was identified in grazing official initial application. So these individuals are eligible for a permit. No, relocated in that process that was outlined by Resources Development Committee, they will review that again. Grazing official, it's going to go to Department of Agriculture. Department of Agriculture is going to look at all those applications that were submitted. In the resource resolution, a director, a committee form application It's not just going to be BIA or it's not just going to be Department of Agriculture. Like for example, let's say the connect the nessa grazing permit shadow case no visit khidilla hati khajo le khashi khajo inde bahozen relocate it ela hadotnis it ahadol sos ako the neighborhood dot ihigibin na this process was developed Navajo Nation's due process. They have an opportunity to appeal it to the Navajo Nation Office of Hearings and Appeals. It's not canceled. There's going to be another committee that is formed, and then that committee is going to be Jojo has ani bekao the director will establish those committee, and I see it director is Dr. Shabala, because they're going to have somebody from the Department of Agriculture, someone from forestry, someone from fish and wildlife, someone from archaeology. A committee that has someone from the grazing official from that area. Permit the representative from that area, grazing official, BIA RDC resolution that's these steps and processes are identified with time limits, days. To BIA, we have so many days to process these applications. Notification, public comment, not public comment, newspaper, public notice to the public. So those are all integrated into that resource development resolution that was established. That's the process. The BIA and Department of Agriculture, that's it. Because ani resource resolution be the step-by-step process how these permits will be reissued under the airship process.
Agushila ke Dr. Curley karo not on Nahasan Laki Kroshek and Hinanta Honorable Paul Begay, you have the floor.
Thank you, Honorable Chair, Delegate Rick Ness, members of the Resource and Development Committee. Ado is not flanky, Ado corner, Hanet Nation Korsagi, he by Hiason. She did Delegate Paul Begay in Shia, we are there, a Schlago Ia, partners on the bar, not Apan, not Shade, or Kitchi, do Bishak Gates and our boss of a team. Baro great beat, Todo Tonelli, a call, this is partners on the class, Ango, the Tonelli, do and our boss of a team, do Bishak Gate, 80, the dead, deep on hot Niki. There's now go the best, the Lando list, Johat no, Ibaya. Could be based on any Lenki to in hidden and then Gido the Nikitane Alana Nuzanki A. Betadita do A. Bayel hidden a cot ego. A co D. Dot and here based on any Lenki. E needs and get our idea of Abbey to by a Bayel Kita. Con hidden A. And then Gi Ebike A. Cot ego. Hanet sich lata ado hotego bekeho nailnish ko nagade ashine la chutan hit nes card jo kutza ni keya dan hit china e betsa e yakotan hit ilia nes nada the melia joba e an hit na kot ego e at na ho had shindo on the kid hat in the year don't the ho in the year the other quite no gana alneta but no that I can't is no because they settle down in an unfamiliar places, lands that they've never seen before. It takes them a long time to adjust to living there in a new place. Kodoban see kisko. Ashi anin jongo eho one the kolia. End sige hinana. The Ben Lingi do beling Lingi ya anish kasto adobato nida. Ebejido stay at Nahui Naia Edea Bespeilni. This ching slatido anache. This ching it at it could egon fit an ebechet Nahui na. Bin iki yen saki siki yego ea ebechet nahoti. Yini na o kanda khe yini na ta ti ta do le do adan niniki thotsna shahadan lini da do beke do ya te hon ataida yike ta dnes khe o kot ego besnos go ta. So when they were relocated, nobody addressed the psychological effects. You see yatna yen sakis bin Ako ya hait abakat or what ado hodo nida. Ishingida. Hashine la chidon himasan hinala. Kwasan kone la ya. Overkit at the hastin. It's in the house le. Ko oban saskisa ishi. Yinishi da adat. On sunko da hot aban saskis. Ko Ita at the hot either 80 stringed at it a cut ego eaten the neck hat a core yat ego height ego yat and sakis or less. The nes nago the bake cut or less. Eban the dot ashat nengi. Do yat et a session or oban saskis. I don't get the neck cut out yan sakis. The actions Latin the Bao Shehat Nengi, ADG La Nago Yan Sakis. Ni yan hike hantenessa. Ni HL at den. A quat end. The Nen Lenigi hit shadon her massan nalet egi. Nal sos the hill soso. As Latin go ego yatahan nish castolis, but Nizzen go. Bella as Leon the older she. Baby Trahia hot at all lesson. The oban saskis. Ni yakay hunteness za. A cot ended up beyond sakis dollars. Kaya that I seen the nest za. A cotoi. It doesn't mean that he's gonna get the 50 sheep right away. Kaya a hot eggy a shigin not yan sakis dollars. Dola hotot is that dola chel hollonda. Anes none got a nish catolis cat nizan she dolis. Yen ha a dolis. Ye yashki dolis. D a akot ego Nishitin eban saskis. They're intelligent people. Narede a hashinza the quishi there's nothing about ndache. Kot ego Nishitin ekot ego the better he not cattle. Hol G. This jing they call NPL get a relocation, but they take in that then. For our ain at either been sakis and ye got dust. The ocean mother been not about hashnetle. Shamash or Hologo, Nas at the roba ana kinache. Na kinache and dance mabeke and hustling. So it's not zako. Quitchin, hello, ya, yes, had a score, any kaya had. ja bangi das hot echel das nasli nas togi das hot jonni got ikoye kaya ta bije en go itra ojile ol dos ni hilli hollonde ni gota honanes the tuba city ad e kona rando beto ni do ada ho an khalia akon de debate aki ako be betraya hot to le khoin tsunko tani tsunko action ni lengi adon himai ato tsago in eteliai ado de better na kitrada akon tasi ne kuichi aji chichanata li holongo nsakis ebe betraya hot hot ego ye nasi gata nas de tiro ba na kibenach akot launching it net the bad that's the ado den ado the bend house ko ben sakis id I see go ia beche in the house go ko slatin bana ya go yat eto listen don't see that niet in the ia slatin go ia the best jail and another deal nito the singe die jan sakis dolle they will feel at peace knowing that I am allowed to have 50 heads of sheep. There's na na hagatan ndai khaykodat khot ye to lwashendes abo oshe khot hot ego ikan hilnaz die au ha yikan hilida denigi oshan tahilni tsuko yata akjata akanta in tahilni dis jingit ochko ingo lingo the naban ban tahilni akan ko esa ben iteskit di de kui ban hilnishna astanti roba la shatoni die man gi after bennas linki the payazigin and zunka the payaz bakan is $75 so satia slap ban jo hot ego it asha at asha chati le it's just a little piece of meat for $75 all those na read aslatin that e ban ligo the bet other jolo olie a chansalin de was a bit israel hat nisha did on that is on his we just get a taste of mutton every now and then for that price uncle could egon his has uncle could ana race latina khidoba a chena hui na but could an hitilia and this thing it at not so ha you go bahan at any the bench is now die ja coach in also so egi ja hatelia go und aro coach do benade the quishi entities die betado be las le und die ja hot ego und aslatin genannt dort so da hat nie got da han hat I war the nebchen da hui na da ashi si dort da go han sache kis na NPL the joint use area ade chutan hit the skadiki halit ela an hit the nechta o hot do yat on han sakis on halong ba nationality string we hear about these people in the land of the Sioux Dakotas the extermination of the bison. At one time, there used to be 10 million that roamed this land. And then over just a few years, it diminished to a few hundred. The Asher kot ego in Hinahat Ago onsense. O kot enhalong oban saskis. These jinky ho one adalia, kindan hadalia, obiada yoli, kadeshi, nastaso, chepan that he can't this jinkin hidden, ho one on the shast another neta, but then hatne, a cold hot egon hit now ago. All these hardships, this came. Obichin, between hit that is me, I did akot. Give us a peace of mind. Give us that 50 units Akot ego si yan sa kis mikitan na bebe khaya khot eto bin yat eto les be inat ye inais na the ben lenigi band noch akot ego bebe khaya khot eto les Eot ego be khasi do les ado she question anigi honorable Rick Ness my brother Kohanan she
Okay. Yeah, Araba Hainchigi, Honorable Begay. Oh, Bahainchi, though, you just made a supporting statement. So, Shinkoro, yeah, Hetanson. Shanant, I know Senegi. Shanant, I know Senegi. Sashti Bahnaidos Kit Koro, BIA. Honorable Yellow Hair.
Chairman Callan.
Honorable Begay. Although Jimmy Yellowhair requested to speak right before you, so
okay,
I'll put you in the queue. Thank you. Aroshanant Ano Senegi, we're still on A of the presentation, D, Bureau of Indian Affairs. We still have to discuss B, C, and D. Aro koron kha istegen khidanen re zeli jinde koto beket be ba khotsato chatal ton ide koshita ba hades zishidanzen elto aban chokhes ko khande kodo nehich hadadot khala be geshishi betet edo bishi ba oti do ba yaltke ge benena belto ajko bahuido archanant anotlenegi Apa hasos ado leta kwagi ado hayanda nostki helto.
Yeah, yes, Chairman Ness, thank you very much. Koro tlatnaya yasti is qui chito sata or lehobayati. Feral horses, Zato Hayichim Bagaja. Helayin Dalton, Navajo Nation. Hela agriculture, that's a Bia, that's a Pipa, Nasla, Di Nayahat Nesti, so that all net Ada, Saint, Bigat Atliki, Ko H. Lazi Yadan, Ar Toda Nati, Todo Bayati, Ar Beshi Ado Tobin Dati, Azat Bayati, Naltlosabe Nangi, Bayati Date. Tabanyati hot eon zagwayati. Obe, your information, BIA, feral horses, who needs to take care of that to run up the horses. These horses are wild. You can't rut gentle horses. You got to have a good horses that have a very energetic and ready to run up those wild horses. All right, thank you, Jerome Willie. Nice seeing you again, my friend. BIA officials, Katiba feral horses. Arabe Kuroba Nasti, I just want to follow up. We need all the law should be impact into this regulations. Anibayashti. Section 14 is not in here. Do Zai Kweten Nal Sabatana, no Sahatole. Jaida, you had to work very in peacemaking. Ajoy has on a Ishtan by Alzen, a hot ego ye, Eban Saskisha. Aron than he that is chill needy. Aron the din not of the eon. Agnoshin Saskis, Nakis Kabikedo, Chilbeta had all the thoughts, but eon. Jodi Bukatnit in Ashtin, Nhalebe, Chilaslo and Hile, Ndahatot Lich, Ani. Fetishing, we need to get there. That's our dream to do it. The bet on is none the lead. Nikis Bowers and Shudana. The bet or chon and every sheep now keen the she twins. This are the hotel na kina hagota to say everything that's not culturally. A conde, a creature, Jelagashi, behat a club, a husband, hot eda at Semetrada, so Jay all yaina, in all yakli, what legal, Sahana inches arta, hot trada, a jadan chennis. O Ani meets a lot na mutton, a art epic Bishan lamb bone, it a yago, $98. Costs a lot of money. These bears, and because of this pandemic, costs a lot of increase all these prices or food or high rise. So they run the hustle in Leniki, Kokapanika. The house was impacting the whole world. She Corona Lanson, not so the Trand or Nigi, Bonnet Zago, it was nicht. We had to improve to vegetation. Bisi up behind the nest sound. Shin John Chadi Hunabas Ani. Chile, when I was long, the bell in her, the hunter in a peppermint sauce, do it or Danida. Chadi took out another strada, a danity, degenerate or the anot or she. Then we're going to have a short winter. We're going to have a serious province. Throughout our seat or the Shah, once of Silla. Thank you very much. Once about Hasirole. Yeah.
Honorable Jimmy Yellow here, Koroba Heinchigi, Aroshan and Arno Senegay, and the Inhidishnela. Alt as a god Aslan Hidishnenegi, Benin Hidishnenegi, Din Hidden a Rede, Besne Ij, Coden Hinahastra, Hadest Lana. Shanant Adan Lenegi should do instant zeniship and the cushion hell kid could have been age a core. The cushion cost like and Hina has tranquation up at Hall Jisra, Pahuito art and height out the Yahadot and Lenny Pahuito art a core. Koroshe, you had Key Allen Begay Jr. had this Asian Pahuito art. Arab a kid and Nasquador, Lane Stater, Honorable Begay.
Chairman, since you've made that recommendation, while BIA and everyone else is listening, Konda East Honda, ask Obach Hoti, Nisan Benti Ade, the Naki Yahatzi. If there's consensus by the committee, because of the agenda, and but if you're suggesting that we allow them to speak, I sincerely would appreciate that we allow them to speak and give them the rest of the day. Let them speak, express their issues and concern to us. Doch isiki kut ago ani kuta. At alla isiki benhicha haot zi dot alla eri nabkiyazke. Jodi ni sto ado haun ashin tot up alla pannatit alla sto anle benite in the opinion area. Aqua gets more centralized. I thought that's another request that I would make, not just only a few of the individuals, but more of the people that lives in that area. But the question I don't end but I see later I don't you nani hata see it end. But again, these are the individuals that we want to listen to. I appreciate that, Chairman. So let's go ahead and give the floor to them.
Setsela Araba Heinchigi, the corrosion and Arnolenegi, agenda and Hidaros of Sosia. A Ben Hodley, a call Yusibeni Yehat Enegi the Behait Ocean Benachin ye in a days ego Nesna go stocky, the hot old late no by Yat Hito Benhata. A condition Kadeha Kodot Kedas Stocky, El Chekorot what hunt or less. A she Hodina she had that out after Di kodo naha istegi nehematan deni khan de pahuito al. Nihe hot on chi kes lana ne jin shid don nil. Aron that e arnegi nihilna da hadolne. Aro arne beshmas an notlenegi shilto do lel. Akonde di kodo alajan lenegi di kodo shin pahuito arlige ya Dorothy Yazi. Zitli jin den de pepe inna hot ayeta hotha. So Dorothy Yazi corrosion hechahadit zitida. Ahans ashlat halzunjin de shiabiga.
Here, Shinat Ani, RDC Chair, Mr. Naz, at RDC, dan Lenigi, she I touched edge to Atahoshin, my discussion, Slon, Tashkan, so but she's seen to Handashan, to the Chini that should shade the snow. Cocodid, here land had a saton, Aniki que. Those Adan hit that name that I should not end it other than hard handle less that the no identity kaipina a coco. Here I seen Sago, she about hens and had a sato aniki. I do couldn't his needs on Nata who Anna. Quick she has angle. So she looked at a she don't net in the should be a ho gatly hollow a cocodot or dice needs not on hide. It's it's ill eyes, not a darky. No, don't I see it? Coco did 10 sheep unit had the hot old nest at the Ningi. Sure, other queen sheep had a seat. See, so big at 10 sheep unit. Say, yeah, I had the na. Lanat len hit that net or what either. What the net by the can't or has chin by the can't law. Hey, yeah, 10 or big at example, me. She the better baker she shall hello. She manosh and that shine see the coco. Are there BIA? That should you know, yeah, 10 sheep unit. Okay, 5 sheep, though 1 cat, I didn't lose the shut up and see. That gosh, yours are you or lost the 5 sheep. Quit she. Dijon the question ya shall chin ba. Don't never are creatures can't lay down. She yot the yot never catch a shade out up a had a house, let a young dark cackle. A corn here she get le. A co. She never answers case le. A coco, which it all air, to be gata. I don't dinner at $10. A coco. I don't beg a she holony. I showed on Gis no, I chin bacaj law. College Yoska, called the best of George Insle. I don't think the question and so did the one he did either. Nationally had zip, Sido, Hayida didn't. I don't know Naskinda. Heshia honey, Naskinigi, climate change, no one his whole dish. I did not on Haskin the Hajit Archel not less. Repia a scattered child not less Nabo, Niji, I just here. Joshing what Edens is going to take about another 20 years. That's a hot not draft. A Kodobi got an hadle. A Quina Quinache said that the Schneider. She, I'm 76 years old. The show has see. And I can't wait 20 years. I don't show. 10 sheep unit no astido. Ich red edon so yeah. Vances kesle. I don't should the net or out of an. A job bad needs in the co. The quen had honey. Hayel tit or less. Hayel tit or less. Because Aniki, ye go in his cattle. That the no what I should not any than no sending RDC. Here ye gon has a lancer. Ye go. Change it at 161. You have the power, you have the authority to make change. I don't hit or coco. Be a aid or recommendation that you know, or consultation that you know. So they're not the law. I believe RDC is the law. Ko AD bego. Yeah, ninja anja pa ini zin, 8 minutes starts. What I need anja pa ini zin RDC the no seni shinat ani the no seni haja pa di ne. What I should never have seen or I should that the shni that's the featuring the NPL but the shnashaya here.
Koshila ke aron hitch in hein zigig asheya Rose Lee. Ahido Shama.
Snat ani kwe best an hit no ya not jai kon ni na kon ni na that's it's a ko ya jo pa ni tno ne he khaden kits elo hol get let me sa ade date ido lana he na ha hin ita ni masanda ni mada ta halon Kahatol as egg or needs hard to see the hot on and dustling yet out chaffing the it's any kindly him money. Masan a call harder she the in law. Say ya honas lad all left. Bahalian should need a Masan begin the hot it's out much a car as it's on the how did I know about Neil or the body did touch it or you could only what I don't. Oh, I don't know. She did it young it and to be got or it's unlinear. Yeah, go hint at St. Lenny Josh. Beck gushing home at Hada. I know yacht and a net in what Ada. The queer hog and they and then they let not lost. Net again the hard who had the nation now. They'll be careful yet and just and the battle was at your hasn't target and doesn't talk that is what I could aid. I don't think about that. Asians to a yato say at another dish at about the state of bench. Yours and left all that's for sure. Lost he don't because she don't the pet was. Let's almost say that acorn, a whole height of sleep. Pass so. Hold your bahas in the home. Your Danish Halash mother read in London. Red or she hot at the Shema Sunday, Yashama Befoto. The son of a Baishin station earlier. The tailing in the other youth, son of some attention, not horse red. The young Halish to hot in the in Banadilia. A call a shake by Yasti. Nahabik is by Yasti. I don't know that I landed. Best ones unlocked Hahanatri. A cod I stand like and I'll tell her. Nahaya just here. Say at Ehon Haya just take a young lady. It's a still horn, yet on his labor heart or Jinson. I stop it, I don't your letter as Latin Hanal Yala, or the one that I job, the one that I feel read or lesson so by this case. Halabaga and leaning the church, where a scosher, his own Lenny Bahason, as I thought, a co a bed on his arms for another door, art and son, Hans, not any Holland hat in Stefan hat, say, beat out that should not have done, Nash, our hold this would let home. I showed all you hay. Yeah, I drove by Lenny Ben Hahata, don't she come? Be a aid that knows at the husband, the right and he hugged had I say, yes, I don't need little lessons on Hans's case. The new Abbey has still other Donna, the young Hanates, this is the name, the small that's a mess, that's a deed. Of course, I leave it, I just kill your Lini. Yeah, no, I love it, you know the hoist. See what I should leave. I don't knowledge. Hanala has tinda is masan it is arjut and a personality law ana what is snala has the things and it less what in the on my source it's there's on all Hanala sent all what all me for has I saw Hanalan has trained law Hanal to have rente hashes I didn't have gas man I said aware of answer the case and there I put I say it's on it is shadowly I saw all you have and Hone and it's a hard dot I saw the non horse can na hada hat lot on response and Yanacha shouldn't have in Tani na tosi na no shido the neto I got it I have a sentation no ho he's okay so the pen and I don't he pen and I don't honey yada la a could never taught now nil da became the house color all that on the kitchen I on then sound on then finish and never don't need on that zeta on his hot avances case not only don't the lot need kit ni yard on his check the house so I put a son not abe has need all it
Shema Aaron H. Heinzi Koroshi, Helene Johnson, but it ought us.
Yat should be Helene Johnson in Chia. Late Force Lake, though you see Nasha. They been that in his hat either what. Obahane should not losh. Gilego. So your heart is not that. I should enough so what he had the whole Is that the Bahiki Yab cases in here? I don't in the scene because she da Hanana zone a but so a constant danish. So I was in zone la how Tasharata. What now I'll she what now, yeah. She should ma what up other horse though she nala late. She nala son, she nala has kina. She chegi other with sada, she must son it a ya. Believe you that you know how to jish. The indeed. Okay, you in snow. How to say? She might she not see it. Okay, then he's a so. But and she healed. She might what you need there. The back needs the back she had issue for in the hot I don't in the edge in there. She not has tina. This is the on Christmas lay in the halgio in the halgio. That I call that. Hado the sash Mahask the Nahado Kanan is in there. So that every year or what is Ebe when a snee at Shito wished lay winter to a Hazisho. The Haji Banaso need Ebe Hanaso. Ashes at I ate Kodocho, but Yalnaish Ahigi, I ate a banashni. She put manage as Dodo or Hayita. But sometimes I'm over as far as tally count. I put end Archidani, big edition. She a late, Nachina late. She might yacht as in there. She wear shanties. Nikit no, what Nash. Becca she told what you lead over no, she what in Nash at ne lehak at shahne shahi saint. Oko eben this case. Le the yata shenati Elia. Oh, hayode ne that shako ko ebits the believe it's I. I hear skido da ko that obviously that is don't you know. But just net the kero did up on hat ebitishno. What up on hat ebitishno. Le the yata the laganan hin dashnish. Oh, hayin hik don't hit in there. Believe it's not what that's Adiki adat show. I show that in Nahada job on Naha Nikisin that was Nish Genila. I show the Aquadato ni the paints case. 50. That you know we can live with that. Ado in the area. Ben nache Hajoshin isn't that ilnish. Kaya Hajoba at the Williard or this. Shin hibe out oyadil. Ado that's one isn't that je at Hingo ayatina. Twan le tusk at oyod at all. Need a lot. A cosa. And the hoti was in the other water catchments, the other days, Nisati. I put all be not in Kingo. At Dale, young lady in PL, the she's ill what. And it's a thing, not the best. They get equipment, the whole notion don't need. Or over grazing, and or shit don't need. Wire door in the T-post, a kid. Annie, we don't have enough manpower, she don't need. I don't in the ashib, and hippopotamus. So we do our part also. And I'm pretty sure that we can work with you so that we can all work together so that we can manage the land and our livestock. None hoshka. He can I saw Tanigi officials and Shanigi. None hoshka. I don't in the Bentley that are Layata Hajisha meat processing plants. Ni lead that can. High in restaurants go. Ni later Navajo mutton no Navajo beef no a corn hand the ebits ado base that is it's still possible. Depend not yet. It's okay, Nalikeda Kunda surely. We need to educate our young ones. I don't in the we use our sheep, the wool, on here. Because so we can get money off of there. They Navajo arts and craft. I don't lay to gallop. One skein that's a one of wool. That's a one $20 by him. Why don't we come up with something? Have a mill someplace. What are you in his what else can we do as far as economic development? On here we can employ and provide jobs for our young ones, for our people. So I plead with you, increase the count. Eben not in see case go. Ado in the kayahigi ban see case do this. So that's my plea to you, and I thank you for your attention.
Miss Johnson, Caroline Johnson,
Yad Arnoldson, that's a not I don't have Tanigi. Shido non Fidish Kal. I Hajo Ba for the past 50 years, we carried the Navajo Nation on our backs with our royalties that came off the Fiji. Asantzi, Bacado, Sean, Beso, Chisel, Int. Now, we lived through, we haven't quite healed. We're still recovering from the Navajo Hopi relocation. Auto making room for the coal mine. Ita, we had livestock reduction. Before that, A. John Collier. So Atinan. So how many times? We are the pilot to your 10 sheep units. We went through the legislative process, but what you forget to acknowledge is those people that were going to be directly impacted. Sani, Kaya, Ya Halyanigi, Adasatai. We are that generation. We are the stronghold. I think we are. We still live this traditional life. We don't get breaks. And we have no running water, no electricity. We still have dirt roads going to our homes. But you know what? We haul our own water. We get our own hay. Now, customary use. Our grandparents already had a customary land use. With this range unit, these animals cannot leave from this unit to the other. Now, our animals are going to be grazing wall to wall. What kind of a range management is that? Now, not every family on Tlijin have livestock. Please understand that. Whatever they need, you get for them. The other is, they're not always grazing out there. There are families with no animals. There are some families with livestock that graze all day, yes. There are families that are maintaining going half a day. There are some animals that are hay fed. Now, what we're looking at, this is our economy. Since this 10 sheep unit, when we heard about it, chapter resolutions, chapter resolutions that oppose it. Not only that, there's need none increase, 50 units. We are getting the support from the people out there. One of the things we need to keep in mind, this impacts our communities, this impacts our spiritual way of life and our economy, what little that's out there. I would like to ask BIA, I would like to ask Department of Ag to come out to our homes, not only during drought. We seem to maintain and haven't let go of our animals, even through drought. We're still small farmers. We do not get monies from Navajo. Bigger Navajo gets more money. I looked at the AP, the American Rescue Plan that Department of Ag has. And I looked at NPL, and all we're getting are water storage tanks. Now, let's see it. We need to educate everyone on Navajo. The other is land use is very important. That's the reason why Navajo Nation is the size it is today. So, Sani, ni now, as far as reissuance, our parents, our grandparents, they had Navajo names. Hadoshin census decided to give them English names. When it came down to their permits, they have two names. You need to get them with just only one name, non-Hidotni. So that takes a process. The other, basically all of us are born at home. So somehow our birth dates, there's 2 or 3, our names also, it's not our doing, paperwork, human error. That's a challenge as is now. The courthouses, majority of them are just taking cases that are very important, having to do with crimes. But when it comes down to probate, it's listed lower. Now, our Zifijin court is closed. So we have to travel all the way to Chinle. Understand, please, what you're asking the people to do. When you ask us to do these things. So I plead with you. As I plead with you, I want to say my solution are these. We want to break away from precinct 1 and 2, or 3, I'm sorry. And we want to work directly with the grazing officials, NPL, BIA, Department of Ag, in land management. We know what's best for our animals and the wildlife because we're out there. 2, hire range technicians who are degreed, that know animal science, that know range management, that will share their data. 3, we know BIA and Navajo Nation lacks funding. So how do we move forward? That's what I thought large in the J10 sheep unit. When I go on the Department of Ag website, everything's still in progress. The range management, the old red handbook is being revised. Everything's being revised. So it sounds like from BIA too, things are still in the works. Even when you're going to pilot something, you have to have things together. Even with the 3 phases, living auto in the airship. You know what? Human error. There's some names that were moved around, even in that. So we're looking at the just for the people of Tsifijin. And I know, Dr. Curley, your mother's originally from Pinyon. Ado in the non the Bevenant the Ninigi indicate no ash, yeah. I don't feel so zindo in the non so and everyone in your capacity in how you work. We're the backbone to the society of the Navajo, great Navajo nation.
Thank you. Ashe Koro, Diane Johnson.
5 minutes. Yeah, not only the notion are the other potato so not chatting do need other chatting in the whole. Not only the don't need a con late to see gene there. Tayant it has na. I don't it's not pass up between do no da has na. What are the busy are the kaya? Are they the I call oh ashonde be. Nchanda oshal. Ado she shashin sitokya. She indage it. The bandage it. Bekashin dage it. Ehot shashin dos sitokya halong. Yet the yos yata aso. Hayos khashti yet. Desk and the yata aso. Ichi yata ki. Ahotan she yajit. Hayshot Hone. Nishita and that no kashet, the pepper cake shortly. The best in a large call, put up a cage or glass. It's very peaceful. Oh, Chonsi East case. Shemashe hot Yaho Shemasando. Hot up a cake with Hadi Ashnan that need card of. But desolate has the king. She took at the stairs. The head is Orlanson. Other the back Daniel Khadi and hit Honda Dikish. We process that wool. Other beta eat this. Other beta is Orlanson. Shema ye at in yen he yahos even not. The belly beta do cheat by other house. At the very last day when he did. Gobena ashonda adet not only the noshini tagaho zande ashonda was a pay ashonda nshanda oshkasole nshit beta need to shitching the kaja. She date laws back gushing shit a hollow, the bench shit a hollow. We graze, we don't graze one area a huge underneath car. It the baggy yours like hunt. Those it beats this one over here. I had lambs too. It didn't taste like my mutton out there. That's one thing for sure. So I don't think you got a bashes. I just said a team. In half so it's like $20. What done so? So Benaj not charted ego. That's how bad it is. And you're trying to cut that away from us. Ashwanda Dota. Shidio Sharat Odishna. Out of Shashin does a talk. Shinalaka. That's so she dashed or
She had all a stunning slapon. I don't that they kai. I showed her what a pay I showed her. Not only than a seen it a hot Sunday. Pay what a pay to let me chant as castle. Then he could pay you they need. But she had a quit, but I any just did all it. I did she end has all kai go. The need Lund lepo. I thought yeah, nandole. Have a good day and then safe trip home too, safety. And be safe and be careful out there, each and every one of you. For now.
Okay. Nihichin Haraso Ziggy, Aden Hanok Kaigi. Of course, Arnold Scosh, Niki grazing permit, Holo, Nihitanas Nish. At Denya, Nshan. Nashashama.
That's it, isn't it? Good.
At Denyako.
Shida,
Okay.
shida, doyat etsnido. Manda.
My son is chosen the update my head and the permit. A coach and then kiddo hatching ya also in the belly in a sauce. It has shown the sun that dog yet on a state, and as a masan da baby like egg. It's hand that dog yet. So all ye other on the big kids on it on it, and I shouldn't get a son of Henny, any. I can need Eddie, I yelled kidneys out of his. Just a beer, and it let that don't need the other net out and not. I need a brother and sister that need. Don't have chin sunny, you know that for the neck heart chin she couldn't as a die, she yards at the snow. She must hand out a young kid out at the need of mean the epic. I put out you said the husband then under but laughing the smoke. Oh, country, but say you're country that no, because I don't I never try in the heart, but the heart doesn't die. What your neck at us is not a Rosaline. She can get it sealed. What led all covered, you know, keep on kissing the elevator gun about has been the bar. We are eight asha that dog, Hattie, and that is cover. I put as action.
La, Hakoshila, Hehe, Aro, Nature Heinzigi, Nihaman Leniki.
Hello, I'd like to make a comment.
Please identify. Hello, Tasha. Hold on. Hello, Tasha.
Okay.
Hold on. Please identify yourself first.
Hello, Yake. This is Lynn Dean. Can you hear me? Hello.
You identify yourself again. Ada. Nehichahansi. Go ahead.
Hello, waiting. May I go ahead? This is Bessie Ellen from Pinion. Hello.
Hello. We can hear you, Bessie.
Okay. Can you hear?
Go ahead, Bessie.
Chiyaj, Mr. Nance. You look at Nance, my excuse me, but it's chin. And one Sunday that aside that Nin and the way that the honey. So on seasons, I really love the way the ladies spoke. The way the Nahas Hanigi. Of course. To do you that actually now it's a little bit I can't get to the meeting. However, things have been said that are really nicely put. They did speak about how Sanjay at Hatnas Nale Tashananish. Allah Nahi. Adotina Loshna Yegi Sto Beshiyaho and Lady. I say I'm one of the genuine sheep herder. But Shiyaho Adot Fairholds 80 were mentally distorted. How many times we gonna get hurt? I think it was Caroline. Relocation happened, and then NPL was separated. We weren't part of the relocation, but we were affected by Part 161, 25 CFR 161. It's I always say it's an unfunded mandate from the federal government. Late Albany not nasil Islam tati nise peso patente. Right now, the BIA is trying to enforce it, but they don't have money for it. Ado kuche Navajo Nation ajo ito lease. What we're supposed to do, Navajo Nation, ilak eta na akwedo hot eta. They're using our Navajo Nation fund to enforce this. So peso chon ita. Peso we would have had land restoration. We would have had gabion in the washes reseeded. The way back in the Alcade the Natahi Kaho. It became quite revised Nadia 161 or yes prior Washington no not some revision yen other basic cut has other no what I base of cut from the they were going to do all this land restoration. They peso pay at 10. Ocean up the other hashit out they get the net tehidas uteya today. So if there's no money for it, why bother with it? It's not that deep. They're reaching into the Navajo Nation's pocket. That's why it's given to the Agriculture Department. The grazing permit, and yet, we were given so much task to apply. That certificate, what have you? Those CIP, notarize everything that you. Then they a lot of them say, "Oh, forget it." So Mr. Nez, in so many words. But the bottom line is, although BIA says all these regulations, it's an unfunded mandate until the day U.S. government or Congress puts out money for it. There's not going to be any land restoration. They're not going to do anything. Windmill. There's no reservoir built, earthen dam. It's not going to happen. unless the Navajo Nation decide to do their own money, and I don't think that should be done because it's a federal mandate. Akwede what shnat anit ashonde, but do nan o kangi anin chite ne. Di na loshi be inna. Nenigi ani hot tahini na. Let's say you have 50 sheep units. You can have maybe 20 sheep, a couple of horses. The rest that's left, you can have four adult cows. Adult cows in the Alchio, you can sell some in the fall. I put our manager on she unless the tribe wants to take over it. Somebody needs to request federal and say, you put out this law and now you get your money out there. That's what needs to be said from Shinat Ani. You have the authority to say that. Until you put out the money, we're not going to talk. So this seems like it's real simple to solve it, but give us our life back. And you can't buy meat from the store. And we're going to end up with more diabetes because we don't have our own livestock. We're damaging people's health. They gain weight within a few weeks. That's what's causing a lot of diabetes. They don't steady eating. It's there. But it's long.
Mr. Percy Deal. Corona Mr. Deal. Mr. Percy Deal. Said the Tommy Bacata Hassan again. Mr. Percy Deal. Gotcha. I thought it's called Layanda.
Can you hear me now? Can you hear me now?
This is me.
Yes, Mr. Deal, go ahead.
Thank you. RDC committee and also the other council delegate that joined in the call. BRA, Mr. Curley, Hassan, Laiki, Bake Hassan, called the information, Nasanan, Lagi. I don't quite Shinant, Mr. Key Ellen McGay, Mr. Herman Daniels, Mr. Paul McGay. That you see by Hins and deed ego ya Nikas and the Bayaki. To those no, la dobito, Tala, Don, the An Shidobi Hado Yala, call it Beta, not the need I see she had I don't the space for her name is Jimmy Yellow hair. Other Sunny, that nature had a softiki, those dots that I see la yat ya called. Niche had I sorti, Harden seen and Tiniki, Benichi, Kobe Nichi, and Adatki. It's our time, called care. Kodoya, Takata, this chaos, and also a yabe had this Stevenson. The guy, Mr. Curley, has snaggy been at a benda. One of those areas, that in his hold, deep in the night, leader, see, but at the whole year, you have no, you have one of those areas that he brought out is bare ground, isn't it? Says, yeah, oh, the house the call. It, isn't it? She let them, the sign that on the side. Yeah, no. And one of those reasons is how weapon now gone. Don't the basic does happen now gone. Because she don't want just case go. Did that let Washington the art at Washington the land she jackie like the Secretary of the Interior yatki. Ye na ziniki let open yatki like na hadlen. What I'm saying is that what the BRA is saying is that the way I understood Mr. Curley is that there's too many houses, there's too many windmills, and there's too many other infrastructure that causes the bare ground. You know, you have the call. Look at the yard kicker. Le Washington, the dog Sagaho Zante, how one but the Hoye, I don't that teen, but the Hoye, I don't learn on the store, Niki. Kinda Niki begin on the start of hot load or the hot nig or hot. All those will require right away and leases, and that will in the way I understood the BRA, those will produce more bare ground, which means less grazing area. And I think the BRA really needs to reconsider what they are saying. The second thing that I wanted to point out is vegetative study to determine grazing capacity. My question to the BRA is, has or will the BRA ever do a study to determine the economic and cultural impact as a result of grazing reduction, livestock reduction? The Asian Khadlato, Sisla Khadla, ya, it egg navigation, Nishiki, not Losi Sabana, the Niki. Khadla has not in his ticket la in a ticket egg yes, but the night of Asa did egg la pasta hall. I down to quite so, but I just kid. Khadla, what I study, yeah, at a state. The third area is Mr. Curley, and part of the problem for overgrazing is feral horses. It all ye, double that is the dedo, double Kate, this think it on that Jihiki John. It's the new she says I've asked the BRA, the opinion, the NPL office. She called J. She double that is the dedo, she that shint and Lenny could it all have you the sneda, nay hot Benina Chilipton, Benina to nothing to snow. Eta Nashni. Of course, are there snow, ya, Yindor Nashitan, I don't the base hotan. Just all hot, Halad, I see a quiet, Annie. Chitacho, Edo Hospitals and Halet in Hatasto, Lista. I don't. Did it, Kudo Inskate, BRA Pinion, the Inskate. Beshi Agi Shanta, Le Asido Sehotua of the Snap. I don't. Trough. And Lebishi had a topa as Tani ate up and cut the Hasatas late the snetto on the pipe. Topana Hagi say, you ate up and cut the Hasta. Suddenly, it's not. The change kid, so I see about all just out. I don't the best I get out of all net unless I get the total state or should need it. So I don't that. Nana so Mr. Or rather Dr. Curley, in part of the other reason for overgrazing is Dinley Navajo Reservation there in PLG in Igito in Kaji, Sudit Sabin Hitchhaozi. Asha knew what this cast enke called Howabana HPL fancy ginty. On the other side of that fence is Hoppy. Because they Bekashi, now slightly Satanle in the Kanaja into the HPL. Because other Hoppy doses in Sahalanana. Because they because he gets the Navajo wash a Nanahunt. Live because he gave it after. It's so not us. Because quite a BRH, a pinch kid. Question that in the so Nana is the snow. It's not Nana either. So last summer, what I did is I've talked to my own neighbors. Okay, so I use my own barbed wire, fence posts, and other equipment and supplies. Shit. The neighbors came in and we did it on just 8 days ago. I thought that we recognize, my neighbors, we recognize that there is not enough chill out there and there's not enough for our livestock. So I talked to them. And you know what? We did it. I think we reduced our herd by 60 to 75%. On the heart grazing committeeman, he'll be able to tell you how many animals were sheep unit were reduced last summer. So these are the things that we are doing on because the BRA resources. Shut in the need, ego. That's BRA, that's it. Oh, Hayat, oh, Beso, Nana, Tempen, Navajo Nation, that be easily, that be Beso, give that picture, and that's it. You don't need that. Call crack it, you see, shit is got out. And then finally, under the current BRA recommendation, on the RDC resolution from 2017 and 2018, 10 sheep unit Ninigi Shadi Bekashi Ginanst. Under their proposal, Bekashi Anna Kiko Sazindo Besin Sindo Legislature. I mean, really think about that. You, the current RDC, that select that RDC members, you can undo those and you can change those and you can make things better for us. The console they are done each house, I don't begin to
Percy deal Nihin Hain Ziggy, Arushanand, Anothenito, Shidan, Nothenigi, D Queen Hot at Anagi made in Hall Guna, a Shlabgeda has Kazja, Nahat at Ein Habahonosan Doles, Ebenina Korok at a Hadi Big Echo. Asahnet Linigi wheat lasigi agenda bedi nidishink abichan tahnardi katona sto latin deja tha aton hilchiraha atatida ashin sapapat nahasotha don hilndahadol akut endi koro bia ash silna but ek Dr. Curley ashinat koro Hanlt so good as sad NATO ask Dr. Curley.
Yat Quaggy Nidens Kidigi, Mr. Percy Deal, Shahalan Quaggy Nidens Kid, regarding the economics and social impact. Katadashin that Soska John Hidoni. The Navajo partition, the agriculture resource rangeland management plan. Hadel Nehata Ita ya the programmatic environmental assessment, agriculture resource and rangeland management plan for the Navajo partition land. The social, economic, lifestyle, and cultural values and environmental justice. Under the programmatic environmental assessment, agriculture resource and rangeland management plan for the Navajo partition land. Affected environment, doing the laws and regulation, doing the environmental consequences, doing the mitigation and measures. Di Quag Shehudi, Beka Shidosh, the Pahaloniki, Shisha Adoshanat Sozo, Halet ya Shishikato, Wasachono Yaskito Lish. Sabe Danahatit Ahibit Baka ya Resource and Development Committee resolution. Abit Bakao ya Kasha Kujin tribal ranches that Halon Edats Johot ya what abit das John Leko Hodat Egoshin. They this environmental assessment. What's the affected environment, geology, the minerals resource, the soils impact, the water resource impact, the air quality, climate change impact, the vegetation and wildlife, threatened endangered species, sensitive species, cultural resources, land use. The Quigoshin Kate the Hana hot a bit das zonle or Hana Sido. Thank you.
Akoshila he Koro Dr. Curley not on NG Kacheti Bekek Ehuit Latin Linik Anasto Lesti Kache Division of Natural Resources do but it ought Oshin Le Nasan Legion be had a day Kaobatrada Eilagajin de Shiabega. So, Dr. Rudy Shabala, you have the floor here.
Yate Shanant Chairman Ricky Nez, Aron the Resources Development Committee, Atata no Senigi, Shitsila, Thomas Walker Jr., Aron the Shanala Key Allen Begay, Aaron the Dashache, Mark Freeland, Otto Wilson Stewart Jr., Yat Eto, Shasna Ash, Herman Daniels Jr., Yat E, Otto Beshbata Saana, and Hiltano Senigi, Nathan Brown, and Totanesh Jadan, Otto Shanala, Otto So, Totanesh Dizidan, Aaron the Shache, Carl Slater Jr., and Yat E. Ado Kodo, Bureau of Indian Affairs, Dr. Calvert Curley, Yat E. Doshadeja, Cheryl Curley, Yat E. Ado Greg Mahoja, Ya, Bananashna Slin Shushin. But Abinda, he Kayeta, Zolsa, Hata Isteda, Greg Mahoja, and this is a litigation issue and a cultural issue. Ado chiyando bedeti no hatzi. Ako D10 sheep units bandate inigi e ahisne. Ako tze hot edo tze ani hot ahatzi o kodogo out Honne ohon shake or sata shajao. That's who yini yenasti. Yini yesti. Ako not shut the no aroshta no sido. Not on the ranjing kis na dishne. The nanny tlini lay 1275 yaha da. Isn't she? Nast Aiden is not the Nachayeta. Ita caught the Nebekaya Pakago. Na Sazabede Ninigi kat Koketa hat in them. Tell you, oh yeah, but at the kind. Ada caught the Jim Barao. It's il Naj Ja, but and that there's translates Ado Mesa Verde, Chaco Canyon, the year 1275 up to 1300. Itan the ba benina, drought benina, a hesna, egg a dishji de kude, o ze, the saketa hat hopi, nasht edge the dotla. Kedahat Azuni, Ado Akama, Laguna, Ado Dotla Astakhe, Ado Rio Grande River, Isleta Pueblo, Cochiti Pueblo, Jemez Pueblo, Edat. Akoho ita, the Babik Eta is Nago, Hitaneni Tlinigi, Dikeya. Baka ke wheat isidli the babik end koshin hataz line sahot hotan line etan hitho kahta hatelje ashi hot iho nit zin nit aho echate nhaya hatahache adopi Etan hist Adon the sanata Etan hist edeta Ado chilchin nishchi Eda than hist eta na tanto na tanta hallo na yizato keda delie Akodi kaya na hisali Ko na sazia ek atishji de bekin eta beke. Ado tanal idok adventa asti. Ako Chaco Canyon, kapahot 5-mile buffer zone. 10 miles buffer zone. That amounts to 341,000 acres. That's going to be set aside to protect the ruins of Chaco Canyon. That 341,000 acres, the Nebekeya, the Neikat Keta Hat. Kujito, that Estlinsa, Colorado River, San Juan River. Ashlatin Dova an Nachayeta, Nahastuya, Bijita Yila, quadrilateral agreement, Olia, Ita. Tota Nehaneyedo Ado Nahota Keya a 3,000 feet elevation Ado the Nechios Idolis. Under that 3,000 feet elevation to the water line, including the water, a Glen Canyon Dam, National Park Service, Bureau of Reclamation. Ebe bohol nito. Eyan katbe hohot eda katban date. Akok adadati no. 83,000 feet edo dadolis. Tohn linigi esnito. Ed nebe bohol nito lis. Akut aben dahuita. Akut aba yadelti. Akot the Resource Development Committee. Shinant aeda no sinigi. Eshi Nihina nishinata but no claro lish. Ebe has ani dan sagi dat hala the nebekeya bedeti the nebedeti keya hashikon soko ein hahodeta 28,000 square miles. A kon soye leha achiko 1934 yeta Lagana Taylor Grazing Act ulia behes ani iyila bini nani eta na de keta hat inigi oho encino Torreon Cuba na washo kita the nebekaya ha bakako that then Albuquerque which isiko Cuba New Mexico which isiko that then Eben naship Lagana Taylor Grazing Act ye disnato behes ani ilya kaya ha na kai bisidli Lagana bisidli Nheya Isli Ajani reservation Kujugo Naho Konstruko Gama Leketa had in the state of Utah Ajito Ainley Zestetui Zestlai Richfield, Utah the Nihita Nen that didn't cut there. Kade Anil Sunkit Beta Husband Blanding, Utah right outside of town, Westworld, holy, yeah. Where are the quig or the Netashaja? Kaya dish gene the Yotha. Do Tobetliahatas leader, do Chinishbliahatas tita. What ain't a quite a bagan? Gamma, the Shibata told that's a what ain't the Nebekaya and the Nebekaya quiet. Kaya the Yotha. Kuchiko Pata has Tichiko, Payson, Arizona, Bichiko don't hinne Kochni Ratahatista. A Codida Eskehestlo 1882 yen down joint use area Elia Hisani o Zebi Kaya, but now Kaya 8 Asa o Zedo the Neni Glini. Either no. Ako 1974 so such a ekis ani bisali hopi partition land. Bibikeya hakin sasali. Aro hopi partition land. You can't keta hat in a jahaz not jaho ne how 100 dollars. Ein le kuja patient the ada kaya banda hasni. Sanders the other Saketa had. Saekojosh down neat Hazna. Ebe kinda nasta. Ebe beta husband. Saeda ko the dish gene the bagan. Just a dean over ashlat nachai. Aj ein haz ado the badotni. They got a 75-year lease. She aj. By then, 75 years, she was somebody. Then he don't know she what about that data. Of course, such a Navajo partition lands. The Nepisali, Nihinasli, JUAN, Hinasli, in PL, the Bedin, the Nepe. A course, nast, disjuded and the nasty. Co in PL. A United States government beyond needs. A 1974 the Bebanal saw samples on the Holia. AD range management. Kaya nada do dash. No, Eben Nasha. The Bebanal saw sam do the E leader. That the Neganda Kaigi in PL there. Esa a Masani at Dusty. A chaya dusty. Ado chin. Do ne hoda ye lada. Do net de des ada. But masania but the bebanal sauce. and they can dash Josh. Though the lead and Njana go with nas, but that's dishonor and read the nasness. Ye is a bel yagi a car hilsos. This is all tago already nalsos. And lay what beige nalsos dot is a birth certificate. The best ego nalsos. The nente jack. I don't higgy that eggy. Ananit anigi. Eden the bebenal sauce. Don't be the halloda, don't hear the halloda. I could just never catch in the Nazlinda, na shahada, and what the bebenal sauce and hear that. Shamasania, but the bebenal sauce, in lay beyond Shataya. Is a wanted a na randa. Shamasania, just no. Shataya belt sauce. Tahiti sauce. I don't sunny yilla. I don't know sauce because skaggy, but alia. The queen na asha. Should die about the whole at the 10. The bebenal sauce is yeah. Aja is sunnishness, kenne aja band change. What nal sauce need kata den day. Nikishin to hotata. Nihima, Nihija, Nihita, Nihimayash. A what ke wheat. There's a bit of ye all yet the bebenal sauce. Kodik at chilnas ka aro chil at den. Aro the apen nashe. The bebenal sauce. In PL Ketahat, any betan dotne. A call. Nezna, the pay kai katolis. $100. This deed over at say Pina Hayeta, but aunt Holia. Kade, Nhan the Asnes nani kai katolis. Saebetlia that o anko. Nezna bakai kahan hashnishtani johonatli. Nana sa. Yeah, this didoma say bini nache. The bebenal sauce I get ina del on. Ako nahanda no sauce don handa no sauce ako. When's the hoye nache? Arodi qua nhal tegi. Yeah, beltan linal sauce. Nibiche honaligi nte eslatini ka ekahon ha osletan. A quaggy. The Nahal Kadigi HL. A call this cargo. Dik a D or Atliki Ado Hana Ago. A Resource Development Committee. Basin Nil. Gobet Dashkai. Ad 1984, 86 and down. Peterson za nihinat anin lineta kaya nahazni. The Winslow Tract will ya. Akoho ita nat ani. Baka ndatiyones. Baka ntainihi ndahetones. Edo tay esto baka Dak at a dol yish. The dean need eat that kaya. A call osa. Ek at Bitahadet Ado Navajo Nation Land Department. Mike Halona. Equa hohot, Eda hohon, so Njonago hotel con. It sits right adjacent to the city of Winslow, Arizona. And this tract consists of 484 acres. It doesn't include all of the Winslow tract, but part of the Winslow tract, the Kuigoshi, a part of that sale. But this particular piece of ground consists of 484 acres. And this spring, we're developing it into hay grounds. We have water resources. We have a group called Assist International that are going to help us level it, cultivate it, drill wells, and we're going to plant alfalfa. And just by calculations, by pencil, I believe we can get 350 loads, semi-loads of hay per cutting from the Winslow tract proposed hay ground. It's only a drop in the bucket for what we need to do to address our overgrazed lands. But it's a step that is positive. Once we get that, before these meetings about the 10 sheep units, I had meetings with Calvert Curley from the BIA, who directed Amos Johnson, also from the BIA, to find lands on NPL to be developed into hay grounds. A Rocky Ridge, they identified 500 acres. They did a soil study already, but of course, the topsoil's gone, but it can be redeveloped. It will be redeveloped. So we're going to have hay grounds on NPL to serve the people of NPL and all of the surrounding areas. Oh, at cost. The other day, I bought 2 bales of hay that weighed approximately 100 pounds each. I paid $21 a bale. And it's becoming outrageous, but we all pay it because we need it, because we want it, because we want to have livestock, because we own livestock. I don't want to take up much of your time, but 50 sheep units, APE says, Rudy Arshabala, Division of Natural Resources. Jonathan Nez, Epanashnish. Ako Aro Dibisin Dashnishigi, Kompachonshlo. Division of Natural Resources, our principal attorney, Robert Allen. Auto Department of Agriculture, Leo Watchman. Auto Department of Lands, Mike Halona. Auto Leda at Ekesika, Navajo Fish and Wildlife Department, ABRCF, Natural Heritage United. Those are the 2 that work on the permits where land is permits are affecting wildlife. So this hay is going to positively affect everybody. In order to manage our lands, we have to do it in a positive manner, in a manner that's helpful rather than taking away. Since 1868, 1930s, livestock reduction needs 1930s, the pepete D needs ya hines card ni ohines card needs up at the hato mil. 1970s, Utah State University, Lyle McNeil, he found about only 450 of these 4-horned sheep left. Net or chonha odnila, ado dikeya, yinel ala, ado on the but jago orasha kan, the betan tazgi bakahagi epitsado, a sheet la kan, the nepetatilna, the beta hosen. The 1930s and not the pepete, though Yashund and Choya, Nene, the Hut Edela, the pepete, Jago Aga, Lila, cut feral horses, feral horses, Nini, he lead, the whole you cut, but we found out we have the scientific data, Clagato, Wide Ruins, another location, Forest Lake, Arizona, the 3rd location, Gadi'a, New Mexico, just down the river from Shiprock, New Mexico. We've identified pure original Spanish horses imported in 1540. So we have a rare breed of horse.
Ike Dr. Shabala aron hitnahasan lagi kache aro nche gatit ahibarat all Division of Natural Resources do Mr. Robert Allen, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, members of the committee. I'll try to be brief. It is possible to change the stocking rate from 10 sheep units. 25 CFR section 161.302 provides that all grazing permits issued in the MPL have restrictions. The first restriction is grazing permits should not be issued for less than 2 animal units or 10 sheep units or exceed 70 animal units or 350 sheep units. In determining the grazing capacities and stocking rates, 25 CFR 161 2.04A provides that BIA, with the concurrence of the Navajo Nation, which included your RDC resolution approving the stocking rates, will prescribe, review, and adjust the carrying capacity of each range unit by determining the number of livestock and or wildlife that can be grazed on Navajo partition lands without inducing damage to the vegetation or related resources on each range unit, and the season or seasons of use to achieve the objectives of the Agricultural Resource Management Plan and Range Unit Management Plan. In this particular case, I haven't been able to find a copy, at least in the public sector, of the Agricultural Resource Plan, the 10-year plan that's supposed to be the basis of all of your decisions on stocking rate. I've heard an environmental impact statement is supposed to review this agricultural management plan. It sounds like the two were joined together. It seems to be their distinct documents and distinct processes, and rather than just one stroke of a brush. The American Indian Agricultural Resource Management Act is fairly new, especially in our considerations in Navajo natural resources. This new law has been applied in 2 areas, the Bennett-Fries IRMP, and in particular, this Navajo partition lands. What I'd like to point out to you is in that Indian Agricultural Resource Management Plan, it's supposed to be a 10-year plan that considers several items. USC 25 USC section 3711B, A through C, 1A through C. It's pretty comprehensive and specific about what was required to be in the plan. It also provides that at section 3711B 1A, that the Navajo Nation can enter into an Indian self-determination contract to produce this plan, write it and develop it and implement it. As far as I know, we don't have a contract to do that. And section 3711B 1C has all of the details that a plan must have. C1, determine available agricultural resources. There have been objections to how comprehensive and detailed that particular statement has been throughout all of these processes. And as Dr. Shabala has stated that perhaps not all of the agricultural resources were determined, specifically supplementation with hay fields. to help enlarge that number of sheep units. I think that our Department of Agriculture and the division wants to consider drafting that plan and working with the public. All of the details, it has to determine the available agricultural resources, identify specific tribal agricultural resources, goals and objectives, establish management objectives for the resources, define critical issues of the Indian tribe and its members, and provide identified holistic management objectives, identify actions to be taken to reach the established objectives, be developed through public meetings, use the public meetings record, existing survey documents, reports, and other research from federal agencies, tribal community colleges, and land grant universities. And lastly, be completed within 3 years of initiation of the activity established by the plan. In this particular case, it sounds like there were public notices made. I don't know what kind of responses were received, but in the in these 10-year management plans that have been published in the public airspace, they do consult with the whole tribe, they identify the property, and they go by all of the statements made at these public meetings. What should be in that plan? What would be available? Can you make other agricultural resources available other than just looking out the back window at the status of the range or through a satellite and taking clippings from various GIS locations? So one of its key ingredients of the plan I read was meeting with the public and dealing with their concerns first, then look at the resource that's available. So there is a possibility for change. It has to be principled. It has to be in accordance with the approved agricultural resource management plan adopted by the tribe. And 161.204B also provides that BIA with the concurrence of the Navajo Nation will establish the stocking rates of each range or management unit. Now that's getting down into the precincts. And in that, there has to be consultation with the grazing committee, and of course the central grazing committee, which is resources committee. And it has to achieve a uniformity of grazing under sustained yield management principles. Now that's another standard that is thrown into the stocking rate plans. And 161.204C, BIA will review the carrying capacities of the grazing units on a continuing basis and in consultation with the grazing committee and affected permittees. Adjust the stocking rate for each range or management unit as conditions warrant. Well, we're hearing from the public that's here today that are permittees as well. They're objecting to that number of sheep units. They're saying, it sounds like to me, that small number is not compatible with allowing them to meet the requirements that they have to meet to feed their families and provide for what today's economy demands. So I thought I'd bring that to your attention. Lastly, 25 CFR section 161-200 is an Indian agricultural resource management plan required. 161.200A says yes, the Navajo partition lands must be managed in accordance with the goals and objectives in the agricultural resource management plan developed by the Navajo Nation or by BIA in close consultation with the Navajo Nation under the Agricultural Act. You have a record. I don't know exactly what it shows. And I don't know how much of an agricultural management plan there is as a formal matter. I don't know if it's part of the EIS or It's their resolution saying the process should be this. But that plan is supposed to show the objectives and the policies that are going to be set out in reaching those objectives. Section 161-200B, the 10-year management plan and monitoring plan must be developed through public meetings and completed within 3 years. The plan must be based on the public meeting documents, reports, and other research from federal agencies, tribal community colleges, and land-grant universities. When completed, the plan must, 1, determine available cultural resources. Again, we go back to, there's objection that we hear that not all of the agricultural resources were considered, including supplementation with hay fields. 2, identify specific tribal agricultural resource goals and objectives, establish management objectives for the resources, define critical values of the tribe and its members, and provide identified resource management objectives. I know in the EIS you talked about cultural considerations. That seems like that's a little bit different than defining critical values to the tribe, identified and resource management objectives. It may be the same, but it seems like there has to be 2 different documents, the plan, and then the reviewing EIS. 4, define critical values of the tribe and its members and provide identified resource management objectives. I don't know that that was done. The record would show it. I don't know if it's would be satisfactory or it wouldn't be. We don't have any information. I wasn't able to get this EIS. I looked for it for a couple of days in public resources, and I wasn't able to find anything. 5, identify actions to be taken to reach established objectives. And lastly, 161-200C, where the provisions of this subpart are inconsistent with the Navajo Nation's Agricultural Resource Management Plan, the Secretary may waive the provisions under Part 1 of this title, so long as the waiver does not violate a federal statute or judicial decision or conflict with the Secretary's trust responsibility under federal law. So if there wasn't an agricultural resource management plan per se, was there a waiver by the Secretary allowing us to go forward in the issuance of the 10 sheep units? We don't know. It might be in the record. Like I said, I haven't been able to locate any of that information. Thank you. That concludes my remarks.
Thank you, Mr. Allen. Shanant, I do have a question for you, and I just want you to summarize perhaps your response. And from what I gather, Mr. Allen, and just listening to BIA this morning, this afternoon, the people asking questions, and Honorable Key Allen Begay is going to introduce a legislation to increase the number of sheep units from 10 to 50. Now, as an attorney for the Division of Natural Resources, here on one of the decks before us from BIA, it talks about how carrying capacities and stocking rates are established. And within that concurrence, BIA, with the concurrence of the Navajo Nation, will prescribe, review, and adjust the carrying capacity of each range unit by determining the number of livestock and or wildlife that can be grazed on the NPL without inducing damage to vegetation or related resources on each range unit, and the season or seasons of use to achieve the objectives of the agricultural resource management plan and range unit management plan. Mr. Allen, your statement at the beginning, it says, it is possible to change the stocking amount with RDC's resolution. So what would the ramifications be according to law? Would we be in violation of any law if we pass a legislation to increase to 50? And I will go down to the next step, approval of sheep units. And I just want to make a statement about this, but I'm wondering if you were an attorney at the time when the previous RDC approved this resolution, RDCMA 2718. And at that time, I'm wondering why there was no recommendations made in reference to how they could have increased at that time when it was passed, rather than just having to allow the leadership to approve 10 sheep unit. Was there any type of a recommendation provided to leadership at that time? Because now we're listening, we have been listening, and there's concerns of vegetation and how this may affect the vegetation if the land is not managed properly with 50. I hear today from our own people that they are very responsible livestock owners and growers, and they know how to handle and raise livestock. So with my question, I hope I didn't confuse you. I just would like a response from you, Mr. Allen.
Well, the RDC does have the power to rescind their approving resolution of the 10 sheep units. But the next step seems like if you're going to approve 50, there has to be this predicate of an agricultural resource plan. According to the information that we've heard today, we don't know what's exactly in that EIS. So that agricultural resource 10-year management plan has got to support your decision. In order to draft that decision, you would have to have assistance with that resource management plan. From what we've heard, all of those decisions were made based on the data that their consultant was able to put together and the information that was provided to them and run through the computer using mathematic equations to arrive at recommendations and conclusions. We don't know that all of the agricultural resources were inventoried. Supplementing grazing with hay fields was not considered. Back in that day, yes, I was the principal attorney at the division. I, at the time, was not invited to look into the subject. A lot of these decisions were made between Department of Agriculture. I think my boss was involved, and Resources Committee in the BIA. And what I recall was the information was presented, and then the tribe was asked, are you okay with this, basically? And I don't know, I think Leo was there and he can give you a more detailed description of what happened at that time. That's my answer.
Okay, thank you very much, Mr. Allen, for your response as well as your guidance. And at this time, we'll go ahead and go to Mr. Leo Watchman.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and also the Resource Committee
members that are on the line, also audience and folks in this room. The opportunity, I'm very thankful. I will try to be as brief as possible to try to get up to date on the version in which Navajo participated in, as well as sort of reaffirming what the BIA has already discussed, also given some enlightenment to Navajo Nation, what they were basically trying to represent and provide for producers in the MPL area. Just a little bit of history would be that there were some components to why and actions taken by the Resource Committee prior. I think I've been dealing with 3 different Resources Committee bodies since I've been employed with the Department of Ag. But the more key is earlier in that, when the government was a little different. I believe the advisory committee was the first, as well as Chairman McDonald, that established the Navajo Land Commission. That was the first entity that has basically worked on rules and regulations that we refer to as the 161. So that really is the, I guess the people and the Resource Committee and the legislative, as well as grazing officials, started this process that basically was handed from how do you begin a reissuance of permits were canceled back in 72, 74, 82, 84. There's a lot of dates here, but I want to also say that the public was informed and they also felt the impact. I learned that through research and also have personal impact to the history of that with my family. So I do take it to heart when people or our Navajo people explain their certain situations. But if you roll back in the 70s, go through the 80s, more recently would be 2003. The criteria was approved by the Navajo Nation through the IGR committee. It was sent off. So that was a process in which my predecessor or predecessors before me brought to the public, as well as was introduced to all of these communities, 14, 15 communities. Hundreds of hearings were presented, meetings and so forth. This didn't come overnight. Basically what I'm saying, or since 2003, we've been aware of the criteria. The impacted people have been aware of the criteria. It's nothing new. But what was new, and this is where I rolled into the mid-2000s, is that one of the biggest problems and where the Resource Committee and their predecessors, prior Resource Committee, so that would be the 23rd Resource Committee, basically said, or 22nd actually, moving to the 23rd. The 23rd says what we want, and they brought in the BIA as well as the Department of Agriculture, Natural Resources with some of the impacted departments, and said, we have an assignment and we're going to direct you to come with a plan and prioritize. So this is all, if you haven't known, and I've been hearing the Department of Ag and what we haven't had a chance to determine, or also the rationality to our participation. So I guess prior to that, there's a lot of meetings and it's really on our end, the Navajo Nation's end, the people to decide and for themselves. But unfortunately, through politics or through emotion and so forth, we had not. So that task, we inherit all the emotions for 25 years prior to that. And that I'm dating that because that's a challenge. So in 2008, the Resource Committee basically gave the Department of Ag and also BIA an assignment. And that worked on, we were also given the opportunity, or if you said the sign, they basically turned everything over to the Department of Ag within the Navajo Nation, and also more or less decommissioned the Navajo Land Commission for that task.
So there's where we got involved. Prior to that, the whole, since the 70s, when the Navajo Land Commission was created, that was their task. But they weren't getting anywhere, and the frustrations were beginning, like we are, frustrations I hear and mount now. So with that in mind, the nation basically approved, through guidance from agriculture and also through the our district grazing committee members, and finalized the criteria. But that's a concern I have, and we're saying that we might consider passing a resolution to the BIA. And I'll just point out history. It's part of history, but it may sound negative. Even though the nation went through all of its wisdom and hardship and concluded that, yeah, we're going to determine a criteria, the BIA did not recognize that for 10 years. It wasn't until 2016 when BIA said, oh, we're going to recognize your IGR resolution. So again, even though we're saying we may have authority, but we don't have authority over the permitting, the issuance. That's solely relies on the BIA. Just want to have that as a word of caution. But moving forward, the people continue to say, we want to regain our livelihood. And within this time, we went and created precincts. We went and also agreed on range units. And then also we agreed on the approval of 10 sheep units. But one of the things is the sheep units was more of a compromise. The forage study scientifically says that there was a good number of folks that were listed that weren't going to receive a grazing permit because there wasn't enough forage. The other thing we need to put in perspective is that based on our research is that Big Navajo, if you look at the average sheep unit, Big Navajo is 23 sheep units. All the permits that were originally issued, I'm not talking about the ones that are active. Ironically, 11 or 12 or over 1,000 plus council permits averages around 30 that were canceled in 1984. So, but as we're sitting here, talking, we also know that they're not all going to be reissued. We're talking around maybe active, from living to active, it's maybe not more than 400 people, 400 producers. So you can look at, there should be something that can justify, since your average in 1984 was 30, and today it should be a little higher, or somehow balance out with the scientific approach. So just want to point that out. But in essence, when we were looking and also partnering with BIA, it was more of a charter and a directive given by RDC, come up with priorities. So our number one priority was the living. And since I started in this process, there was over 100 living producers. Today, I think there was 50. We talked about 50. I think we lost around 17 more. So there's 20 or 33 original living potential permit holders. Again, I think it was mentioned that there's been around 20 something plus has been issued. So that task in terms of priority has somewhat been, not championed, but whether they renew is another thing. The other issue is that in terms of priority was those criteria, the process, the steps, the levels, living, and then airship. Going back in the research, and this for public understanding, the biggest problem that we did not, there's that 20-year gap, is that the nation imposes, or when there's property involved and the grazing permit is considered property, even though it's canceled, the permit was considered to have to go through a probate process. So that was a big hangup that the nation and our leadership, as well as BIA, were trying to champion. So within this priority, we also partnered with the BIA as well as our DGC members and the resource committee to create the heirship process. It's not trying to avoid probate, but it's another mechanism where families can determine themselves without going to court, and also the expense. So those are things that came along in the late 2000, 18, 19, those kind of things. And those are progressively moving forward to try to issue a permit. Again, when we look at other things that were discussed, and there was a lot of motion involved, there's a definition that we were attempting to try to get the Bureau to recognize. It's called disparate impact. Disparate impact is saying that even though we have done things, we haven't been able to recognize the need, and there's a cultural impact that's happening on Navajo. That was just more or less to say, can we define this process is not conducive to Navajo? But yet we were still in a partnership. There's other things that has been discussed, and self-determination was also discussed. We worked along with DOJ to answer the question earlier about the time, and also discussions. What can we do with what we're given today? Can we move forward? So stating that the compromise was the 10 sheep units, but there's one critical thing that we didn't have enough safeguard language. And I can say that we defaulted on that, is that when the BIA was partnering with us and we determined 10 sheep units to be issued to all, there wasn't the discussion of compliance. So that's where we messed up in terms of our whole mission was to issue everyone a permit at that day. But the Bureau, and again, word of caution, even though we might have agreement, the Bureau, and very important, I was just displeased that the regional director left, because it's a very important statement, is that when we agree on something here, when it hits the BIA, Gallup, wherever it goes, hits Washington, it does seem to change to the agreement. So when I say that, if we had 10 sheep units issued, then we would be working on each individual from here forward, not saying you have to come compliant. That's unrealistic, because we already knew going in that we had producers that are out of compliant, and we have producers that will not receive a permit. Incidentally, when someone, and I think the audience has mentioned that the feral horse is the problem in many cases, but based on our requests and what we know of the migration of the horses, there's some precincts that's not the problem. It may be, centered in one or maybe not all three precincts, because of it's really the trespassers, the producers that are producing livestock that we knowingly and had known for 25 years that under the criteria will not receive a permit. So that's the other challenge we have. So when I was listening and I've talked to Dr. Shabala, I did say to him that, yeah, we partnered, but yet this is a result. We only have 20 plus permits that have been issued, and they're at a stocking rate, which, yes, it's unrealistic. And even if we make a recommendation through the process, I'm not sure the Bureau would accept that because of the environmental concerns. I offer some solutions. One of the things that we did consider back in 2004, or excuse me, 2008, 9, 10 is we were looking at taking over the permitting process through what we call NIRA, a Range Improvement Act. It did have portions in there that talked about NPL. Under that plan, it was to work with the communities and gradually move into a stocking rate that's agreed upon. And that was using the consistency of the average. So as I mentioned, it was 30. And that was with the 1972 or the 1984 cancellation. So that plan was trying to say that we need to work with the communities on what they feel that they can work with, partner with the nation as well as the Bureau. Unfortunately, that never passed. So those are alternatives that the Department of Ag had considered, had several public hearings and a lot in MPL throughout the nation. So today, and given support to a 50 sheep unit, it has to be worked to that level and it has to be commitment, but there's no way that mandating, or in some case, the result of our partnership with this process is that we're subjugating people to comply to something that they haven't complied to before, or it threatens their livelihood. And that was never the position of Navajo, the part of Ag. But moving forward and saying that alternatives, you know, this process, even though there's 50 years, there's a lot of blame that goes around. At one point, well, you know, we were no exception. The nation, or through Ag, was blaming the BIA, or was blaming even our grazing officials for, or vice versa. They're blaming around, but we did come together and move forward on agreement, and with targets in mind to issue permits to the living. So we're sitting here. We've already lost 17 producers in the past year, and so that's troublesome. But when we talk about maybe re-engaging, maybe looking at other ways to approach this, because clearly this process to develop and is concluded with 10 sheep units and 25 people that have complied, 50 years of anguish, it's unacceptable. So going back to the drawing board might be the only alternative, and using definitions like disparate impact, self-determination, and moving back to say, maybe there is some ways to have alternative fill-ins to, you know, saving our forage, as well as better practices of our producers. So again, I'm just pretty much thankful for the opportunity. And my tenure, we started in pretty heavily to try to make some changes, and we took a break for about 3 to 5 years due to the fact that there was no consensus. And then we moved forward again with, and it was a leadership by the last council saying that you got to come up with some solutions. So as we move and say this council, and this presented when he first came in the office, this current body, we did present this, what was the alternative, that in conclusion and partnership. So 3 years in, and unfortunately, we have no, we have some results, but not what we were thinking 3 years ago. So if we go back to the drawing board, and what would that mean? I think Mr. Allen mentioned that more transparent agriculture resource plan, and I guess that would be one, you know, opinion. But moving forward is, you know, I know public input is very important, and I feel compassion to the people that spoke, producers that have spoke, and I think that we're not fulfilling some of our responsibility, but not putting them in their equation to where either today or somewhere in the future they would have a permit that's justified to say their argument, or even saving the forage. And the partner, our whole game had been to see what we can do to save the forage and continue with our quality way of life. And that is not only with MPL, it's also with Big Navajo. And a concern I have is that we also have this almost a similar thing. In Big Navajo, there's probably been almost 6, maybe 8 years that there's been a non-issuance of permits, and it's affecting the livelihood of our Navajo people, and it has to do with the environmental impacts. I'm not saying waive that, but there has to be another way to approach that. And I did mention to Dr. Shabala that maybe fundamental law or some way to, enforce or bring forward our self-determination. And because big NPL is a 50-year-old problem, but we also have an 8-year-old problem in Big Navajo that's creating a lot of hardship with people not having a permit in their name in which they've gone through the process, but yet we haven't been able to fulfill that, partnership or not. So maybe again, possibility of 638ing and what that may bring. If our part of the Bureau and our producers cannot agree, which we have in this case, maybe 638ing might be a way to, give ourselves as our own government 50 years to figure out something, or 3 years. But there is timelines that we have, we didn't meet in this whole process. And going back, there are around 42 Navajos that have permits on HPL that are producers and they're compliant and they've had their permit for already 40 years. And this, a stone throw away on MPL, we haven't been able to agree. So we need to do something, and the fortitude of leadership, this committee is very important, as well as the representatives or the leadership in the community, representatives from programs, very much need to look at. There's been some rationale decisions made moving forward. Also, there's been missed targets moving forward, and I think we're here to sort of hear how can we make those changes within the capacity. But I do encourage the committee to look at an autonomy, and that may be taking over the permit system, not only for FPL, but the whole, and see what we can do that maybe be community-based, maybe not have a permit, maybe have other forms. The operator's agreement or maybe the lease might be the way to go, and also look at who is on the land and producing livestock. It was made mention there's a lot of permits out there, and there's people who do not have livestock, but yet they do have a permit active in so many ways. So what they're essentially, if you look at modern terms, that they're landlocking, and that wasn't the purpose of the permit when they're issued. So thank you for the time, and it's been a long day, and I know I took up more time than I should have, but the part of VAG has really been working to try to come up with solutions to move forward. And we're working for the people, and also we hear the emotions that come out, and we're taking notes. And so I'm speaking from a standpoint of hearing a lot, but also in my tenure, I would like to see more permits issued, but then management of land, not only on NPL, but also Big Navajo. So again, our partnership is people in this room and people obviously listening in the audience, because this is probably dear to their heart. And that's the only thing I can present. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much, Dr. Shabala, Mr. Allen, and Mr. Watchman. Could we at BIA, Mr. Dr. Curley, Dr. Curley?
Thank you very much. Again, Janadine, Chair and Resources and Development Committee. Although hada hai sohti sahagi ya jo ni bayati ya the Navajo Nation from Division of Natural Resources jo ya the Agriculture Resource Management Plan United Kit ako we do have an agriculture resource management plan for the NPL program. And we also have with that an environmental assessment. So I believe we gave copies to Division of Natural Resources. And just recently, I gave another copy to Navajo Nation Department of Justice. So we can provide that, you know, the ARMP and the EA to you for your review. And, you know, and I do agree, you know, we're not here to say no to 50 sheep units. We're saying that, you know, let's take a look at the land and let's take a look at it from there. And over time, yes, there's that possibility that it's going to increase. We never said that it's never going to increase. We've always said that if you properly manage your land, yes, that's when we can increase to 50 sheep units. And I think the BIA is in a unique position to say that, you know, we have a trust responsibility. We have to make sure that, you know, we protect the Navajo Nation, the people's land, the resources, the vegetation. Those are resources. If there's no resources, that's where the legal issues come in. And it's going to be pointing at us to say that BIA allowed for this many livestock out there permitted. So that's something that we go through that process. And yes, down the road, if there's a possibility of increasing the sheep units, there's steps that we follow in 161. And the first step is determine what the carrying capacity and stocking rate is. That's step one. And then of course, that includes the ARMP and the environmental assessment. So just want to mention that. And yes, you know, there's a lot of work that has put into this. You know, we've put a lot of work into this, the Navajo partition land. At one point, we funded Department of Agriculture with the integrated resource management plan. And that's that plan. I haven't seen that plan yet myself, but that plan was funded for, I don't remember how many years, but there was an actual contract that was developed. So that's there as a resource, the integrated resource management plan. And then also we finished out the agriculture resource management plan as part of these planning documents. So that's all I would like to say, and thank you very much.
Dr. Curley. We have about 45 minutes, perhaps 40 minutes. Fish and Wildlife, Miss Gloria Tom or your staff?
Yes, Chairman Nez, I'm here on the phone, and I also have my two staff there at the Twin Arrows. I just like to also make my comments brief, and for those of you that did not hear my introduction this morning, I'm Gloria Tom. I'm the Department Director for the Fish and Wildlife Department. And I am Torich Eatney, Otto Tachitni, Bashishchin, and I'm originally from the St. Michael's, Arizona area, as well as Blue Canyon, north of Fort Defiance. I want to make my comments brief and touch a little bit about the efforts that the Department of Fish and Wildlife has been doing in regards to addressing the drought. As probably everybody knows on the phone, as well as there at Twin Arrows, we are experiencing an extreme drought situation, and we have been in this drought situation now for over 10 years. And it's something that is causing a tremendous impact on the land and the resources. And I want to recall the RDC's memory of a drought tour that was hosted by our climate change program under the department back in July of 2021. And drought tour consisted of a reservation-wide tour examining all areas of the Navajo Nation. In addition to the Resource and Development Committee, we also had other DNR departments participating, including Dr. Shabala and his office. We also had the Office of the President and Vice President and the Office of the Speaker and BIA representatives there as well. And we did a reservation-wide tour, and basically what we saw in July before the monsoon season started was a very severe situation on the landscape. During that week-long tour, we heard from various experts from the Navajo Nation, from the chapters, from the community on the issues that they were facing regarding the lack of water, not only for human consumption, but also, for livestock use as well. We also heard that there was a tremendous lack of vegetation for livestock and wildlife. The windmills were not functioning. The earthen dams were breached or compromised in some way. Other dams were dry. And then, of course, the ever familiar overpopulation of horses that are out competing the livestock and the wildlife for vegetation and water. We also heard about the encroachment of non-native plants and animals and the formation of sand dunes, basically losing our soils to sand. And through that week-long tour, we experienced all levels of drought impact across the Navajo Nation. And my message to all of you today, and this is not something that you're going to be shocked, is that we're going to be in an even more difficult situation this year. Obviously, because our precipitation has been very low. We don't have much of a snowpack. We're going to be in a bad situation again. And it's unpredictable at this point what the precipitation patterns for 2022 are going to have, what we're going to be facing. It's really difficult to determine that, but it's pretty much the opinion of our program that we're not going to see any relief in 2022. As a result of that week-long tour, in consultation with the Resource and Development Committee, along with others participated, there were some recommendations that were developed in order to address the situation that we were dealing with. And I just want to run through real quickly what some of those were. And again, in addition to that, the Division of Natural Resources recommendation on determining the feasibility and developing hayfields would also be considered as one of those recommendations. But there were others. One was, of course, to downsize the livestock herds. And then also to continue or consider deferring livestock grazing for up to a period of 5 years in some locations. Other recommendations dealt with funding that was needed to replace some of the outdated water and weather monitoring stations that Department of Water Resources has. There was also incentive programs that were discussed to basically encourage livestock owners to downsize their herds, and then to implement an active range management monitoring program, including monitoring range health. Another recommendation was to establish regional livestock sales across the Navajo Nation for those livestock owners that don't have the means to haul their animals to off-reservation markets. There were also recommendations developed to establish formal grazing seasons for the commercial forests in the Chuska Mountains and the Fort Defiance Plateau. And then there was another recommendation to remove feral horses from the land and develop land restoration plans and funding proposals under ARPA. And then for chapters, it was recommended that they develop drought response plans, and funding would be provided to chapters for emergency drought response under those drought plans. And then incorporate land restoration plans in the community land use plans with chapters. And then, of course, start educating our young people, our youth, and bring them into the restoration projects. Teach them how to work the land, teach them how to recognize the situation out there and what they can do to improve that situation. There was also a need to have a standard engineered design for dirt tanks, because a lot of the dirt tanks were failing. And that was something that we saw during that week-long tour. And then there was a lot of confusion about the land status over in the Eastern Agency, and there was a need to clarify a lot of that land status and jurisdictions in that area. That tour was basically an eye-opener for all of us that participated in that week-long visit all across the Navajo Nation. And in terms of the downsizing of livestock herds or the deferment of grazing, those were real solutions that were discussed during that week. And we heard from numerous producers out there that is what they're already doing, because they cannot run the number of herds that they used to in the past, just because of the lack of water and the lack of vegetation. And so there is, in some areas of the Navajo Nation, there is an interest in trying to restore the vegetation, restore the water, in spite of the fact that we are in a drought situation. And I wanted to bring this report back to the committee today, because this is a report that was presented in written form to the Navajo Nation Council after we finished our tour. And our Navajo Nation climate change team authored the detailed report, which can be found on our website. But this is basically the foundation of the drought situation that we saw during that week-long tour in July. And the department is currently recognizing that grazing is, in addition to a way of life, it's a very significant activity to our people, culturally and traditionally. However, we also have other impacts to the cultural resources that are occurring, to the traditional resources that are occurring, because we no longer have the medicinal plants that we used to depend upon, because of the drought situation and the overgrazing that we're seeing in most areas of the Navajo Nation. So, Mr. Chairman, I just wanted to provide a little bit of that background for the committee's consideration in all of these discussions. It is the Department of Fish and Wildlife's opinion that there is no one single solution, that there is a need to approach this situation in a multitask fashion. And it's going to take the cooperation of not only the natural resource departments that are involved, but also the communities. And there has to be a need, a want to restore a lot of our lands. And that is something that we have been trying to do within the Department of Fish and Wildlife under our climate change program. We're looking at trying to develop a standardized procedure for developing and clearing land restoration projects. And they could be very small projects to very large projects. One of the stops that we did during that week-long tour was the Segi Canyon restoration project over near Kayenta. And there we saw a tremendous partnership in the works there to restore a watershed that was severely damaged. We had the Navajo Nation there, we had the BIA there, we had the community there, the land users there. They were all in agreement that something needed to happen, and they were making it happen. And we need more of those types of restoration projects out there in order to start addressing the situation. And unfortunately, it does involve giving some of these areas a rest or reducing the pressure from some of these areas. So, Mr. Chairman, members of the RDC committee, and all those in attendance there at Twin Arrows and on the phone, the Department of Fish and Wildlife is ready to assist where we need to. But we always try to provide recommendations for any type of land use whenever we review projects, whenever we review for compliance. We always try to provide some recommendations for the sponsors, for the land users to consider to make things better for them. So I just want to say that I don't know if either of my staff there, Ms. Begay, or actually both are Begays, but Leanna or Carolyn, if you have anything that you want to say there, I'll go ahead and turn it over to you. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Tom. Ada Nikhilna Hassan Lanky, letting us know about the condition of the land when we did take that tour this past summer. So, we still have a few minutes left here, and we would like to give the last presentation to Mr. Irvin Chi. Are you on the call?
Yeah, I'm on the call.
Okay, you have the floor. Thank you.
Yeah, Chair. Thank you for this time. I don't know, I want to thank you for being a part of the store. Be for having to hear a lot from both sides. Everybody, this is an important issue that I see on the radar. So there are a lot of stuff that are brought up. So, Department of Ag, BRA being involved. So all these presentations of the home nagi the 50 sheep units, 10 sheep units, excuse me. She had all she set so they are they a 10 sheep units eat all honey you but a long all she said that yeah carrying capacity for study and stocking rate. Or the grazing permit reissuing that now. Look at 25 CFR 161400 eligibility requirements. She she criteria eligibility criteria. She they went out there. Department of Ag working with the grazing company and also BRA of course they plan. Although they did study. At that time, I remember Mark Stevens, his Anibani, Yati, FR 161, the Congress, AJA, his Anibani, has that authority. Our people, women, stocking rate. The not about Tiho on sale. At time, of Ag and disagree. It's not a call. Back and forth. All the land assessment, land surveys, CIA carrying capacity study, port study, German stocking rates, stocking rates. After the carrying capacity study, port study, BIA in 10 sheep units. They start off with all these. They consider rain, drought, that actually, though he's doing the high and day grazing permit. Let's start off with auto for any. So, if you listen early, I was auction rate being done through carrying capacity for study. Daily, although she oh, changes now. Sheep units. Robert Allen, do Calvin Curtis, hotina. Robert of Ag, do hoti. And be done to RDC change 11. A conde. Okay. Bottom line is Anigi, Ya Abasula. Are you kind of, are we overstepping Ya's authority? It another. They changed those people no. Oh, it can be done, but the way we look at it is like you won't have to redo the whole thing. You want to probably do Dr. Curley in Abi hot in set hello. Now the host college and the naissance art and she's running. Can sheep units out of it out three. Department of Ag through with the district grazing company. They did a lot of meetings on it, hearings about the state range management units. Auto carrying capacity on the they came out with that. 50 sheep units, none of now. Dr. Curry just said that we're going to have to look at the land again. It means they're going to probably have to end up doing the land assessment again. doing another carrying capacity and Ford study. The stocking rate. And has an really probably up to in-house a lot changes. Although RDC sheet of us a lot to change it. But last time 10 sheep units out and RDC was allowed. RDC and Department of Ag and Distribution all issues, you know, at the same time. RDC, EAK, and J, Department of Ag, those RDC, AD, and recommended all these studies are done for range units during the last. Even in 10 sheep units a day. Sheep units now probably end up having to do the same thing again. Having to go through the carrying capacity for the study to determine stocking rate, and we're going to probably have to end up redoing the hearing arrangements and hearing and all of that. So, you know, it all depends. Each children can have the RDC. Dr. Curley, and we're going to have to look at the plan again if we're going to do over 50 sheep units. But they have on it. 25 CFR 161. You know, they I remember the steering committee under like supposed to go under BIA through one RGA BIA but you go if they had stayed under the tribe go so she you know RDC would have been probably out on day Abasala even then based on BI's decision so in a BI's law so or then our land more is we had
Chi.
all over. Out there, yeah.
Do what it's at the.
I am talking. I'm talking loud in my office.
Okay,
Can you
now
hear
we
me
can
now?
hear.
Okay. Ako di or chihibin na go so a lot of people it's almost 5 and everything so then eto le tigi I think yeah I understand you know we need to consider all these NPL permittees although we also need to consider BI's law. That's not in the law. Really complicated. But our whole nation had already spoken on the sheep units through Department of Ag and through the RDC. They convert to the 50 sheep units. No, I think we're going to have to go through the same process. EIA is going to have to approve it. So it needs Dr. Curley in and again. So it don't need a chun. But maybe later on get more rain and grass forage grow a little bit more. She don't chun to go yard on they know and alcohol. So in RDC in hospital. she said, you know, it can be changed, it can be done, but we need to consider BIA's that they have on their decision, their recommendation. Ado ani at the shido to the quantum shido to the chini do taho. It's not in a basis chin, basis in a that's Chiani, that's another. That's under in a shadow, Shikaya has reached a product. That I'm glad to part of this. Okay. Yeah, thank you.
Akushila ke Mr. Chi are Hans Goshi doesn't dan sidits aro konzachin ne cushion and lenigi do arnoldsko kro staff not lenigi aro shidne aren hanach kaigi aro raisen not tragi dire kro nehitato nehit okay dire sheep unit nezna bakagi dehodo nail shlatin hodo need ashoren hit it no koro resources and development committee nant ano senegi as pan hada isti bia den hut an hidan shidel in hidini aro koro division of natural resources the Dr. Shabal ado yahat zito Nikegat it ahe koro, Mr. Robert Allen Yahat Zito, Mr. Leo Watchman, Aro Are Miss Gloria Tom do Yahat Z, Aro Koro Department of Justice Doro Yahanana Z, Ako Dishi He Negede Hejon the Nil in Shindi Beshma Hassan, but Anna Nelka already seen hit at Nenigi. Sitsele Ki Allen Begay Jr. Saad Betan Hadit Ahi Shahada Dawad Nil Did the Nan Nenegi Bohnet Egit Ego Adod Nil no Arjashin Hut Anal Source Agat Eat Ahi Behes Ani Hadidil Enegi Illa Donald Sourciari Yahi Bahol Jij de Bahatelia de Shi Aniche Hada Osid go Ado Aron Hepeshma Hassan Khania Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair 5 days comment period Bahal Jish Anichit Arasad Betan Hadit Ahi Indeta Aniche comment or Seko Dodo Sis Akotibe has ani this legislation when it comes before RDC. Dila ehuned not the nehone the don yahadots. In the Takunela honon hedge hada isti do behas ani keho. In the Takea hohot elto dan hito need hat nenegishin at ains on yan sikke so shinhait au ileto les. Ako koroha o zigilto dik at aita RDC MA 27-18 Olgego Beshbahas Anye La Slinky rescind Adol Nista Tsahoton ni Ako rescind Aleho Ebik and Zoshi one of Shahanal sauce A hot neko goshin yaha Kote ko Donald Sosigi sa nanat akodik shitselio kedigi honne betest honne el sos goshin khait a ileto shnant a konde digi resent han ninigi bekend zoko go enas pastin nalkit analke do lel do enas na bakata do lel onas pasto lel Korai ko ti sa betan hadit ai hal sosi il to a kona il sos ko she kwaki ashlatin bakao niniki she edi coronat anin lenigi RDC she yent edo le. Kait ein ko she ya yaltkit o le. Jashi ade la na no sando ye go ti la na ne zendo nende. Ad betato nil sosi yent on. Nal sosdo ishi kon benaten neligi inache. Nohodo al abigata tzedon nil. Geit elshin bij gehad no nesende. Jubich in ol kislatide. Bich in ol kisto bahodol jish. Tzedin latin al sos el sohateliade a 5-day karmat period. Aj in. Ashin hide dos trahal ocht zago. Bakaki sad. Achot aun genan shedel beshmahas annit linigi lawmakers and hit and behis ani it nahatel on adel on be khada honelna. One sogosheti na bik asil hit all shnant an linigi corona hast era haljan shit corner. A corrosion and I honorable Vice Chair Walker, but it is also handled sogoshi and hitch had out to
Yeah, Nanda, Chairman Nez, although committee members, though, is ake Beshanebe, although Beshmas Ando Taho, the yes station Jimmy Yellow here, although Shinkla Beshmas and the East Edo Yat Julanda, although Nahanda, Nishido, Mr. Tahido, Chewe called Miss Woody. Ado qualche sono toni dice quando ho ol kilch ho iskan na de zid na de zid na de trado ko ne na de nit na ado shi na nishket na znel inda hazdi hatta ne ka tek ana hadil jish na halin هذا أبغى كونيتسن أكون عن نشكو ديل نجي نهخا شو هذا بانيك خيكو هذا دين نهخا تخا نهخا دو دين نهخا كت دي جند دو خج نهو الجيجوشين دي كدو نا دين بنتي دو جيجي بيشماس أن نا نشبيغو هاديلنا فهاسين لبو أوان تسكيس كو يلتهويلنا جيدا دو كنزاهو هولجش ناكنا خيدا دي بنهال تخاندا شويت إن إنسان جو كواجي دو كنت لاكو نات آني باندا لجي نانش نهات أبدا هلا يجي نكخا كو نلتو لهات يانا نكخا نهات لهات دو داتسله ado uyo ba na hin ido ba yo ne to sa na ho na znel ba da hin na so ye ban sas ke so akot end ho shi sunan ada nenigi legislation kon ki dato ne hin te ki ete bohli na hadan ado le be lan ile ado le na bi yati ebe Dit kiltahilne git it kilkhannet alet kilnal khadosden jnola ba yada tind jokot legislation hosel so zo benach adol ben hodit ko khut ayet ya holjish ko dit I have a question. I think Mr. Allen's the only attorney present. Mariana Kam might be on the call. So I sort of have a question on the legal side. Of course, Dr. Shabala and his staff are here, Department of Agriculture. The part about self-determination, considering self-determination as part of the solutions or the direction Navajo can take as far as the grazing permit system. So I think when I hear self-determination and 638 contracting, that I do believe has some solutions in that process, in those authorities that Navajo can gain or take control of and then utilize. This discussion we're having is like earlier, Mr. Chi says, okay, yes, the authorities here, Navajo Nation can do these things, but also refers, okay, back to BIA in Nigoshi, Yelana Asli Oshino, Jokagi Yelana Ihlegi, Washington, eight ati Atlagi, it Bebenal, so they Hiltahil Negi, Bebijip Makado, Bebate, it Libikis Ako. At Ashi Ege, Bohardni had Ashi A nail low. Nishe Kodochu nail, Indigijo Kaben Kaza. Aya Hadat, Ashi Kodo, RDC, in the Yagi, Bohardni John hit Neko. Ako, I was gained it, and Yohardni Hotasha. Hate and hit Tagahot, Washington, a large at the Linigi. President do kodo RDC do peshpas an apide ye bohne ho dashit in the webinar sos at ashin kwade ahzan Johnson ho ni ke ni madan lo ho nahaz ta nahaz twi nahakshin ni ji yal di ajoba ini di webinar sos has aniki kwagen kitil ado hot ni zin ko nihinan no lejon yilno ko badil nihid yijit naz di benahalne di benahalne kut aliya inta chudadi no kit hiltahilne wala sad adnesh kodo sad akasna bzahato zihakoshila kodo li ino kedigi tohnani kot edo li no dashkit en ko ohodne. So you what long what ego akodi 638 will you self-determination quit out da in nishiko. So my question, my long-winded question here, Chairman, committee members, Mr. Allen maybe, or if Ms. Khan is on the line with us, can we 638 the grazing permit system in whole or in parts? I guess the question would be, can we do it in parts? Can we do it with just the NPL grazing permits? Can we do a 638 contract for Navajo? And then later consider Big Navajo? That'd be my question, Chairman, though, committee, and all of us that are here. Edith, one other comment here in reference to the drought tour that we took as an attempt to gain understanding and to see for ourselves as representatives on the RDC, to gain an understanding, to see for ourselves the impact of the drought that we're going through. It's a no-brainer, certainly. We see the impact, but if you make it your mission to go travel and look for, specifically look at the terrain, look at the forage, look at the livestock, talk to the people, different parts of the nation. With that in mind, what's the impact of the drought here at this location? Joko, then you come to realize, okay, this is real. This is all too real. It isn't just because you read about it. I think RDC recently had a discussion on waste management or the lack of waste management. At that time, I proposed that, okay, maybe the oversight committee needs to take a tour, look at all or some of the biggest illegal dumps on the Navajo Nation and see what that's like. For us to respond to that issue, to that need, to that dilemma, to that problem, we'd have to go there first and look at it firsthand and say, okay, here's what we need to do. It's ilze, oh you, oh najja, letatas, kito tunda de nahako, ni kaya pakai, johat non gifkan neko. Ako kodo na nish, the nigi, as on the pe, ni kaya piki, this keeping that jahiban nada de nita. Johat ade has open gifkan ne, auto shida ni, what ended aban and how yat Shannon, Ajudahidi need ne. I need a could Edo Quinson, none of the NPL. A bench and Ekisha Heli, the way his mother and Denisha and the other never got about your about your pay in national Hajo, Barcus Nizi, Shon the Niki, Ek Ahoto, what auto, a con the Nebetra, go there, Kagoshia. Apelokea had la holia MPL to Obahan now Nal so Bakat or Abahazan Helen. I need Zafin Hajo Gilbardos in Johnson Jonan Aden eight Abahazan by yet Chico di Dahot ego. I don't need it down to see the Jade Aquadonasha twin arrows. Jadi loop the kaya bakasa at the end addition loop do city to ado nasha ko ado tona halli I get on now or the end wage do not set a chill than aj is on the kaya to ho ya tona halli lani lake the kwaje Cameron nana hasan ado anasa the eight sako ha gate or ya sako hasan the whole coal mine canyon. It bishpas on the bunch of the chico. A call Yoshiat equa, the net not little. A sahalep and yado dequa. Ad a hata a yento data. Adot neye, ye get a tide on the wage. That's the car. Ado na a josh, a whole loco. A call could all bishpas on the did in the bunch, go care, no ya. You get one of so when the holders. A she inch. None of people told me, but it's chain. What's on the shade that? That is gives me either shinal, what echo. I at the nanchi do a major dance scene or the codo. Chilan, chairman there's a Canadian and that who should not get the net of a Canadian doesn't start. Aviga Hawash is all at the Acaded as a Tagisha had the vice president, vice chair. The count at the need dash out in there. So that was is your what echo. What are you at the house to see though? The look that a night or we fish by nations. I think just a little way. Because I bet us and she get my colonna and ladies at Koyat. Yeah, better since a trade or way which a Hollandic the trade echo. What never get a since our dinner, grazing official clinic that we had echo and Hanoya. Yat echo, get a deals in the sheet. Grazing officials show Strana. I don't quite go yet, Bishwas and Hadili, she did not. Kunzahoshan in Senegal. Oh, yeah, echo. What are you? My question to Mr. Allen or Mariana Khan on the 638 process, if we could consider in part, maybe just the NPL portion. I don't know if there could be a pilot of some sort, or just do it and then start and see what we learn from that experience, and then go expand into greater Navajo, bigger Navajo, big Navajo. 638, I think tribal leaders always find that appealing because our roads are like that, our court systems are like that, social services is like that, schools are like that. Navajo steps in and say, well, we can do better job. We can do more. Because in this area, I guess it's been talked about all along. Maybe it's time we take a serious discussion and say, okay, let's study it furthermore. But the chair, yeah.
And Honorable Vice Chair Walker. At this time, we'll have Mr. Robert Allen. If you would respond to the question, could you give him a microphone, please?
Hello. Thank you, Mr. Chairman Nez. I think it would be prudent to proceed in smaller bites with MPL probably first. That would leave Big Navajo and areas that Eastern Navajo land boards have jurisdiction over. This agricultural resource management plan, under that plan, you have to consider many things. And I don't know that for Big Navajo, all of the data has ever existed for all of the areas. Eastern Navajo, probably some of the data exists. So we have a structure at MPL, and that agricultural resource management plan is an important key that it sounds like public participation is lacking in the degree that it probably should have been considered. So there's data and there's a structure at MPL that we can work with to improve. The other areas in Big Navajo, I don't know that a structure exists, so we would have to think of adopting one that would fit what we need. And those plans might have to go by region to region. Eastern Navajo, the same thing. They have different considerations. There are different authorities. There's that tri-party grazing agreement that's been there since '64, and that hasn't been renewed. So that's a whole specialized area by itself, all the land subject to that agreement. So that would be my recommendation, would be to proceed first with MPL if that is what you want to do. You could rescind your approving resolution for the grazing. Let's see here, the grazing determination on stocking rate and available forage, to reconsider the agricultural management plan for public participation, since the complaints you've received and taken testimony from indicate that, at least for precinct number 3, it's not working. It's too small. There's no way the families can meet the requirements they need to survive or succeed in their economy they're faced with. But to move up to 50 sheep units, that's something different. You may need to have this amendment of that resource management plan in order to support a larger amount. That's what I'm thinking off the top of my head. That's my recommendation.
Thank you, Mr. Allen. Ms. Mariana Khan. Your response?
Mr. Chairman, members of the Resources and Development Committee, I am not conversant in all of the requirements for 638 contracts, and Vice Chairman Walker did list a few that the Navajo Nation has taken 638 contract control over, and it would appear that the resources with regard to grazing is an issue that could come within 638 contract, but I do not have the background to answer that question. There is an attorney in our office who has more background, but that person is not in the office at this time. Mr. Chair, I will be very frank with you. I do not have the law knowledge to answer that question right off the bat. I would have to research the question, which I was trying to do, but going very slowly. So I'll have to leave it at that, Mr. Chair. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Khan. I believe our attorney here, Mr. Robert Allen from DNR, as well as Mr. Chi from the Department of Justice, and our legal counsel, Ms. Khan, and leadership, which should probably have a leadership meeting to discuss the avenues that we should take and come to some sort of resolve for our people to see what can be done within the law and what shouldn't be done. So, Shanantai, Honorable Vice Chair Walker, do you have a follow-up? Atanya, none. Mr. Allen, I'm glad that you said that. I think it would be prudent to proceed in small bites. I think my brother Key Allen needs to hear what that means. I don't know if Key Allen would want to take 10 small bites of mutton stew or have 50 bites of it. I think he would want 50 there, so that's what he's aiming for. And thank you. You didn't have time today, but we ran out of time. We tried to squeeze everything that we need today. But what we got today, very important information for us to work with. What can we do, including from the Bureau of Indian Affairs, Division of Natural Resources, Department of Agriculture, Fish and Wildlife, Land Department out of Bahojis, and they oversee the land. We heard from our delegate from that region, yellow hair. I don't Shamado, oh, what an halon hinge. Aro corrosion and I not lenigi hushed at all neat or shimbich no cord. So when we see that legislation, that's when we will roll up our sleeves. A quagishin, yego nabik iat or less. Lagoshin nabik iat or ticket. Though it would litigate our shimbesh bahasana eat or late. So with that, I have one announcement, which is that we have a tour of Dilcon Medical Facility tomorrow at 10 o'clock, but we will meet at Bashas in Dilcon between 9:30 and 10 o'clock, and then we'll head to the medical center. After the tour, we're going to come back to Winslow to have a site tour with the Winslow track. At the end of our agenda, we have questions, recommendations, and follow-up. The recommendations is to have a leadership meeting as soon as possible to come together and with our own attorney, our legal counsel, Department of Justice, and DNR attorney, and leadership. At that time, we will discuss what avenues we can take. And thank you very much. We will now adjourn. We're beyond our time. It is 5:15. Hunsago eha. Hunsago shimpana hol jis do lehto balahon hasitra. So thank you very much. And Honorable Yellowhair. Honorable Yellowhair.
Thank you very much, Attila. Should I have a special announcement? Tomorrow at 10 o'clock, we'll be meeting here in Winslow. It's a Little Colorado Community Development. Apis Kanya. Will be with the speaker team in Winslow resident relocatees. It's about economic development. We're going to have a meeting. Community. Thank you very much. God bless.
Sheila, Hakona, Kachi will go ahead and officially adjourn. It is now 5:16. Be safe driving home and do take care of yourself, and God bless each and every one of you. Hakona.
Hello, is the meeting still going on?